Chapter 1533. Yes, Martial Uncle Sun, please take a seat. Zhen waved his hand and a jade chair appeared on the high platform in front of everyone. Sun Ming nodded and sat down. After Sun Ming sat down, Zhen smiled and said, even Martial Uncle Sun Ming was alarmed by my Imperial Thunder Sect's grand event. It seems like today's apprenticeship ceremony will be very auspicious. Senior Martial brothers, please. We won't be polite. A red-faced middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator pointed at a disciple with a jade-like appearance and said, this child has a shallow thunder body, which is suitable for eyes hibernating thunder movement. I will take the lead. As he spoke, the disciple who was pointed out walked forward and bowed. Disciple Chang Haoyu greets master. Good, if I'm not wrong, he should be a disciple of Chang Mountain's Chang clan, right? Yes. Chang Haoyu said respectfully. Aristocratic families produce outstanding people, as expected. Let's go, follow this old man to the Jade Archive Hall. The red-faced cultivator waved his hand and smiled at Zhen. Many thanks, Junior Martial Brother Zhen. Zhen smiled and returned the greeting. After the red-faced cultivator saluted Sun Ming again, he brought Chang Haoyu out of the Spring Thunder Hall. Immediately after, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators stood up and pointed out the selected disciples. Besides Xiaohua, Yuan Bo, Min Gu, and Wang Yunxiao were also among them. Seeing everyone being picked out, Xiaohua's heart gradually calmed down. There was a kind of transcendent feeling. All he lacked were cultivation methods and medicinal pills. In this Imperial Thunder sect, cultivation methods were needless to say, they definitely had them, but what about medicinal pills? He also had the space. When he had the chance, he would go to the Imperial Thunder sect's medicine garden and find some spiritual herbs to transplant into the space. It would be best if he could find a pill refining room. It would be best if he could still refine pills and have a master to guide him. If there weren't any, wasn't there still the technique imparting disciple? From the 2nd layer to the 10th layer of qi refining, he relied on himself. What was there to be afraid of? While Xiaohua was thinking, a beautiful middle-aged woman stood up, pointed at Xue and said, this poor Daoist has taken a fancy to this girl. Since she passed the disciple selection, this poor Daoist will take her as a disciple. Xue's face was filled with surprise and joy. She walked out happily and glanced at Xiaohua. Her eyes curved and she immediately bowed towards the high platform. Xiaohua already knew that Xue had a divine sense mark on her body, so he wasn't surprised. He only smiled. But just as Xue was about to bow, a voice sounded, wait. Xue was stunned. She bowed slightly in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. Martial Uncle Sun. The beautiful woman was somewhat puzzled. She turned her head and asked, may I know what Martial Uncle wants? Martial Nephew, I have something to discuss with Martial Nephew. Sun Ming stood up and pointed at Xue. She smiled and said, this old one sees that this child's physique is very compatible with this old one's cultivation method. I want to take her as my disciple. I wonder if Martial Niece is willing to part with her? Not only was Xiaohua stunned, even Xue didn't dare to believe that this was true. Sun Ming was a gold core stage cultivator. For a qi refining stage cultivator, this was an opportunity that could only be encountered and not sought. In an instant, Xue's heart jumped. Her eyes were filled with desire as she waited for the beautiful woman's answer. Reporting to Martial Uncle, both sides are disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect. For this child to be able to receive Martial Uncle's guidance, her achievements will definitely be even higher. How can this disciple not help? The beautiful woman said with a smile. Good. Sun Ming clapped her hands and said, this old one owes you a favor. If you have any matters, you can come find this old one. Disciple Xue greets master. Xue bowed toward Sun Ming. Xue, stand up and follow master. Sun Ming nodded with a smile. Just as she was about to wave her hand to help Xue up, a loud bang sounded. The Spring Thunder Hall's door was suddenly kicked open by someone. A thin cultivator with a somewhat wrinkled Daoist robe flew in from the outside. Before that cultivator even arrived, his voice had already arrived. Jen, why didn't you send a disciple to inform this old one? This old one already saw a disciple a few days ago. This time, if I can't. Helplessness. Sun Ming frowned slightly and scolded with extreme displeasure. "Io, Martial Uncle Sun Ming." That cultivator called helplessness was startled. He immediately landed on the ground of the Spring Thunder Hall and bowed respectfully. "Why are you interested in coming to this Spring Thunder Hall? Why can't this old one come?" Sun Ming sneered. "If this old one didn't come, how would I know that you actually dared to fly in this Spring Thunder Hall where flying is prohibited? I'm afraid that this Spring Thunder Hall's door would also be destroyed by your kick, right?" "Good, Martial Uncle Sun Ming knows," Helplessness said with a wronged expression. "When this disciple heard that there was a disciple selection 2 days ago, I specially came back from the Myriad Thunder Valley and took some time to choose a suitable disciple from the Thunderclap Peak. After that, I hurriedly returned. You should know that the Myriad Thunder Valley is of great importance. This disciple didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and put all of my attention there. Therefore, not only is my cave residence near the Myriad Thunder Valley, but I also often slack off in the selection of disciples. Beside this disciple, there is no one else who is worthy of being called a good-for-nothing disciple. This time, if I still can't find a suitable disciple, I'm afraid that this disciple's lineage will." As he said that, Helplessness scanned with his divine sense. His expression immediately changed and he said angrily, Jen, where is my disciple?" Jen was very helpless. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Martial Brother Helplessness, it's not that I didn't want to inform you. Isn't Senior Martial Brother already here for the selection of disciples? Junior Martial Brother can't be following behind Senior Martial Brother all the time and remind Senior Martial Brother every day, right? As for which disciple you chose, this disciple also doesn't know. Furthermore, this disciple also doesn't know who took him away. I've already marked them with my divine sense. Who still dares to have ideas about my disciple?" The more Helplessness spoke, the angrier he became. He directly roared, "Martial Nephew Helplessness." Sun Ming glared at him and said, "You didn't even come. Who would recognize your divine sense mark? Moreover, you only came now. The other person has already been registered in the Jade Archive Hall. Even if you went to find the sect master, what reason do you have? But, this disciple has an important task for my Imperial Thunder sect, and doesn't have time to come and select disciples?" Helplessness's face was bitter. He was just short of rolling his eyes. Xiaohua stood to the side and looked very ruefully at this Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator with messy hair and stubble on his face. This person was a disciple who truly contributed to the Imperial Thunder sect. Unexpectedly, because of an important task, he didn't come in time to select a disciple. Logically speaking, this kind of cultivator who was worthy of being the pillar of the Imperial Thunder sect should have some special authority. However, from what this cultivator said, it seemed that he only had one disciple. "Then, how about this old woman give her disciple to you?" Sun Ming said. "Don't, Martial Aunt Sun Ming. You're a disciple of the Palace of Sun Thunder, and all your disciples are female cultivators. What would this disciple need a female disciple for?" Helplessness heard this and quickly waved his hand. "How about this, Senior Martial Brother Helplessness?" Jen smiled apologetically and said, "The first round of selecting disciples is about to end. Senior Martial Brother, let's see if there are any suitable candidates. Otherwise, how about the second round of selecting disciples and giving the best performance to Senior Martial Brother as your disciple?" "Ah. The best performance?" At the side, Xiaohua's heart was moved. This young master got 62 number plates. "I'm afraid I got the most in this round of selection, right? Could it be that I have to take this cultivator as my master?" Then, Xiaohua couldn't help but carefully size up Helplessness. Helplessness was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, but his messy hair had a lot of gray. His face was thin, but there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead. He looked like he was over 50 years old. Looking at his Daoist robe, it was also not very particular. Some places were actually a bit dirty. Then looking at the hands on his waist, they were a bit withered, the fingertips were black, and his 2 legs were slightly bent as he stood there. He looked very inferior to Xiao Yuehong, who used to be Shang Huaming. What? Helplessness said at this time, the good ones were all picked by that group of people. Who would want the remaining rotten cabbage? Back then, wasn't my good-for-nothing disciple. Alas, let's not talk about him. Forget it, forget it. As he spoke, he waved his hand again and prepared to leave. At this time, Sun Ming was unhappy. She scolded, helplessness. Your myriad Thunder Valley's lineage has a great responsibility and has always had few disciples. From Master Lei to you, it's all the same. Today, with great difficulty, you finally have so many disciples to choose from. How can you throw away your responsibility? Martial Ant Sun Ming, the matter of my Thunderclap Palace's Master Lei, isn't something you can casually talk about. Helplessness stopped and turned around. Hee, how could I have the qualifications to talk about Master Lei? I'm just talking about Martial Uncle Lei's matter to you. Sun Ming smiled and waved her hand again. There are so many disciples, they won't be worse than your disciple. Pick one and take it back. Your trip out of Myriad Thunder Valley won't be in vain. Fine. He helplessly halted his steps and swept his divine sense across Xiao Hua's body. Instead, his divine sense lingered on a young 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator for a long time. In the end, he withdrew his divine sense and said, "This poor Daoist will wait for the second round." Okay, then I won't leave either. I'll stay and see if there's a disciple who's fated to be with you. Sun Ming smiled and sat down. Soon after, another dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators stood up and took away the disciples they had chosen. Then, Zhen waved his hand and the early Foundation establishment cultivator who had been standing below the high platform quickly stepped forward and handed over a jade slip. Zhen scanned it with his divine sense and frowned. He raised his eyes and looked below the high platform. His expression was very strange. What's wrong? Martial nephew Zhen? Sun Ming asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Zhen hurriedly said, I'm just a little curious. Hearing this, Sun Ming sat down. She was already very happy to have met Shui today. The disciple selection was Zhen Lei Palace's business. Although she was their martial uncle, she couldn't interfere with other people's business for no reason. Senior Martial Brother Helplessness, Zhen turned his head and said with a bright smile, Junior Martial Brother will now point out the number 1 disciple in this selection to Senior Martial Brother. I'm sure Senior Martial Brother will be satisfied. Really? This time, it was Helplessness's turn to be surprised. Xiao Hua. 25 years old, late 10th layer Qi refining. In this selection, he obtained 62 tokens and ranked first among 94 disciples. Zhen pointed at Xiao Hua and his voice sounded in the Spring Thunder Hall. Chapter 1534. Is that so? 25 years old? Late stage of the 10th layer? Who? After hearing Zhen's words, he couldn't sit still any longer. He jumped out and looked around the stage. At this moment, the cultivators in the 11th layer had already been picked out. The remaining cultivators were either in the 10th or 9th layer, and they all looked very young. Besides, in the cultivation world, who would care about someone's age? Xiao Hua was obviously in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. He was obviously 18 years old and had a slightly childish face. Some knowledgeable cultivators could tell at a glance that he had taken youth-retaining herbs. On the contrary, they wouldn't pay attention to him. That's because an 18-year-old 10th layer of the aura refining realm cultivator was already an outstanding disciple of someone else's sect. How could he come to the Imperial Thunder sect to become a disciple? You? Helplessness's gaze fell on Xiao Hua, a disciple of similar age and cultivation level. Xiao Hua was actually not slow. When he heard Zhen call him, he immediately wanted to step forward. However, Helplessness's movements were even faster. Before Xiao Hua could take a step, Helplessness had already jumped out. Disciple Xiao Hua greets Senior. Xiao Hua stepped forward and bowed in respect. You? Helplessness looked at Xiao Hua with flickering eyes and asked, Are you sure you're 25 years old? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Just now, when he told the Foundation Establishment Cultivator that he was 23 years old, that was counting the 3 years he spent in Yellow Flower Ridge, and the 2 years he spent in secluded cultivation. He actually completely forgot about the 2 years he spent wandering about. No wonder the other cultivators said that he was a liar. Yes, disciple is indeed 25 years old. Xiao Hua respectfully replied. Your face is so young. You must have taken youth-retaining herbs, right? Helplessness's face showed a trace of disgust. Oh, no wonder this cultivator scanned me several times with his divine sense but didn't pay attention to me. Xiao Hua understood. He then smiled apologetically and said, Disciple didn't know. When I was 18 years old, I became like this. I haven't changed at all. Oh, Helplessness's face clearly showed a trace of a smile. He nodded and said, That's good. I really hate those cultivator families' male disciples taking youth-retaining herbs. Female cultivators take them for beauty. What's the use of men being beautiful? Helpless, martial nephew. On the high platform, Sun Ming frowned and said. This disciple is being unreasonable. Helplessly, his mood was greatly improved. After speaking to Sun Ming, he turned his head and asked, Which aristocratic family are you from? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Zhen, who was on the high platform, said in a clear voice, Senior brother Helplessness, you've made a mistake this time. Xiao Hua isn't from any cultivation sect. He's a rogue cultivator. Ah. A rogue cultivator? Hearing Zhen's words, not only were they helpless, even the other cultivators present, including Sun Ming, were stunned. A rogue cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refining, and at the age of 25, this was really rare in the country of Xi's cultivation world. But then, Sun Ming sighed. Sure enough, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. What a pity, Xiao Hua. If you weren't a loose cultivator, I would have accepted you as my disciple. But, you are a loose cultivator, so this old man can only reluctantly part with you. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He cupped his hands and said anxiously, Senior, I don't blame you for not accepting me as your disciple, but, why can't I, a loose cultivator, take Senior as my master? Senior isn't a loose cultivator, so you don't know the hardships of being a loose cultivator. Ever since I was at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, I didn't have any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. I went through many difficulties to obtain some scattered cultivation methods. On one hand, I painstakingly cultivated, and on the other, I had to search for medicinal pills. Now, after spending endless effort, I finally reached the 10th layer of Qi refining, and even passed the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. Senior, just because I'm a loose cultivator, you refuse to accept me. Isn't this too cruel for me? Alas, he sighed helplessly and said, although I'm not a loose cultivator, before I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, I was a disciple of a small cultivation aristocratic family. How could I not know the hardships of loose cultivators like you? Moreover, my previous disciple was also similar to a loose cultivator. If you say that I treat loose cultivators differently, then you're being unfair to me. Seeing the anger on Xiao Hua's face, Helplessness felt as if he was looking at his former self. He sighed again and said, Didn't you say it just now? Ever since you were at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, you didn't have a complete cultivation method. All of your cultivation methods were incomplete. Then let me ask you, how many cultivation methods did you change after you reached the 10th layer of Qi refining? 3. Xiao Hua answered honestly. Then what about you? Helplessness suddenly asked a nearby 10th layer Qi refining cultivator. Reporting to Senior, of course it's 1. That cultivator said very proudly. Junior's clan has a complete set of qi refining cultivation methods, from the first layer of qi refining to the 12th layer of qi refining. Xiaohua, do you understand? Helplessness didn't explain and asked Xiaohua somewhat pitifully. Alas, disciple understands. Xiaohua's face was also bleak, and his tone was filled with boundless loneliness. Different cultivation methods have different methods of tempering the meridians, and the degree of tempering is also different. Using different cultivation methods to temper the meridians to the high level of qi refining, there definitely isn't a single cultivation method that tempers the meridians thoroughly from beginning to end, tempering them completely. If the meridians are like that, true qi is also like that. True qi tempered by different cultivation methods will always be impure in the end, and it's really disadvantageous for breaking through to foundation building. Excellent. On the high platform, Sun Ming also clapped her hands. What Xiaohua said is extremely true. I didn't think that a young loose cultivator would actually have this kind of knowledge. If he wasn't already at the 10th layer of qi refining, martial nephew Helplessness would have definitely accepted him as a disciple. That's right, destiny makes fools of people. Xiaohua, if you were at the 2nd layer of qi refining right now, if you were only 14 or 15 years old, but based on your comprehension ability, I would have accepted you as a disciple no matter what. Helplessness nodded. If the meridians and true qi are like that, then the realm and cultivation are even more so. What one needs to cultivate and what one needs to sharpen in one layer of a cultivation method is all fixed. And what one can't do in one layer of a cultivation method, in the next layer, one definitely has to do. There won't be anything left out. So much so that between each layer of a realm, there will be a bottleneck. This bottleneck is the absolute opportunity to sharpen one's cultivation in the current layer. If you don't break through the bottleneck and achieve the cultivation you need to achieve in this layer, then this cultivation method won't let you enter the next layer. Xiaohua, from the 2nd layer of qi refining to the 10th layer of qi refining, do you rarely encounter bottlenecks? Yes, disciple rarely encounters bottlenecks. Xiaohua nodded. Exactly. Because you're cultivating multiple cultivation techniques, there are flaws in every realm. Your foundation isn't solid, so your cultivation techniques shouldn't be able to advance. However, with your top-notch aptitude, these flaws are covered up. That's why you can't sense the bottleneck, and the bottleneck will appear when you break through to the foundation establishment realm. Disciple understands. Although Helplessness didn't finish speaking, Xiaohua already understood. Perhaps the bottleneck of the first 12 layers of qi refining would appear at the end, forming an insurmountable peak. Foundation building was the most difficult threshold in his life. So, Xiaohua, don't blame me. Helplessness said apologetically. However, without waiting for Helplessness to finish speaking, Zhen laughed from the high platform. Senior brother Helplessness, please wait for a moment. I still have some things I haven't read out. Helplessness rolled his eyes and said, even if you say a deluge of heavenly flowers, I only have one disciple with no future. I don't want to take in any more burdens. Zhen ignored him and read, Xiaohua, concealed fire physique, the fire attribute is unyielding and tyrannical. In the disciple's first test, the fire attribute in his body caused the spirit of the mirror to swell and burst. Concealed fire physique? How is this possible? Helplessness was stupefied. His eyes emitted an incomparably pleasant surprise, and he almost trembled a bit. Which disciple tested this? Are you serious? I'll let junior brother know. Xiaohua destroyed the spirit of the mirror and it was my Zhen Lei Palace's martial uncle Zhen Qing who personally verified it. This record was also personally written by martial uncle Zhen Qing. Good. Helplessness heard this and raised his head to laugh loudly. I was wondering how a loose cultivator could rely on 3 unorthodox techniques to cultivate to the 10th layer of qi refining at the age of 25. It turns out that he has the rare concealed fire physique. Moreover, the fire attribute is unyielding and tyrannical. With the help of this concealed fire physique, any bottleneck is nothing difficult. Then, this disciple Xiaohua, do you want it? If you don't accept him, I'm afraid the other senior brothers will make a move? Zhen asked with a smile. Huh, isn't this nonsense? I have always worked hard for the Imperial Thunder sect. I just picked a disciple, but he was snatched away by someone else. The heavens have opened their eyes this time and made this group of old things blind. This concealed fire physique, TSK, they actually made a mistake and let I take advantage of it. How can I not want a disciple given by the heavens? Disciple. Disciple greets master. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this and stepped forward to bow and salute. Good disciple, good disciple. Helplessly, he helped Xiaohua up and said, you will follow master to register in the Jade Archive Hall. In the future, you can cultivate well and make my myriad Thunder Valley proud. Yes, disciple will definitely. Xiaohua said with a smile. Good, helplessness. Since you have accepted a disciple that you are proud of, this old woman should also leave. You and I can go to the Jade Archive Hall together. Sun Ming stood up and said. On the other side, Shui was also happy and looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of affection. Martial uncle, please. Helplessly taking a step back, he bowed and said. However, at this time, Xiaohua, who was full of joy, also bowed. Just as he bowed, he suddenly felt a faint kacha sound coming from inside his meridians. A medicinal liquid that was several times more spiritual fire than the fire essence flame crystal but much less pure suddenly appeared in his meridians. In a flash, his entire meridians expanded. Not good, the restriction of the clear flower pill has been broken. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and his soul immediately flew out of his body. He no longer cared about etiquette and raised his hand to pull helplessness in front of him and shouted, Master, save me. What? Helplessness was very displeased, but when he turned around and saw Xiaohua's face was completely red, he was also greatly shocked. He immediately understood with a sweep of his divine sense and didn't have time to ask. His hands formed seals and seals entered Xiaohua's body. Chapter 1535. What kind of cultivation base is Wuxian at? Wuxian is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With a few hand seals, the bright flower pills in Xiaohua's meridians immediately shackled. Why do you have? Wuxian was shocked and asked as soon as the restriction took effect. Xiaohua interrupted Wuxian's question and said, Disciple has something to report. Master, please find a quiet place. Many of the Spring Thunder Hall's disciples and cultivators on the platform had already left, but half of them were still there. How could Xiaohua let others know? Although these cultivators were all disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Wuxian's face was full of suspicion. He turned to look at Sun Ming, who was also puzzled, and said, Martial Aunt Sun Ming, please wait in the hall for a moment. Disciple has something to ask Xiaohua. No problem. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside the hall. Sun Ming nodded with a smile, but Shui looked at Xiaohua with worry. Come with me. With a wave of his hand, helplessness brought Xiaohua to a side chamber of the Spring Thunder Hall. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, helplessness brought Xiaohua out of the side chamber. At this moment, helplessness's face was filled with shock, ecstasy, suspicion, and confusion. As he walked, he pondered. When they arrived outside the hall, Sun Ming was still standing there waiting. Next to her were several cultivators who had chosen their disciples. Presumably, they were going to the Jade Archive Hall together. Wuxian smiled bitterly and bowed, Martial Aunt Sun, disciple, has some urgent matters. For the time being, disciple can't go to the Jade Archive Hall with Martial Aunt and the other junior brothers. What matters? Xiaohua, is there anything suspicious? Sun Ming stared at Xiaohua and asked. This. I can't tell Martial Aunt Sun for the time being. Disciple will talk about it after disciple goes to the Heavenly Thunder Palace to see the sect master. Wuxian's words contained a trace of excitement. Xiaohua, who was at the side, was slightly unhappy. Earlier, he'd warned repeatedly for a long time not to reveal anything. Who knew if there were any spies from the Xianghua sect in the Imperial Thunder sect? However, if he directly said that he wanted to go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace, then he would definitely say that the head of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces, that is, the sect master of the Imperial Thunder sect, was there. How could helplessness not cause others to be surprised when he said that? Sure enough, Sun Ming was shocked. The several cultivators beside her were also shocked. Xue Xue and the other disciples also had puzzled looks on their faces. Xue Xue was even somewhat anxious. Xiaohua shook his head slightly to signal her to be at ease, but the concern in Xue Xue's eyes didn't lessen at all. Helplessness naturally had its own reasons. When Sun Ming and the others heard that it was the Heavenly Thunder Hall, they did not ask any further questions. Although they had looks of shock on their faces, they still smiled and said, "Then you had better hurry and go. For such an important matter, if you do not have the sect master's approval, you must not reveal it to us." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Sun Ming." Helplessly, he bowed in greeting. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Xiaohua to his side. However, a light thunderclap could be heard in midair. Helplessly, he executed the lightning escape and flew far away. "Hee, martial nephews, let's go to the Jade Archive Hall." Sun Ming glanced at Helplessness, who was running away in a hurry, and led everyone to the Jade Archive Hall. Xue Xue walked at the back, looking at the sky with worry. Although the lightning escape was fast, the Lamo mountain range was indeed very big. From the Jian Lei Palace to the Heavenly Thunder Palace, it took them almost the time to eat a meal. "Damn it, this is really too big, isn't it?" Xiaohua followed Helplessness and flew. He did not reveal a single trace of transcendence energy. Seeing that Helplessness was flying several times faster than him, he could not help but be shocked by the strength of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he was immediately dumbfounded. This is the Imperial Thunder sect that is second only to the 3 great sects of Shuzhen. It is on the same level as the Huanhua sect. How could their sect be small? Take Shang Huaming as an example. If the entire Yellow Flower Ridge was taken out, it might not be smaller than the Imperial Thunder sect. Looking at the enormous mountain peak, Xiaohua realized that there was actually a palace that was even more majestic than the Jian Lei Palace. It had a grandeur that was even more dazzling than the Jian Lei Palace. Xiaohua knew that this was most likely the Jian Lei Palace. Sure enough, he heard Helplessness say in a low voice, "Xiaohua, this is the Thunder Immortal Peak where the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder sect, Qian Lei Zi, resides. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is just ahead." As he said that, he helplessly pointed at the group of palaces, before continuing, "When we reach the Great Thunder Hall, you must clearly tell the sect master everything that you have said to this old man earlier. Senior Martial Brother Qian Qinghua is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and is from the sect leader's branch. He is also my Junior Martial Brother. I did not expect such a thing to happen. Alas, you have contributed so much to my Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid you will be taken into the Heavenly Thunder Palace by the sect leader. This is also the reason why I did not bring you to the Jade Archive Hall." Master, I called you Master just now. How can I go back on my words now?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "You are thinking too much." A hint of joy flashed through Helplessness's eyes, but he immediately shook his head. "My myriad Thunder Valley has always had a hard time. Their cultivation is not particularly outstanding and the disciples they teach are also mediocre. Your hidden fire physique is buried in my myriad Thunder Valley. Alright, let's not talk about this. It won't be too late to talk about it when we reach the Great Thunder Palace." Helplessness waved his hand slightly and landed in front of a palace. This palace was different from the Spring Thunder Palace of the Imperial Thunder Palace. In front of the door was a peak chi refining disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect guarding. Seeing Helplessness approach, he walked forward and cupped his hands. "Martial Uncle, which palace have you come to? The Great Thunder Palace? Please report your name." "I am Helplessness of the Shocking Thunder Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley. Today I have brought Xiaohua to see the sect leader." I have an extremely urgent matter to report. Helplessness returned the salute and said. All right, Martial Uncle knows that the sect leader is not in the Great Thunder Palace right now. Only Martial Ancestor Miyu of the Canlei Palace is on guard. How about this disciple report to Martial Ancestor now? That disciple said with a smile. This is the only way. Helplessness wrinkled his brows and slapped his hand, taking out a waste tablet from his storage pouch and handing it over. This is my waste tablet. I would like to trouble Martial Nephew to report to Martial Ancestor. That disciple took Helplessness's waste tablet and went in. However, after a short while, he returned and said helplessly, Martial Ancestor Miyu invites Martial Uncle to speak in the palace. Alright, Helplessness took the waste tablet and didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and was about to bring Xiao Hua in. Martial Uncle. That disciple extended his hand, stopping Xiao Hua as he said very discontentedly, Martial Uncle, don't forget, aura refining disciples are not allowed to enter Colossal Thunder Hall unless they are summoned by the Palace Lord on duty. Sigh, Helplessness slapped his forehead and said very regretfully, look at me. I should have explained it just now. How about this, Martial Nephew, please report to Martial Ancestor again. This is the new disciple who passed the selection this time, Xiao Hua. Helplessness had no choice but to say it again. Helplessness. Why did you come to the Great Thunder Palace instead of guarding the Myriad Thunder Valley? Just as Helplessness was explaining, a melodious voice came from midair. This voice is somewhat familiar. Xiao Hua didn't think he knew any senior from the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, when he really looked up, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He saw a cultivator flying in midair. That cultivator looked very young and had an ordinary appearance. However, his complexion was somewhat red and the only thing that was somewhat confusing was his sparse eyebrows. Wasn't this the mysterious cultivator Xiao Hua met in front of the Thunder Accumulation Cave whose cultivation was unknown? That cultivator descended from midair. Helplessness hurriedly went forward and saluted, saying, Helplessness greets Martial Ancestor Lei Meng. Martial Ancestor Lei Meng? Thunder Meng Daoist? Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately remembered what Sun Ming said in the Spring Thunder Palace. Get up. What are you doing here? Thunder Meng Daoist waved his hand and helped Helplessness up. He casually glanced at Xiao Hua and turned his head to ask Helplessness. However, just as he finished speaking, Thunder Meng Daoist seemed to remember something and turned his head to ask Xiao Hua, you seem to be that loose cultivator from the Thunder Accumulation Cave, called Xiao Hua, right? Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with joy. He didn't expect that a nascent soul senior would actually remember him, a small loose cultivator at the second level of Qi refining. He immediately stepped forward and saluted, Disciple Xiao Hua greets Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor? Thunder Meng Daoist was slightly stunned. Helplessness, who was beside him, felt that his brain wasn't enough. He muttered, Martial Ancestor, you know Xiao Hua? He's a disciple who passed this time selection and was accepted by me as a disciple. You passed the disciple selection? Thunder Meng Daoist was stunned. Looking at Xiao Hua's cultivation, he was even more shocked. Xiao Hua, it's only been 3 years. You actually went from the second level of Qi refining to the 10th level of Qi refining? This is bad. Xiao Hua complained in his heart. Although this person was already his master, but, going from the second level of Qi refining to the 10th level of Qi refining, this kind of unimaginable cultivation was something that could only happen in a dream. How could he dare to let this kind of thing happen to him? Xiao Hua promptly saluted and said, yes, Martial Ancestor knows. That day, Junior was a bit secretive from Martial Ancestor. At that time, Disciple's cultivation was damaged. Although my cultivation was at the 9th level of Qi refining, I could only use the magic power of the 3rd level of Qi refining. I'm afraid that Martial Ancestor misunderstood. Oh, so it's like this. I was wondering why I felt that your magic power was much higher than others of the same level. So it's like this. Thunder Meng Daoist nodded. In the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator like him, chi-refining cultivators were like infants. How could an adult accurately distinguish the strength of an infant? Hee, then you're also not a loose cultivator, right? Thunder Mang Daoist didn't care about Xiao Hua's concealment and laughed. Disciple is indeed a loose cultivator. That day in the Thunder Accumulation Cave, I really wanted to join Tian Qi and do some things. Xiao Hua almost wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That day, martial ancestor evaluated disciple's cultivation. Disciple didn't know how to explain, so, no matter. That day, you and I didn't know each other. I only saw that your cultivation was not bad, so I casually evaluated you. You can't take it seriously. However, I didn't expect that today you would actually enter my Imperial Thunder sect and even become a disciple of my thunderous palace. You and this old man do have some fate. Thunder Mang Daoist said with a smile, still looking like the senior who helped Xiao Hua that day in the Thunder Accumulation Cave. Martial Ancestor. Yes, Martial Ancestor knows. This time, Xiao Hua has come to the Great Thunder Hall to report to the sect master. At the side, seeing the two people actually starting to reminisce about old times, at the same time he was happy in his heart, he was also somewhat anxious. Chapter 1536. Oh, that's right. Xiao Hua, what business do you have with Wu Hen? Thunder Mang Daoist nodded. Grandmaster, please lay down the silence talisman. Xiao Hua bowed and said. Oh, Thunder Mang Daoist waved his hand and laid down a silence talisman restriction. He smiled and said, you're quite cautious, just like you were at the Thunder Accumulation Cave. However, when Xiao Hua said the three words, Qian Qinghua, Thunder Mang Daoist's expression changed greatly. He waved his hand and said, Xiao Hua, who did you tell about this matter? Yes, Grandmaster knows. Disciple has only told Master, I didn't reveal a single word to anyone else. Xiao Hua said respectfully. Good. Thunder Mang Daoist said, good, 3 times in a row. He waved his hand and the silence talisman restriction instantly shattered. You don't need to repeat such an important matter a second time. You should personally report to Sect Master. Sect Master is temporarily not in the Great Thunder Hall. Xiao Hua said helplessly. That's easy. Thunder Mang Daoist waved his hand and used the thunder light sound transmission technique. A bolt of lightning rapidly flew towards a place on the Thunder Immortal Peak. Thunder Mang Daoist looked at Xiao Hua. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He said very amiably. Yes, I'll listen to Grandmaster's instructions. Xiao Hua already had a good impression of Thunder Mang Daoist. Now that he had become his grand disciple, he was satisfied and replied respectfully. The person at the side looked on helplessly and rejoiced in his heart. He thought to himself, from the looks of it seems that Grandmaster has a very good impression of this Xiao Hua. Fortunately, I accepted Xiao Hua as my disciple earlier. Otherwise, wouldn't Xiao Hua have become my martial uncle? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several figures flew out from somewhere on the Thunder Immortal Peak. Like rolling thunder, they quickly rushed to the front of the Great Thunder Hall. When they appeared, they were Master Qian Lazy, Fairy Xian Hua, and the others. Master Qian Lazy's face was full of joy. He had already spread out his divine sense from far away and firmly locked onto the unfamiliar Xiao Hua. When they came close, Master Qian Lazy's eyes that contained thunder light swept over Xiao Hua, full of pressure. My goodness, this is a master who is even more powerful than Lei Mengjinren. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting, but he was still too late. Lei Mang Daoist and Wu Hen had already bowed, and Wu Hen respectfully said, Myriad Thunder Valleys Wu Hen greets Sovereign. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's disciple Xiao Hua greets Sovereign was heard clearly by Qian Lazy. Disciple? Qian Lazy was a bit surprised, but then he laughed, ha, Qian Qinghua is smart for once. Then, he turned to instruct the disciples of Great Thunder Hall, go, call Palace Master Zhen Sheng of Great Thunder Hall over. This guy has also made a great contribution. The disciple nodded and immediately sent a message. Qian Lei waved his hand and said, "Let's go, Xiaohua. We'll talk inside." "Yes," disciple obeys. Xiaohua bowed respectfully and hid behind Wu Hai. Qian Lei and the others naturally went in first, while Helpless and Xiaohua walked at the back. Don't be fooled by Helpless' arrogance in the Spring Thunder Hall. Here, he was extremely respectful, even more careful than Xiaohua. The style of the Great Thunder Palace was not much different from the Spring Thunder Palace, except that the interior of the palace was much larger. Two incomparably huge pillars supported the roof of the palace. Lightning was lingering on the pillars, and countless strange patterns were emerging one after another. The surrounding jade walls and the roof of the palace were also filled with purple talismans that were faintly swimming about, displaying their endless means. Great Thunder Hall didn't have a high platform, but there were 8 praying mats floating in the air. Qian Lei and the other palace masters sat on their own praying mats. Qian Lei waved his hand, and a light purple thunderbolt gathered on the pillar in the center of the hall. The pillar emitted a tricolored brilliance, and the brilliance went straight up the pillar. After rushing to the roof of the hall, it quickly spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, covered the entire hall. "Xiaohua, tell me about your encounter with Qinghua." Qian Lei was very calm, and after seeing that the restriction of the Great Thunder Hall had taken effect, he slowly asked. "Yes, disciple." Xiaohua took a step forward. Although there was some fear in his heart, he suppressed his excitement and prepared to report. "Sect Master, why don't we wait for Zhen Sheng and Dui Jia to come first?" This child deliberately wanted to contribute to the sect, and thought of the method of recruiting disciples, but he was scolded by you. If he didn't hear it with his own ears, how could he be at ease? Fairy Xianhua said with a light smile. "When did I scold them?" Qian Lei's mood was very good, and he said with a smile, "That day, I even encouraged him to recruit a few more disciples." "Xiaohua, what did Qian Qinghua ask you to bring back?" Seeing that Qian Lei didn't ask, Thunder Talisman's spiritual master didn't ask. Xiaohua would be his direct disciple in the future, so there was no need to be polite. Qian Lei wasn't in a hurry. Hearing Thunder Talisman's spiritual master's question, his ears perked up and his eyes contained a trace of expectation as he looked at Xiaohua. Seeing the 6 nascent soul cultivators looking at him with 12 pairs of eyes, although there was no pressure, cold sweat gradually dripped down from Xiaohua's forehead. Damn, this nascent soul cultivator is really powerful. Just his gaze alone can kill me, a chi condensation cultivator. Xiaohua secretly sighed. He patted his hand and took out the bead from his storage bag. When the bead was taken out from the storage pouch, countless tiny purple lightning bolts immediately flashed. The lightning bolts lingered around the bead and gradually grew larger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the 4 walls of the enormous Thunder Palace, the roof of the palace and the 2 giant pillars simultaneously flickered in sync with the lightning bolts surrounding the bead. With a flash, the lightning gathered around the bead and was absorbed by the bead at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wasn't the end. Immediately after, the second wave of lightning appeared and was also absorbed by the bead. Ah! Thunder-devouring bead. Seeing this, Qian Lei and the others revealed extremely shocked expressions. Xiaohua only heard their voices. His eyes blurred and his hand became lighter. The thunder-devouring bead in his hand disappeared. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He secretly touched the cold sweat on his forehead and looked at Qian Lei, who was floating in the air with the thunder-devouring bead in his hand. At this moment, Qian Lei's face was filled with shock, surprise, and shock. At this moment, the thunder-devouring bead that was flickering with purple lightning was blocked by an invisible barrier, and the lightning couldn't escape from Master Qian Lei's palm in the slightest. At this moment, the barrier around the Great Thunder Palace had returned to its previous state, and one couldn't see any difference. Lei Tan Daoist and the others were like Qian Lei. They could no longer sit still. Their bodies floated up and surrounded Qian Lei. Their eyes were fixed on the lightning-devouring bead. The lightning-devouring bead was reflected in their eyes. After a while, Master Qian Lei waved his hand, and another thunderbolt hit the pillar. The same tricolored light flashed, and Xiao Hua was a bit confused. At this moment, Qian Lei lowered his head and said, "Xiao Hua, I have some difficulties. There's something I need to tell you." Xiao Hua was stunned. He bowed and said, "Sect Master, please tell me what you need." "This thing is indeed brought back by Senior Uncle Qian Qinghua. There's nothing else." "Huh, good boy, I'm not talking about this." Qian Lei smiled and said, "Qinghua hasn't returned to the thunder-controlling sect, and his spirit tablet hasn't been damaged. As far as I know, he has probably used the soul-concealing technique, which is a secret technique of our sect, to hide all of his life force and aura. I'm sure you know that the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan School, and Seven Skills sect are still looking for him." Hearing this, Xiao Hua understood. Without any hesitation, he said with a smile, "Sect Master, please don't worry. Since I've already come to the Imperial Thunder sect, I've already offended the 3 sections. Besides, I'm now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Why should I be afraid of them? Even if they have some dirty tricks up their sleeves, how can I not trust Sect Master?" "Good, good, good." Qian Lei shouted 3 times in a row, then clapped his hands. Instantly, the restrictive spells around the thunder-devouring bead were broken, and the lightning bolts hovering around the thunder-devouring bead were enlarged once again. At the same time, because the restrictive spells of the huge Thunder Palace were no longer isolated, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the Thunder Immortal Peak and the Thunder Mo mountain range. Strands of lightning bolts were flashing in the dark clouds, like swimming pythons, which were accumulating power to strike down at the huge Thunder Palace. Moreover, it was unknown just how many restrictions within the Thunder Core mountain range were also beginning to shine with brilliance following the appearance of the dark clouds. Numerous runes gradually flickered, gradually converging into threads of lightning, just like the restrictions of the colossal Thunder Palace, eagerly about to be thrown into the extremely distant thunder-devouring orb. "Alas, I was lucky." Qian Lei let out a long sigh. He waved his hand and an extremely powerful seal surrounded the thunder-devouring bead. As the lightning from the thunder-devouring bead retracted, the seal around the Thunder Mo mountain range returned to normal. The dark clouds above the mountain range also gradually disappeared. At the foot of the Thunder Mo mountain range, many disciples of the splendid sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao sect didn't relax their vigilance just because the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple selection was over. Less than 100 li away from the Thunder Mo mountain range, several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were sitting cross-legged at the foot of a tall mountain. 2 of them were the male and female cultivators from the splendid sect that Xiao Hua met in Shihuang town. Similarly, the male cultivator looked at the peaceful scene and raised his voice, "Junior Marshal Sister Qi, is there any news from the Sky Thunder Peak?" Senior Marshal Brother Gao, in the past few days, only those who didn't pass the Imperial Thunder sect's test went down the mountain. What news could there be? They didn't even stop Xiao Hua from going up the mountain. If that Xiao Hua really went up the mountain, how could he be so stupid as to go down the mountain again? Junior Marshal Sister Qi's complexion wasn't good. Needless to say, Junior Marshal Sister Qi and Senior Marshal Brother Gao did stop Xiao Hua in Shihuang town that day. However, they didn't find any trace of the thunder-devouring bead on Xiao Hua's body, so they easily let him go. Later, things changed, especially when Xiao Hua strangely escaped from the hands of the 3 sects Foundation establishment cultivators. This made the splendid sect realize that Xiao Hua was different. Senior Marshal Brother Gao and Junior Marshal Sister Qi didn't dare to hide the matter and reported it to the splendid sect's master. When he heard that Xiao Hua was stopped by his own disciples, the splendid sect's master almost flew into a rage. Therefore, these 2 unlucky late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent to the foot of the mountain to atone for their crimes. Chapter 1537. Hee, Junior Marshal Sister Qi, don't worry. That Xiao Hua guy was only in the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, and we've already searched his storage pouch. There's no way he could have taken the thunder-devouring bead. All of our plans are just guesses, the sect's punishment. Senior Marshal Brother Gao, didn't you see how many storage pouches Xiaohua had? If he put the thunder-devouring bead in his storage pouch and buried it somewhere, there wouldn't be any trace of it on his body. Junior Marshal Sister Qi sighed. We should have used soul searching to force him to tell us the truth. How could we? We're only at the foundation establishment stage. Even Master and Martial Ancestor don't dare to use the soul-searching technique lightly. If we use it, that little cultivator will definitely become an idiot. Senior Brother Gao exclaimed. Senior Marshal Brother Gao is really soft-hearted. A foundation-building middle-stage cultivator laughed. If it was I would have used soul-searching first. Who cares if he's an idiot? Your Xuanyan school's disciples can, they're all decisive. Junior Marshal Sister Qi glanced at him and said, my Senior Marshal Brother Gao felt that it wasn't easy for that rogue cultivator to cultivate, so he didn't have the heart to kill him. If he really was a thunder-controlling sect disciple, Senior Marshal Brother Gao would have done it already. Seeing Junior Marshal Sister Qi protecting Senior Marshal Brother Gao, the Xuanyan school disciple looked at the smiling Seven Possibilities sect disciple and tactfully shut his mouth. Look, what's that? The smiling Seven Possibilities sect disciple's eyes lit up as he pointed at the direction Senior Marshal Brother Gao was facing. Thunder. Junior Marshal Sister Qi and Senior Marshal Brother Gao turned around and saw the dark clouds and lightning above Mount Lema. Their expressions changed greatly as if they lost their souls. Senior Marshal Brother Gao, fellow Daoist Qi? The Seven Possibilities sect and Xuanyan school disciples clearly hadn't been to Shihuang town and didn't see the thunder-devouring beads phenomenon. The celestial phenomenon soon disappeared. Looking at the dissipating dark clouds above the Lema Mountains, Junior Marshal Sister Qi sighed and waved her hand, sending out several message talismans. Senior Marshal Brother Gao turned his head with a wry smile and said, fellow Daoists, send a message to your respective sections. That thing has fallen into the hands of the thunder-controlling sect. Could it be that Qian Qinghua is back? It's still that little itinerant cultivator. Everyone was a little confused as they asked all at once. Fellow Daoists, these. I don't know either. Senior Marshal Brother Gao cupped his hands and said, I have only seen the strange phenomenon of that thing in Shihuang town. As for the next step, I still need the guidance of the sect. With that, Senior Marshal Brother Gao sighed and sat down again. He closed his eyes. It was unknown whether he was regretting or cultivating. The other cultivators looked at each other and sent out their communication talismans. They were all waiting for the orders from their sections. Leaving aside the panic of the Foundation establishment disciples at the foot of the Imperial Thunder School, in the Great Thunder Hall, Master Qian Lazy had just sealed the thunder-devouring bead and was about to put it into his storage bag when he heard a surprised shout from below the hall. Sect Master, is this the thing Qinghua found? Xiaohua turned his head and saw that it was a male and female cultivator who were quite old. They quickly walked over with happy expressions. That child. Xiaohua suddenly thought of Fairy Xianhua's words and felt that it was absurd for no reason. Zhensheng, you came just in time. Look at this thunder-devouring bead. Master Qian Lazy opened his hand and the thunder-devouring bead flew in the air again. Qinghua found the thunder-devouring bead? This is the thunder-devouring bead that our sect's Ancestor Qianyan found? Zhensheng's face was even more excited than the others. It is this thunder-devouring bead. Master Qian Lazy smiled and put away the thunder-devouring bead. He said, Ancestor Qianyan found the thunder-devouring bead and observed the birth and death of lightning in the thunder-devouring bead. He comprehended the thunder amplification technique and thus ascended. That was why the Imperial Thunder School's orthodoxy was left on the Dawn Rain continent. All the formations and restrictions in the Thunder Mountain range were set up according to the thunder amplification technique. Our Imperial Thunder School's foundation, the Thunder Pool, was also refined by Ancestor Qianyan according to the thunder-devouring bead. Today, our Imperial Thunder School has obtained the thunder-devouring bead. This is a sign of our school's prosperity. Congratulations, Sect Master. Fairy Xianhua cupped her hands and said, with the thunder-devouring bead, Sect Master can also comprehend the supreme scriptures of our school. Your cultivation will also improve. It won't be hard to reach the spirit-severing stage. Congratulations, Sect Master. Daoist Lei Meng and the others also bowed and said, Thank you all for your good intentions. Master Qian Lazy seemed to be in good spirits. He smiled and said, The path that our school can explore is also a path that everyone can take. The future of our Imperial Thunder School is still in the hands of all of us. We are willing to do our best for the revival of our school. Daoist Miyu and the others replied with a smile. Good boy. Raise the clouds and ascend. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was already fascinated. He thought, this Imperial Thunder School actually has a cultivator who can ascend? The Imperial Thunder School's Sect Master is only a nascent soul stage cultivator, not even a spirit-severing stage cultivator. This Imperial Thunder School actually has a cultivation method for ascending? Ascending. What kind of realm is that? This thunder-devouring bead, looks like its power is still limited. I'm afraid it will take a long time to refine it. As for comprehending it, it's still too early. Master Qian Lazy sat back down on the praying mat. Everyone else also sat down. Then, Master Qian Lazy said lightly. That's right. If it's a fully formed thunder-devouring bead, how can a foundation establishment stage kid like Qinghua get it? Fairy Xianhua said with a smile. Qian Qinghua chuckled. Actually, for my Imperial Thunder sect, comprehending the thunder amplification method is secondary. The most important thing is that the thunder-devouring bead must be in the hands of my Imperial Thunder sect. Why is that? Dui Jia asked curiously. Is it possible that all the thunder-devouring beads in the world must be taken into our Imperial Thunder School? You little girl. Daoist Lei Meng scolded with a smile. All the thunder-devouring beads in the world? It's already not bad to have a thunder-devouring bead in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. According to our school's records, the thunder-devouring bead that ancestor Qian Yun obtained was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Dui Jia and Zhen Xing's cultivation is still low. They don't know the origin of the thunder-devouring bead. Plus, they came too late and didn't see the power of the thunder-devouring bead. They also don't know what the thunder-devouring bead does to the restrictions of our Imperial Thunder School. Dui Jia and Zhen Xing looked at each other. They were both confused. Master Qian Lazy said with a smile, Didn't I just say it? The thunder-devouring bead contains thunder birth and destruction. As the name suggests, the thunder-devouring bead can devour thunder and lightning. The restrictions and formations of our Imperial Thunder School all originate from the Thunder Pool. Isn't the thunder-devouring bead the nemesis of all the formations and restrictions of our Imperial Thunder School? If Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, or Xuanyan sect get their hands on the thunder-devouring bead, it's fine if they don't covet our Imperial Thunder School, but if they do, they can use the thunder-devouring bead to break all the formations of our Imperial Thunder School. Zhen Sheng and Dui Jia suddenly realized. Clearly, they were scared. They must know the use of the thunder-devouring bead, that's why. Zhen Sheng said fiercely. But you're wrong. Reverend Lei Tan waved his hand and said, First, the thunder-devouring bead was snatched by Qinghua. Second, if Sun Yunzi knew the use of the thunder-devouring bead, he would have done it himself. Ha ha ha, Lei Tan, you're right. Master Qian Lazy laughed. Sect Master. Fairy Xianhua suddenly thought of something. Her voice trembled as she said, Sect Master, you said that the thunder-devouring bead contains thunder birth and destruction. Then our Imperial Thunder School's Thunder Pool, Yes, the Thunder Pool. Master Qian Lazy's smile froze on his face. He was even more surprised. Our Imperial Thunder School's Thunder Pool was created by our ancestor by imitating the thunder-devouring bead, However, Master Qianlazi didn't finish his sentence. He looked around and said with a smile, "This matter needs to be discussed carefully with our ancestor and the others. We can't confirm it for now. We were talking so happily that we actually forgot the biggest hero of our Imperial Thunder School." Of course, a few nascent soul stage cultivators and 2 gold core stage cultivators were talking here. Helplessness and Xiao Hua stood there respectfully. To be honest, they were really reserved. Moreover, these words faintly revealed many secrets of the Imperial Thunder School. Helplessness was only a late Foundation establishment stage disciple, and Xiao Hua was even worse. How could they dare to listen? The 2 of them almost covered their ears. Now that Master Qianlazi changed the topic to them, their hearts relaxed. Helplessness straightened his back and the smile on his face became even brighter. "Xiao Hua, why don't you tell me everything that happened? After all, it was a lot of hard work." Master Qianlazi's voice was gentle. Instead, he was more like an amiable old man. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He bowed and under the gazes of the 8 people, he told them how he met Qian Xinghua in the transportation formation of Lu Yang's Kai family. Afterwards, he was chased by Kai Hongfeng and met Qian Xinghua again. Afterwards, Qian Xinghua gave him the thunder-devouring bead. He was frightened and scared as he took the storage pouch, hid and searched, left Shihuang town, and then went to the Fu family. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't know how many times he had thought about this story. There were 2 points that were hard to explain. One was that he took the thunder-devouring bead out of Shihuang town. The second was that he escaped from the hands of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. However, Xiao Hua also understood that he was now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder School. The stronger he was, the better it would be for the Imperial Thunder School. Moreover, he brought back such an important item like the thunder-devouring bead to the Imperial Thunder School. The Imperial Thunder School wouldn't treat him lightly. Even if they had any doubts, he still did it. The Imperial Thunder School had no choice but to believe him. Sure enough, when they heard that Xiao Hua actually foolishly hid the storage pouch and then secretly took it out, the 8 people looked at each other in dismay. Fairy Xianhua even sighed, "You child, you've really suffered." That's right, a divine soul-searching technique from a divine soul-searching sect disciple could easily deal with him. To say that he used such a stupid method to escape was really difficult and lucky. When they heard that Xiao Hua actually escaped from the hands of 4 Foundation establishment stage cultivators, the 8 people remembered that this guy also met Qian Xinghua in Luyang after escaping from the hands of Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Unconsciously, their faces showed joy. Chapter 1538. Actually, in the eyes of Master Qianlazi and the other nascent soul cultivators, there wasn't much difference between Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators. Besides, Xiao Hua had always been able to hide his cultivation, so they didn't think it was too unreasonable. But when they heard that Xiao Hua had escaped from 4 cultivators with higher cultivation than him, Master Qianlazi couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Hua, can you fly very fast?" "Yes, Disciple has learned a nameless technique that can increase my flying speed. And Disciple is very good at flying." Xiao Hua knew that Qian Xinghua didn't die, and that Qian Xinghua had seen him fly, so he didn't hide it. Martial Uncle Qianhua also praised Disciple, saying that I was even faster than our sect's lightning escape technique. Xiao Hua's words were 80% true and 20% false. There were some strange things that he didn't hide, which successfully confused everyone. Qianlazi laughed and said, "That's good. Xiao Hua, you should join my Qianlei Palace. My sect will find you the best gold core disciple to teach you the thunder escape technique as a reward for your contribution to my Imperial Thunder sect." Sect Master Qianlazi couldn't take it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Hua has been accepted by our Thunder Palace as a disciple. You can't take away his love." Ah. Xiao Hua had goosebumps all over his body. "Martial ancestor, how can you say that?" "Oh, I forgot. Xiao Hua is an official disciple who went through the disciple selection." Master Qianlazi seemed to have just woken up, and said apologetically, "Oh right, Master Qian Lazy wants to negotiate with you. How about giving Xiaohua to our Heavenly Thunder Palace? He was saved by Qianhua, and he fulfilled Qianhua's wish. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing for Qianhua to be his master? Ah. Qianhua. When Xiaohua thought of Qianhua's boorish appearance, he felt gloomy and helpless. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to refute, which made his face and neck red. Lei Tan's spiritual master looked at him helplessly, feeling somewhat disappointed. When Lei Tan's spiritual master spoke, Xiaohua bowed and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sect master." Disciple didn't enter the eyes of martial uncles during the disciple selection. It was master who chose disciple at first glance. How can disciple hurt master's heart? That's. Helplessly muttered, "I've been working so hard to guard the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Why didn't Zhenlei Palace inform me that they were going to select disciples?" Although their voices were soft, what kind of cultivation did they have? How could he not understand? Zhen Sheng's expression changed slightly, and he stole a glance at Qian Lei. However, Qian Lei acted as if he didn't hear Zhen Sheng and laughed. "Xiaohua, you really are a loyal person. It seems like Qinghua was really lucky to meet you that day." Forget it. Xiaohua, you can be helplessly's disciple. This is Zhenlei Palace's disciple selection rules. It's not good for me to interfere. Master Qian Lazy waved his hand. "However, you've made such a great contribution to our Imperial Thunder sect even before joining us. Our Imperial Thunder sect has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. Tell us, and we'll consider it." Red Cloud's Ascension Technique. Xiaohua shouted these 6 words in his heart almost without thinking. Of course, this was only Xiaohua's wishful thinking. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua really didn't have anything he wanted. He was already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He could get anything he wanted in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. What's the difference between now and later? Reporting to Sect Master. Disciple used to be a loose cultivator. Now that I can become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I am already overjoyed. I don't lack any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. Disciple has thought for a long time, but I can't think of anything I want. You child. Fairy Xianhua smiled kindly. It's rare for the sect master to be so generous. Why don't you think about it more? How about this, sect master, give Xiaohua some more medicinal pills. In addition, the mental cultivation method of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Io, that won't do either. N, helplessly was a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Although Xiaohua could be bestowed with a special cultivation method of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, helplessly couldn't do that. Reporting to Sect Master, the medicinal power of the clear flower pill and disciples' meridians is enough for me to reach the foundation establishment stage. Let's talk about this later. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. However, his heart suddenly moved. He rolled his eyes and said, "If Sect Master is kind enough, disciple would like to. Could you give disciple a chance to read more cultivation methods?" When disciple was a loose cultivator, disciple longed for cultivation methods for a long time. You child, what is this? Fairy Xianhua seemed to like Xiaohua very much. She laughed and scolded, "What kind of gift is this?" Every disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect has their own cultivation method pavilion in each lightning palace. As long as your cultivation is sufficient, you can naturally go to the cultivation method pavilion to find a suitable cultivation method for you. Qian Lei thought for a moment, then slapped his hand and took out a token from his storage bag. He struck it with a spell. After a flash of light, he waved his hand and the token flew in front of Xiaohua, saying, "Xiaohua, take this token. With this token, you can study all the cultivation methods of the cultivation method pavilions of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 great lightning palaces." Ah! Xiaohua was overjoyed, but his face was full of shock. "Sect Master, isn't this inappropriate?" "Yes, Sect Master, I'm afraid this method will do more harm than good, right?" Lei Mengzhenren also tried to stop him. This Sect Master knows. Xian Leizi waved his hand and said, however, except for the ancient books of the Thunder Palace, you can only study the cultivation methods of the other lightning palaces by yourself. In addition, Lei Meng and Xiao Hua's spirit stones and elixirs will be double the standard of ordinary disciples. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Xian Leizi said again. Of course. Lei Meng Zhenren nodded. In addition, the chores of the Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua can choose from them. Don't make it difficult for him. Yes, disciple understands. Well, Xiao Hua, take this token. You have made great contributions to the sect, so these rewards are still too light. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask Lei Meng. Disciple is afraid. Xiao Hua took the token and said very respectfully. Of course, you are now a low-level disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. This is the most important thing you should remember. Don't let your previous contributions drag down your cultivation and make you slack off. Xian Leizi warned again. Yes, disciple understands. Thank you for your warning, sect master. Xiao Hua bowed. You have worked hard to guard the myriad Thunder Valley and made great contributions to the Imperial Thunder sect. How can I not know if others don't know? Xian Leizi said to Xiao Hua in a pleasant tone, you must have thought about the Thunder escape art for a long time. I will allow Xiao Hua to copy it and you will teach him. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple is very grateful. Xiao Hua's face was filled with joy and blush. He quickly bowed and thanked Xian Leizi. Well, you can leave now. Xian Leizi waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, disciple will leave now. Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua bowed and left. After the two of them left, Xian Leizi smiled and said to Zhensheng, you have made a great contribution this time. I will remember it in my heart. Zhensheng quickly said, disciple is just making a suggestion. Xiao Hua has worked hard and we don't know where Qinghua is right now. Disciple can't say that I have made any contribution. Hee, don't tell me that your martial uncle Xianhua is afraid that you don't understand? Thank you, martial uncle and sect master. Disciple just felt uncomfortable when he saw how arrogant the Shanghua sect was. Zhensheng quickly explained. Well, let's not talk about this for now. I think that once the thunder-devouring bead appears, the Shanghua sect and the other two sects will definitely relax their attention on the Imperial Thunder sect and the Western Huang town. Of course, for the next 10 years, we don't have to pay too much attention to Shihuang town. We even have to release a little bit of news about Qinghua's return. Qinghua will need at least 10 years to recuperate. Even if this sect head were to find Qinghua now, we wouldn't be able to wake him up. Otherwise, Qinghua's efforts over the past 2 years would be for naught, or even worse. Disciple understands. Zhensheng nodded and said, the soul oblivion art is a taboo. However, disciple will occasionally send disciples to the Western Huang town. If there is an opportunity. Well, since you know how powerful it is, go and do it. Xian Leizi said with a smile, also, how is the recruitment of disciples this year? Sect Master, this year we recruited a total of 94 disciples. 73 of them have found a master and 21 of them have been accepted into Zhenlei Palace. They will be taught by the technique imparting disciples. Why are there still 94 disciples? Are there even zeros? Can't we just recruit 100 disciples? Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Yes, Martial Uncle knows. Previously, we also decided on 100 disciples. Who would have thought? Dui Jia, who was standing at the side, said with a smile. Ha, this Xiao Hua is really interesting. He is really a rogue cultivator. He doesn't have the temperament and skill of a disciple of a cultivation family. Fairy Xian Hua laughed. Xiao Hua is naturally a rogue cultivator. When disciple went to the Thunder Cave last time, I saw him. He seemed to be going through the Heaven Forsaken's test and wanted to join the Heaven Forsaken sect. Lei Meng explained his encounter with Xiao Hua. This Xiao Hua seems to be fated with my Imperial Thunder sect. Qian Lei said with a smile, I guess you didn't expect him to be your disciple that day, right? Of course. His cultivation is too shallow. Disciple just said a few words to encourage him. Do you really want to accept a rogue cultivator as your disciple? Reverend Lei Meng nodded. Rogue cultivators can't be underestimated. They are just scattered sand. If there is a plate to gather them together, they will be a very strong force. Qian Lei said again, that cultivator who organized the heaven-forsaken sect, is also a person with foresight. Sect master, don't worry. 2 years ago, disciple heard that the founder of the heaven-forsaken sect had disappeared. The heaven-forsaken sect only exists in name. I guess it has already been forgotten by others. Reverend Lei Meng said with a smile. Chapter 1539. N. Zhensheng, Duijia, you have worked hard in selecting disciples. Go and rest. Qian Lei waved his hand and said. Yes, we will leave now. Zhensheng and Duijia bowed and left. After the two left the Great Thunder Hall, Qian Lei looked at the 5 people beside him and said in a low voice, what Xianhua said is very reasonable. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning pool is made with the thunder-devouring bead as the prototype. However, this lightning pool is a fake after all. Even though it can simulate the birth and death of lightning, it is not something made by nature and cannot adjust itself. It cannot adapt to any slight changes in the heavenly lightning. Now that we have the real lightning-devouring bead, we can make use of it. Firstly, we can use the lightning water from the lightning pool to nourish the lightning-devouring bead and accelerate its maturity. Secondly, we can use the lightning-devouring bead to deal with the changes in the heavenly lightning. Sect Master is right. Fairy Xianhua nodded. I also feel that the lightning pool and the thunder-devouring bead complement each other. More importantly, we can clearly see the birth and destruction of lightning of the thunder-devouring bead. It will be more beneficial for Sect Master to comprehend the thunder amplification method. Of course, I also need the help of martial uncles. Don't make any mistakes. Qian Lei said solemnly. Leaving aside the fact that Master Qian Lei and the others were discussing the Imperial Lightning Sect's matters in the Great Thunder Hall, Xiaohua had also followed Helpless out of the Great Thunder Hall. Helpless didn't say anything else as he used the lightning escape technique to fly out of the Thunder Immortal Peak. Along the way, Helplessness bowed his head and didn't say anything. When Xiaohua saw this, he didn't dare to say anything. After flying for a long time, he saw that there weren't any Imperial Thunder Sect disciples flying around. He helplessly landed. Xiaohua didn't understand. He thought it was the 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, after looking around, it didn't seem like anyone lived there. He also couldn't see anything important. Only then did he look at Helplessness. At this time, Helplessness was also looking at Xiaohua. Helplessness frowned and said, Xiaohua, do you really want to be my disciple? Xiaohua saw this and said very respectfully, if disciple isn't sincere, why would I refuse in front of Sect Master? And, since you think of me as your master, then Master will also think of you as my disciple. There are some things I need to make clear to you. Helplessness said very seriously. Xiaohua's heart trembled as he nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. And, Xiaohua, do you think it's better to be in the limelight in the Imperial Thunder Sect and shine all day long? Or is it better to remain unknown and improve my cultivation? Xiaohua's heart relaxed, and a warm current flowed through him. He said with a smile, look at what Master said, it's naturally good to raise my cultivation. Then do you think you've made a great contribution to the Imperial Thunder Sect? All I did was bring the thunder-devouring bead back. The one who really contributed was Martial Uncle Qinghua. Xiaohua shook his head. Pa. What Senior Uncle Qinghua? Remember to call him Senior Uncle Qinghua. He helplessly spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, if this old man wasn't guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley, I would definitely be able to do something like this. He scratched his chin and said, well, since you know that the credit belongs to your Uncle Master Qinghua, that's good. You can return the token that the sect leader gave you, but Xiaohua naturally didn't understand. What does that have to do with anything? Alas, didn't this old man say it in the Spring Thunder Palace? As a loose cultivator, you've already practiced many kinds of techniques when you were refining qi, creating an insurmountable bottleneck for your future cultivation. Now it seems that with your hidden flame physique, you might be able to break through this bottleneck and step into the foundation establishment realm. But after you enter the foundation establishment realm, you mustn't repeat the same mistake and practice many kinds of techniques. With this token in your hand, how can you resist the temptation of those techniques? Moreover, you're always wandering around other people's technique inheritance pavilions. What kind of scandal is that? How can you not attract the attention of others? Since you've attracted the attention of others, there will naturally be people who will investigate your token. How can anyone not know about your matters? Can you still cultivate peacefully? Xiaohua understood. He knew that Qinghua's worries were very reasonable. However, he was really afraid of being poor. He didn't want to live without techniques anymore. Besides, if he wanted to exchange something that was already in his hand back, then, wouldn't it be harder than ascending to the heavens? Alright, Master knows. This disciple also thought about it at that time. Xiaohua explained, firstly, this disciple feels that although the techniques of the Imperial Thunder sect are different from the Lightning Palace, after all, they're all branches, right? Their basic techniques should be the same, right? Secondly, this disciple only wants to look at some techniques and practice some opposing divine abilities. Alas, raising one's cultivation is fundamental. The so-called techniques and divine abilities are all insignificant Daoists. Qinghua sighed helplessly. However, what you said is also reasonable. The cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent are extremely lacking. The techniques of my Imperial Thunder sect are also comprehended by the ancestors. They're only related to the physique of the cultivator. Their fundamentals are indeed similar. Moreover, if this disciple returns the token, then how will Master's lightning evasion technique reach perfection? Xiaohua took the opportunity to say again. Oh. Isn't that so? Qinghua suddenly realized the Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion technique is the most complete. This old man has long coveted it. Master doesn't covet other techniques? Left and right, they're all Imperial Thunder Sect's techniques. This disciple can also report to Sect Master and see if there's anything he can reveal? Xiaohua said in a low voice again. Nonsense. Sect Master has already warned you. You must not provoke Sect Master. Qinghua scolded with a smile on his face. Alright, just take it as this disciple didn't say anything. Xiaohua said with a smile. Hehe, you're actually quite interesting. You're much better than your eldest senior brother. Seeing Xiaohua's mischievous smile, Qinghua didn't get angry. What's wrong with eldest senior brother? Xiaohua seemed to have thought of Gong Mingwei. Hehe, you'll know when you go to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Qinghua didn't want to talk about this eldest senior brother anymore. Master, this disciple forgot. Martial Uncle Qinghua. Martial Uncle gave this disciple a token. This disciple didn't take it out just now. Xiaohua suddenly remembered and exclaimed. Qinghua thought for a moment and said, forget it. Don't go today. Wait for a chance in the future. From the looks of it, Sect Master and Martial Ancestor might be discussing the lightning devouring bead. Won't you be disturbing them if you go? This disciple understands. Xiaohua nodded. Let's go. We'll go to the Myriad Thunder Valley today. You can also get to know the sect first. It'll be convenient for you when you come back in the future. Qinghua waved his hand and said. Master, what do you mean? Don't I live in the Myriad Thunder Valley? Xiaohua was surprised. Of course you don't live in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Qinghua waved his hand helplessly and brought Xiaohua along. They rushed to the Myriad Thunder Valley while explaining to Xiaohua. It turned out that in the Imperial Thunder sect, all cultivators below the foundation establishment stage lived in the Zhenlei Palace and the Conversion Thunder Palace to cultivate. Xiao Hua, for example, usually stayed in the Conversion Thunder Palace and did some chores for the Imperial Thunder sect in exchange for spirit stones and medicinal pills. Only when they encountered difficulties in cultivation or at fixed times would they have the opportunity to go to the Myriad Thunder Valley to receive guidance. Of course, the Conversion Thunder Palace also had its own specialized disciples who could accept Xiao Hua's inquiries. As for talisman crafting and alchemy, every Thunder Palace in the Imperial Thunder sect had a special quiet room. One only needed to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to use it. Of course, the spiritual herbs and other materials used for alchemy were all provided by the Imperial Thunder sect. The Imperial Thunder sect could also provide the basic yellow talismans for alchemy. It's really great to have a sect. Xiao Hua almost jumped up in the air. He was still thinking about finding a place with earth fire to refine pills, but now, the Imperial Thunder sect had a special alchemy room with a special earth fire. As long as you take out spirit stones, it'll be fine. It was really convenient. Oh right, Xiao Hua, every disciple has something to do in the Imperial Thunder sect. You aura refining disciples naturally don't have to do important things. You're basically just doing chores. You have to think about it carefully. Jianghu exhorted helplessly. However, the sect master said that you can choose any chores in the Shocking Thunder Palace. Master, don't I live in the Zhenlei Palace? I should be at chores in the Zhenlei Palace, right? Xiao Hua reminded. How many aura refining disciples are there in the Zhenlei Palace? How many chores do they have to do? You usually live in the Zhenlei Palace, but you still have to do chores in the Shocking Thunder Palace. Jianghu explained helplessly. You're a disciple of the Shocking Thunder Palace, so you naturally have to do things for the Shocking Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua understood. After thinking for a while, he asked, does the Shocking Thunder Palace have a medicinal garden? Yes, every Lightning Palace has one. Jianghu nodded helplessly, but then he asked, could it be that you want to plant spiritual herbs? That's a hard and tiring job, not many disciples are willing to do it. In my opinion, you should go refine yellow talismans. That's a place that all aura refining disciples like to go. On one hand, you can improve and control your magic power. On the other hand, you can practice many magic arts, which will be very useful after you build your foundation. Oh, I reckon that Grandmaster Lei Meng also has the same idea. Seeing that Jianghu actually used Lei Meng Daoist to persuade him, Xiao Hua became even more excited. He smiled and said, I have my own plans. I've been refining talismans in the Fu clan for a long time and have learned a lot. I want to change my tastes. Moreover, no one goes to the medicinal garden, so it's quiet and convenient for cultivation. Besides, it's double the amount of medicinal pills and spirit stones anyway, so I won't lose out anywhere. These are all small paths, you can choose as you wish. I'm just reminding you. Refining talismans can indeed improve your cultivation, but repeating the same thing every day isn't very interesting, and you don't have much time. The medicinal garden is indeed tiring, but once you're done with it, you'll have your own time. It's really beneficial for cultivation. Jianghu said helplessly. Alright, we'll enter the Myriad Thunder Valley in front of us, which is where my Immortal's Cave is located. You should be careful. Although the Myriad Thunder Valley is still far away, the thunder from the Myriad Thunder Valley can hurt people. Jianghu waved his hand and sent out a scarlet summoning talisman, reminding Xiao Hua. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded, but just as he nodded, his heart suddenly jumped. It was as if someone had inexplicably hit him with a stick. Chapter 1540. Xiao Hua was startled, but before he could ask, his heart started beating rapidly again. It was very sudden, causing Xiao Hua's blood to rush up, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately after, the beating disappeared without a trace. Master. Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless and quickly asked, Is it possible that the sound of thunder is not only heard in the ears? It is also possible to hit the heart? Yes. Helplessness nodded slightly. The threat of the 10,000 Thunder Valley is not only the sound of thunder, the most powerful thing is the soundless. Xiaohua, did you comprehend it yourself? Or did you hear it from here? Helplessness said and stopped the lightning escape in shock. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, raised his hand and touched his chest, saying, "How could disciple have such high aptitude?" Just now, when master finished speaking, disciple felt it in his heart. Really? Helplessness not only did not have a worried expression, but instead, he was very surprised. Xiaohua was puzzled. Helplessness looked like a master who did not care about his disciple. Of course it's true. Xiaohua described the rhythm and helplessness of the previous few times. This. Helplessness looked up and down at Xiaohua, the joy in his eyes was very obvious. Seems like, it's a good thing. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Xiaohua, you obviously do not have a thunder attribute body. Martial Uncle Zhen Qing's test should not be wrong. But, how could you feel the soundless thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Valley from such a distance? Helplessness said and clapped his hands. Even if a disciple with a thunder attribute, it is impossible to feel the soundless thunder here. This range was set by the senior martial ancestor. Master also did not feel anything here. Master, it's here again. Xiaohua held his hand on his chest and said. Helplessness naturally had to feel it. After a while, he smiled helplessly. Xiaohua, seems like, you are indeed the hope of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiaohua suddenly felt an invisible weight on his shoulder. He curled his lips and smiled apologetically. Disciple only has sensitive senses. It's not that serious, right? This is not just a matter of sensitive senses. Helplessly suppressing his joy, he said somewhat incoherently, my Imperial Lightning Sex cultivation method has always focused on the lightning attribute physique. The fire attribute physique is only a secondary cultivation method, it is far inferior to the lightning attribute. You're able to sense the soundless thunder in the myriad Thunder Valley from here, which only shows that you're very sensitive to the thunder and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If you cultivate the thunder attribute cultivation technique of my thunderous Thunder Palace, you'll definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and break through to the foundation establishment realm in the shortest amount of time. This time Qian Qinghua can't laugh at my disciples for being slow. Master. Uncle Master Qinghua, even if he wants to laugh at you now, he won't be able to. Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't know why Qian Qinghua didn't get along with his master, but he still remembered some of Qian Qinghua's words. This bastard, he better come back quickly. Let this bastard be envious of this old man. He helplessly snorted and said, in the past, he often talked about your eldest senior brother. Oh. Speak of your eldest senior brother, and your eldest senior brother is here. That guy, he's so quick with this. When he was cultivating, why didn't I see any improvement? While speaking helplessly, his eyes looked into the distance. Xiaohua looked and released his perception, but he couldn't find any trace of Qian Qinghua. He couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, there was a loud rumble. Xiaohua's perception was struck by the silent lightning of the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua's entire body seemed to have sunk into the thunder waves. Xiaohua was shocked. He had already sensed Xiaohua's abnormality and hurriedly waved his hand. A seal was placed around Xiaohua. Xiaohua let out a long breath. The thunder just now was like a shocking wave that drowned him. Xiaohua wanted to escape from the wave, but he couldn't do anything. The helpless restriction was like a barrier, instantly rescuing him from the sea of lightning. Master was careless. Xiaohua said regretfully, Master didn't expect you to be so sensitive to the sound of thunder. I still wanted to teach you the lightning avoidance technique in the future. Lightning avoidance technique? Xiaohua was stunned. It's nothing. It's just a cultivation technique that can reduce the damage caused by the silent and loud thunder. Xiaohua said in a low voice. Let's go. We'll talk after we retreat. Let's see if you can comprehend it in a short time. If you can't, you should return to Zhenlei Palace tonight. Helpless, he cherished this disciple very much. With a wave of his hand, he brought Xiaohua and flew several li away before stopping. Yes, disciple will try to comprehend it now. Xiaohua nodded and sat down cross-legged. He silently chanted the lightning avoidance technique in his heart and began to comprehend it. Xiaohua didn't impart many cultivation techniques, but every word was a gem. It was rather difficult to pronounce. But who was Xiaohua? What heavenly laws embodiment technique? What stealing the heavens? What heavenly laws embodiment technique? All of these cultivation techniques were comprehended by himself. Master never said a word. Therefore, although this cultivation technique was obscure and difficult to understand, under Xiaohua's comprehension, he gradually comprehended it. Good, good. No wonder martial ancestor Lei Meng could enter the thunder accumulation cave. If I also had this cultivation technique at that time, there would be no harm in entering. After Xiaohua had some comprehension, he secretly praised the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation technique in his heart. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart stirred and he opened his eyes. The sky was already bright. Several zhang in front of him, Xiaohua was looking at the rising sun in the east with his hands clasped behind his back. Next to him was a short cultivator, probably at the early stage of foundation establishment. He had his back to Xiaohua and was respectfully accompanying Xiaohua. Eldest martial brother? His heart stirred and he stopped comprehending. He was about to stand up. Although Xiaohua was looking to the east, he had been paying attention to Xiaohua. At this moment, he immediately smiled and said, Xiaohua, how much have you comprehended? Master, this lightning avoidance technique is very profound. I'm afraid disciple can only comprehend 20% of it. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said with a smile, 20%? Xiaohua was shocked again. At this moment, the eldest martial brother next to Xiaohua also turned his head and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. Ah. When Xiaohua saw the eldest martial brother's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. The person who turned his head was wearing a clean Daoist robe, but his stature was shorter than Xiaohua's by half a head. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that this senior martial brother had a lot of wrinkles on his face. His hair was gray and he had a bitter expression. He looked much older than Xiaohua. In the eyes of ordinary people, this eldest martial brother was the master and Xiaohua was the eldest martial brother's disciple. Although Xiaohua also knew that cultivators couldn't be judged by their appearance, but this eldest martial brother whose name he didn't know was far from what he imagined, right? Xiaohua's astonishment fell into the eldest martial brother's eyes, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. He only nodded slightly and didn't say half a word. It was as if as long as Xiaohua was here, he would absolutely listen to Xiaohua's arrangements and absolutely wouldn't overstep his boundaries. Xiaohua, are you sure you can comprehend 20%? Xiaohua asked again. This. Xiaohua scratched his head. This technique was indeed marvelous. In fact, Xiaohua had already comprehended 40% of it. But seeing Xiaohua so shocked, he could only smile apologetically and say, disciple, probably only comprehended 15%? It's just that I'm afraid master will be disappointed, so I said 20%. You brat. Xiaohua scolded with a smile, this is the secret inheritance of my Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Only foundation establishment cultivators can comprehend it. Master telling you this can also be considered a test. Even if you can only comprehend 5%, master will still be gratified. How can I be disappointed? Congratulations, master, you've accepted such a cute and clever little disciple. The eldest martial brother beside him smiled apologetically and said. Xiaohua frowned, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He pointed with his finger and said, that's right, this is your eldest martial brother, Xiangyang. You've seen him before, right? If you had 20% of your eldest martial brother's steadiness, master wouldn't be so worried. Hee hee, master, look at what you're saying. Eldest martial brother is steadiness, that's how eldest martial brother should be? If disciple is steadiness, what would eldest martial brother do? Xiaohua said as he stepped forward and bowed deeply. Disciple Xiaohua greets eldest martial brother. He, quickly get up, quickly get up. Xiangyang had a pure smile on his face. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Xiaohua, not letting him kneel down. He said, that year, I used half a year's time to comprehend the lightning avoidance technique. Little martial brother was able to comprehend 15% in just one night. It really makes me blush with shame. Half a year? That can't be right. Xiaohua secretly sighed in his heart, but he had a sudden realization in his heart, looking at eldest martial brother's aptitude, it's a bit lacking. Seeing how old he looks, he's probably not young. He's still in the early stage of foundation establishment. No wonder master didn't want to mention him. You still have the nerve to say that. A simple lightning avoidance technique and you used half a year's time to comprehend it. You're still a foundation establishment cultivator. I don't even feel like talking to you. Xiaohua scolded helplessly. Hee hee. Xiangyang only laughed foolishly, not answering. Master, that means eldest martial brother is also a foundation establishment cultivator. Disciple even dreams of foundation establishment. That's right, disciple, should I call eldest martial brother senior? Xiaohua said with a smile. Please don't. Xiangyang was somewhat panicked. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, although all the aura refining disciples in my Imperial Thunder School have to call foundation establishment cultivators senior, you and I have the same master. You can only call him senior martial brother. What are you so anxious for? You're only 25 years old. Not to mention foundation establishment, the medicinal efficacy of the brilliant flower pill in your body is enough to raise your cultivation to foundation establishment. Xiaohua scolded helplessly, right now, your main task is to comprehend and quickly raise your mental state and Dao heart. This is what you individual cultivators lack the most. What? Youngest martial brother is also an individual cultivator? And just 25 years old? Xiangyang couldn't help but ask. Yes, this junior martial brother of yours is also an individual cultivator. He's about the same as you. Xiaohua snorted helplessly and said, however, he has the concealed fire constitution. Damn it, why did I only take in individual cultivators? Hearing that Xiaohua was an individual cultivator, Xiangyang's eyes once again revealed a bit of warmth. He said, before I joined the Imperial Thunder School, my family declined, and I became an individual cultivator. It just so happened that the Imperial Thunder School was recruiting disciples. I was lucky enough to pass, but no one was willing to accept me. Only master was kind. Chapter 1541. That numb feeling actually followed the juice of the green thunder fruit into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua already had some experience and knew that this was the unique reaction of the rare lightning attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He immediately used his cultivation method to refine the spiritual energy in his meridians. Only after 3 cycles did the numb feeling completely disappear. The moment the numbness disappeared, a comfortable feeling arose in his entire body. Xiaohua's face revealed a kind of enjoyment. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Xian's concerned gaze. Seeing Xiaohua look over, Wu Xian hurriedly asked, how is it? Has the spiritual energy in the green thunder fruit been refined? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled, but he still answered honestly, Master, after 3 cycles of refinement, it has been refined. Good, Wu Xian's face revealed a happy expression. He clapped his hands and smiled. He picked up the cold spiritual tea and drank it all. Eldest senior brother? Xiaohua turned to Xiangyang for help. Oh, master is testing you again. Xiangyang smiled and said, this green thunder fruit contains the unique lightning attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth from my Imperial Thunder sect. This thing is very domineering. Ordinary physiques cannot refine it. Only those with lightning-attributed and fire-attributed physiques can absorb it. Little junior brother did not use my Imperial Thunder Sex cultivation method and was able to refine it within 3 cycles. Not only does it show that little junior brother's physique is suitable for practicing the Imperial Thunder Sex cultivation method, it also shows that little junior brother's current cultivation method is also very good. Yes, Xiaohua, you are a loose cultivator. I heard you said that you practice 3 kinds of cultivation methods. What kind of cultivation method are you practicing now? Wu Xian was in a good mood. Yan Qinglian poured 3 cups of spiritual tea for him, then put down the teacup and asked with a smile. Disciple is practicing heavenly law embodiment technique. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a booklet from his storage pouch and handed it over. Oh, Wu Xian looked at the booklet in Xiaohua's hand and felt a bit strange. She said in a low voice, Master should have some impression of any cultivation method that has some reputation in Shi. Why don't I have any impression of this heavenly law embodiment technique? Wu Xian was not polite. He picked up the heavenly law embodiment technique and carefully read it. Little junior brother, this spiritual tea is good to drink when it is hot. It will have no effect when it is cold. Xiangyang said as he pointed at the teacup. Thank you, senior brother. Xiaohua picked up the teacup, and a refreshing aroma rushed into his nose. When he finished the spirit tea in one gulp, a refreshing spirit energy also rushed into his meridians. Alas, regardless of whether it's the fruits or the spirit tea, they all contain the world's spirit energy. In this kind of situation, even if you don't want to cultivate faster, it's impossible. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Yan Qinglian walked over and filled Xiaohua's cup to the brim. She smiled and said, although the taste of this spiritual tea is not bad, its spiritual energy is still not enough. In a while, little junior martial brother, come to our abode and have a seat. Senior martial sister will invite you to taste the spiritual wine brewed by senior martial sister. Spirit wine? When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned slightly. It seemed that he didn't like drinking wine at all. What? Little junior brother doesn't like wine? Xiangyang asked curiously. Although your Shizao's wine isn't as good as Shirmu's, it's better in terms of quantity. You can drink as much as you want when you go. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, eldest martial brother and martial sister are inviting little brother to drink, little brother is naturally happy. It's just that little brother didn't expect eldest martial brother and martial sister to have another abode. Hee, in my Imperial Thunder sect, cultivators before the foundation establishment stage all live in the Gen Lei Palace and the converted Lei Palace. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage are they qualified to have their own cave abodes. Normally, for the convenience of cultivation, they would open a cave abode near their master's cave abode. My abode is not far from master's. So it's like this. Xiaohua looked around and asked in a low voice, when cultivating, one needs a place with abundant world spirit energy. My Imperial Thunder Sex Mount Lema already has abundant world spirit energy. I didn't expect Master's abode to have more. Little junior brother doesn't need to worry about this. In my Imperial Thunder Sex Cheom Lei Peak, there's a Qi Qiao pavilion that specializes in raising spirit-seeking mice. Once little junior brother reaches foundation establishment, you'll have the qualifications to open your own abode. As long as you get a token from Gen Lei Palace and a spirit-seeking mouse from Qi Qiao Pavilion, that little thing will naturally help you find a place with abundant world spirit energy. Xiangyang said with a smile. Ah. Spirit-seeking mouse? Xiaohua stared blankly and immediately thought of the spirit-seeking mouse in his space. He whispered, that's a third-rank spirit beast, comparable to foundation establishment. Xiangyang smiled and waved his hand, saying, little junior brother is talking about the wild ones outside. Our Imperial Thunder Sex spirit-seeking mouse is domesticated and can only search for world spirit energy. It can't even be considered a first-rank spirit beast. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua nodded, picked up the teacup and slowly tasted it. Seeing this, Xiangyang didn't say anything and just silently accompanied him to drink tea. Xiaohua wasn't drinking tea. He had already entered his space. His space was also strange. For spirit herbs and other things, one day was already many years in the outside world. But for spirit beasts, it was far from having this kind of effect. One day was just one day, and it even seemed like it wasn't even one day. Therefore, although the spirit-seeking mouse's baby, the iceworm king's egg, and the water-patterned butterfly's 2 eggs also had changes, they were far from the changes of the spirit herbs. Looking at the rainbow epiphyllum several zhang long rainbow brilliance, as well as the worm eggs that were several times bigger than before, Xiaohua slightly shook his head and looked at the baby mouse. After 2 years of growth, the baby mouse's length had changed a bit. The fur on its body had also grown, and it was snow-white. It was very cute. However, the baby mouse still had its eyes closed. Even if it often rolled around, it still didn't open its eyes. However, it was also strange. No matter how the baby mouse rolled, it didn't leave the vicinity of Tianzhong. Xiaohua was worried that it would harm the spirit herbs, but it never happened. Mother. When Xiaohua's mind entered the space, Goldie sensed it. Its eyes slightly rolled as it shouted in its heart. Goldie. Mother asks you, do you think it's faster to stay here? Or is it faster to stay outside? Xiaohua also said in his heart. Of course it's faster to stay outside. Goldie said without hesitation, it's always daytime here. Outside, it's going to be night soon. Xiaohua snickered in his heart. He knew that Goldie would not be able to tell. At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above the reverse light. The dark cloud drifted in the air, and occasionally, lightning would flash out from the dark cloud. This space of mine, when did it have lightning? Xiaohua was surprised, but then he realized, the lightning in the thunder-devouring bead is probably because I took the thunder-devouring bead into the space, and the space changed again. It's a pity that there's only lightning and no rain. Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was imagining things in the space, he helplessly called out. Master, Xiaohua withdrew from the space and said, this cultivation method, is there a problem? Helplessly, he threw the heavenly law embodiment technique to Xiaohua and shook his head. This cultivation method is very strange. It seems to be different from the ordinary cultivation methods in the country of Xi. It's somewhat biased towards body cultivation. However, according to Master's vision, using this cultivation method, you'll definitely be able to build your foundation. Oh right, which level of qi refining did you start cultivating from? Late 4th level of qi refining. Xiaohua replied. Alas, it's still a pity. Helplessly, he said, if you started cultivating from the 1st level of qi refining, Master wouldn't have to worry about your foundation. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and didn't say much. This had already happened, and it was useless to talk about it. Master originally wanted to take a look at your cultivation method. If it wasn't good, I would have taught you the Imperial Thunder Sect's qi refining cultivation method. Since your cultivation method isn't bad, you should cultivate this first. If you rashly change to another one, it might be inappropriate. Helplessly, he still said, however, Master always feels that this cultivation method is a bit strange. As for why it's strange, Master can't tell. The key point is that you can cultivate to the late 10th level of qi refining with this cultivation method, which makes me feel that my suspicions are groundless. Okay, I'll follow Master's instructions. Xiaohua put away the cultivation method and laughed. In addition, your Master's wife just said that she wanted to give you a magic tool, but Master stopped her. Helplessly, he said again, Master feels that since you've just started qi refining and can't control magic tools, it's better to give it to you after you build your foundation. Thank you, Master's wife, thank you, Master. Xiaohua said with a smile, disciple will stay in the Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm not afraid of any magic tools from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Alas. Helplessly sighing, Zhuo Minghui looked at Xiangyang and the others and said with a smile, the Imperial Thunder Sect isn't a paradise. Wherever there are people, there will be fighting. Xiaohua scratched his head. Zhuo Minghui's words were very profound, and he couldn't think of the meaning behind them for a while. His eyes turned, and he asked, then, "Master, do you have any more common methods to refine magic tools? If you do, there's no harm in giving disciple one or two first." "One or two?" Helplessly, he waved his hand again and again. "You're only in the 10th level of chi refining. This method to refine magic tools can only be used by foundation building cultivators. What do you want them for? Wait until you build your foundation in the future." Xiaohua didn't say much. He had Qian Lei Zi's command medallion, and this method to refine magic tools wasn't particularly precious. He could just wait until later to find it. "All right, Xiaohua. Master still has things to do in the myriad Thunder Valley, so I won't keep you. You can go out with your eldest senior brother." Helplessly, he waved his hand and said to Xiangyang, "Take Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall to register, pay respects to the founder, see where he lives, and then come back." "Oh right, Xiaohua's foundation building cultivation. When you have nothing to do, go take a look. Although that disciple teaches, how can he know as much as you? Moreover, if you don't take out your 50 years of foundation building experience now, when will you take it out?" "Yes, disciple understands." Xiangyang stood up and said, "Xiaohua, since you know where your master's cave is, come over when you have time. Although there are many people in Zhenlei Palace, it's different from your eldest senior brother and the others. Since you're new here, you should get closer to your eldest senior brother. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask him." Zhuo Minghui exhorted. "Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will definitely come whenever he has time. However, disciple must drink some of the wine master's wife brewed." Xiaohua said with a smile. Still not getting lost. Helplessly, he scolded from the side, "You just came to my cave for a while, and you're already snatching my wine? Bah! Don't scare other people's children." Zhuo Minghui spat and said, "Xiaohua is not someone else. What's wrong with letting him drink?" "Hee, madam, as long as it's not for Qian Qinghua." "Oh, there's something I forgot to tell madam." Helplessly suddenly thought of something and said, "I was wondering why Qian Qinghua hasn't come here to drink wine for so many years." So something happened. "Tsk, Xiaohua smacked his lips and was very disdainful. He knew that helplessly must have something to do with Qian Qinghua. Therefore, he didn't mention it until now and pretended to forget. "What? Something happened to Qian Qinghua?" Zhuo Minghui was stunned and asked anxiously. Fine, you see, I was just talking about Qian Qinghua. Look at how anxious you are." Helplessly said with a sullen face, "And you said you never miss him?" Zhuo Minghui's face was a bit unnatural. She glared at helplessly and said, "Qian Qinghua is my junior brother. He has been with me since he was young. How can I not care?" "Since he was young. How can you not care?" Helplessly said with a bit of jealousy and sarcasm. "What? It's true." Zhuo Minghui's face also twitched and replied. "Oh, so that's it." Xiaohua now understood why helplessly didn't have a good tone towards Qian Qinghua. It seemed that there was a story between the three of them. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled. He looked down and saw Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian had already stood up. It was Yan Qinglian who pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and signaled him to quickly go out. Xiaohua didn't dare to be slow. He used a bit of strength and slowly moved out of the cave. Unfortunately, he had just taken a few steps when helplessly shouted, "Xiaohua, tell me about your encounter with Qian Qinghua. Don't mention anything that sect master is worried about." Xiaohua, you met Qian Qinghua?" Zhuo Minghui asked curiously. "This." Xiaohua touched his nose and helplessly walked back. He had a strange expression and told the story again. However, he didn't tell the truth about the thunder-devouring bead. "Oh. Qian Qinghua used the soul oblivion technique?" Zhuo Minghui's face was extremely worried. "Yes, master knows. This is all sect master's guess. disciple didn't see it. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. AI, you can go. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. Yes. Xiao Hua felt relieved and immediately left. He had just walked to the entrance of the cave when he heard Zhuo Minghui say in a low voice, "Look at Xianxia. He's younger than you, but his cultivation is higher than yours. Now, he actually made such a great contribution to our Imperial Thunder sect. Look at you, you were on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. You. Why did this old lady like you back then? You must have been possessed by a ghost. What contribution did he make? If it wasn't for my disciple, his things would have been stolen long ago. He wouldn't have had time to use the soul oblivion technique. It's all because of Qianxinghua's things that you accepted him as your disciple." Xiao Hua had a strange expression on his face as he fled out of the cave. Xiang Yang and his wife were already waiting at the entrance. Both of them also had strange expressions on their faces. Xiang Yang didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he flew away with Xiao Hua. Master and Master's wife are like this. After they sat down in the cave, Xiang Yang let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It said that Master's wife was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Master. Not only was she as beautiful as a flower, but her cultivation was also higher than Master's. She was a top disciple from converted Thunder Palace. Many disciples wanted to dual cultivate with Master's wife, including Qianxinghua. However, Master's wife took a fancy to Master and followed Master to Myriad Thunder Valley. Hundreds of years have passed since then. Master and Mistress often bicker, so they'll forget about it soon." Yan Qinglian took out some of the spirit wine she brewed herself and agreed. "Master and Master's wife don't have any children?" Xiao Hua smelled a very fragrant aroma. He felt that this spirit wine was different from what he imagined. He took a sip and said, "If they had children, they wouldn't quarrel anymore, right?" While he was speaking, a burning spirit qi rushed out from his dantian, causing his face to turn red. That spirit qi rushed into his meridians, forcing Xiao Hua to quickly use his mental cultivation method. "Little junior brother, you can only taste the true flavor of this spirit wine if you don't use your mental cultivation method." Xiang Yang's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ears. "Oh," Xiao Hua put away his mental cultivation method and let the spirit qi move along his meridians. It was also strange. Along with the movement of the spirit qi, Xiao Hua's mind was rushed up to the 9 heavens. Then, it quickly fell back down. When it fell back into his body, it was like flowing water. When the spirit qi disappeared into his meridians, Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief. His whole body was comfortable. He didn't even want to raise his little finger. He smiled and said, "The methods of immortals are indeed different. Hee, your senior sister-in-law's spirit wine is nothing. The spirit wine brewed by Master's wife can make one's mind go up and down. That's what I call satisfying." Xiang Yang said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, it's monopolized by Master. Even I rarely drink it. It's because your cultivation is too low. You couldn't get the thunder-amplifying fruit from the 10,000 Thunder Valley, so I could only use other spirit fruits to replace it. If you could pick the thunder-amplifying fruit, you could also drink the same spirit wine." Yan Qinglian said unhappily. Hee. Xiang Yang didn't refute and said, "Go to the inner room and take out the mental cultivation method." "Okay," Yan Qinglian nodded and entered. Xiang Yang's cave was much smaller than the one in Helplessness, but it was also very clean. There were also many things. However, there were 2 holes in the stone wall, which were different from the restriction in Helplessness's cave. Not long after, Yan Qinglian came out with a booklet in her hand and handed it to Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang flipped through it and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "Take it. This is the method to refine a magic tool that you wanted just now." "Ah." Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly pushed it away, saying, "Didn't Master say to wait until I built my foundation? Eldest senior brother doesn't need to make things difficult for me. I told you to take it, so take it." Xiang Yang said with a straight face, Master already said that I'll give you pointers on the cultivation method before you built your foundation. I just took out a mental cultivation method, and you don't want it? Then, many thanks, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua said with a smile. What's there to be polite about? If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. Xiangyang said with a smile, Master was right. The lesson of building your foundation for 50 years is enough for you to learn. Xiangyang's smile was bitter. Xiao Hua wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only put the booklet into his storage bag and said with a smile, It's getting late. Eldest senior brother should take me to the Jade Archive Hall. Don't let them miss me. They dare. Although Xiangyang said that, he didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and said, Qinglian, I'll take Xiao Hua back to Zhenlei Palace. You can cultivate by yourself first. You two go. Xiao Hua, come over when you have time. Yan Qinglian smiled and sent the two of them out of the cave. She then reminded Xiangyang, It's fine, come back early, don't. She wanted to say something but stopped. Xiangyang said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't bicker with them. Xiao Hua listened with a strange expression. He really didn't understand what they were talking about. Chapter 1542. When Xiao Hua arrived at Zhenlei Palace with the sun, it was already noon. Under the bright sun, Zhenlei Palace appeared resplendent on the mountain peak. There were still many young disciples shuttling back and forth in Zhenlei Palace. Some were busy while some were leisurely. In short, it was a warm scene. Within Zhenlei Palace, there was a very deep and quiet place. Two bored disciples were standing in front of a simple and unadorned palace door. These two disciples were at Qi refining stage level 12. They were tall and straight, with a face as white as jade. Occasionally, there would be arrogance between their brows. With one look, one could tell that they were not easy to get along with. At this moment, the disciple on the left wearing a white robe looked at the empty corridor in front of him and couldn't help but curse, Damn it, where did that Xiao Hua run off to? It has already been 24 hours, why hasn't anyone brought him to Jade Archive Hall? Was this guy killed to silence him? Hee, Junior Zhen Liang, Xiao Hua is the number 1 disciple in this year's disciple selection. He has some tricks up his sleeves. How could he be killed silently in the Imperial Thunder sect? Bullshit, he is just a bullshit. I heard from the disciples that came to Jade Archive Hall yesterday that this guy is just a loose cultivator. The disciples of the other clans all keep their number plates as favors, but he stupidly took it himself. If that's the case, then naturally he is the number 1 disciple. But how much is this number 1 disciple? Don't you think so, Senior Zhenming? That means this Xiao Hua is also a brainless guy. If they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for the other disciples. Of course, Senior Zhen Liang, don't forget that this year we recruited 94 disciples. It is 10 times more than before. Those true experts will pass as long as they can and won't put in more effort. This is because they know that the true strength is during the disciple selection and the cultivation after entering Zhenlei Palace. Without any support, it is impossible for him to establish himself in the Imperial Thunder sect. I know. Although Xiao Hua's results are good, his aptitude is not good. In the first round, he wasn't chosen by the other martial uncles. In the second round, he was barely chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai from the myriad Thunder Valley. Speaking of martial uncle Wu Hai, why do I feel that Xiao Hua being chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai was a trap set by martial uncle Zhen? What do you mean? Think about it. The disciple that senior uncle Helplessness had chosen was taken away by someone else. Senior uncle Helplessness wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. How could senior uncle Zhen let him do as he wished? Wouldn't he have to quickly find a disciple who could be of use to him? If he doesn't give face to Zhenlei Palace, will senior uncle Zhen give him face? Zhen Liang laughed and said, Senior brother Zhen Ming is overthinking things. I don't think it's that complicated. Unfortunately, martial uncle only has 1 disciple. he is far from being able to accomplish anything. In this lifetime, he will only be in the early stage of foundation establishment. Perhaps Martial Uncle Jen is. While they were talking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the empty corridor in the distance. Shoo, I'm afraid that Martial Uncle helplessness has brought Xiaohua over. Jen Ming furrowed his brows and said, Senior Martial Uncle, you're so annoying. You brought Xiaohua out of the Spring Thunder Hall yesterday, so why are you only here now? Why are you? Hee, it doesn't seem to be Senior Martial Uncle helplessness. It's Xiang Yang, the one who built his foundation in 100 years. Zhen Liang's eyes were sharp. Good. Although Zhen Ming's mouth was full of praise, his eyes were filled with mockery. Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang. After flying for a long time, he felt that Xiang Yang's flying technique wasn't very good. It was much worse than his own. He couldn't help but ask why Xiang Yang didn't use the lightning evasion. However, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and explained the reason behind it. It turned out that although the lightning escape technique was a unique escape technique of the Imperial Thunder sect, not every disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect had the opportunity to practice it. Only disciples with suitable physiques and profound cultivations could practice it. Moreover, the 8 great lightning palaces of the Imperial Thunder sect all had the lightning evasion. Among them, the Heavenly Lightning Palace had the most complete lightning evasion. It was divided into 9 levels. The other lightning palaces either didn't have the complete lightning evasion, or it was modified according to the physique of the disciples. Thus, Xiaohua understood why Sect Master Qian Lazy was so happy to teach Senior Martial Uncle Helplessness the lightning evasion of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. As the two talked, they arrived in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Looking at the spacious corridor, Xiaohua smiled and said, Eldest martial brother, there were many disciples in the other palaces of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. Why didn't I see anyone here? I'm glad to let you know. The Jade Archive Hall is where the new disciples register. Every year, new disciples enter the Jade Archive Hall. Only disciples at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm who break through to the foundation building realm can open the Jade Archive Hall. They have to leave their spirit tablets in the hall. Is that so? As Xiaohua walked, he saw Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming standing in front of the door. He asked curiously, Is the registration done by Qi refining disciples? Of course not. They are only the gatekeepers. Xiang Yang said in a low voice. The two of them walked to the front of the Jade Archive Hall. Coincidentally, when the two of them were only a few feet away from the door, Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming looked at each other and clapped their hands. A two-colored light flew out from each of their hands and struck the two sides of the Jade Archive Hall's door. Shwa! A four-colored light swept down from the door and sealed the door in the blink of an eye. The two of them didn't even look at Xiaohua and Xiang Yang and were about to leave. Xiaohua didn't understand. Xiang Yang, on the other hand, was very anxious. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted, Martial nephews, I brought Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall to register. Why did Martial nephews close the Jade Archive Hall? Martial uncle, are you Xiaohua's master? Zhen Liang asked with a smile. Of course not. Xiang Yang smiled apologetically and said, but I was following master's orders. Since Martial Uncle isn't Xiaohua's master, how can you bring Xiaohua to register? Zhen Ming said with a fake smile, It's better to wait until Martial Uncle cultivates to the late stage of foundation establishment and has the qualifications to choose disciples. Then you can bring your own disciple to register. These words were originally spoken with a normal tone, but when it came out of Zhen Ming's mouth and entered Xiang Yang's ears, it already changed its meaning. It was a pun within a pun. Xiang Yang's expression changed and his eyes were about to spit fire. However, he slightly turned his body and looked at Xiaohua, whose face was as calm as water. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, I am Xiang Yang, a disciple of the Thunder Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Because Master is busy in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he didn't have time to spare. Thus, he ordered I to bring junior martial brother here to register. My Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a rule that requires a master to bring a disciple here to register, right? Normally, when the masters come to Thunder Palace, they would bring their disciples here. I am also an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, so I can barely register. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's easy for you to say. Are you the guard of Jade Archive Hall or am I the guard? Do you know the rules of Jade Archive Hall or am I the one who knows the rules of Jade Archive Hall? I have been on guard here for many years. Every year, there would be masters bringing their disciples here to register. I have never heard of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator bringing a disciple here to register. But, 10 years ago, I indeed saw it with my own eyes. Xiang Yang was a little anxious. Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang, I saw it 10 years ago. However, I only came to Jade Archive Hall 9 years ago. I don't know about that kind of thing. Zhen Ming still had a fake smile on his face. Please return to Martial Uncle Xiang. Next year at this time, Martial Uncle Xiang will bring Xiao Hua here. Next year? Xiao Hua was stunned. His expression didn't change. Hee, you see, you also know that there isn't enough time. Today's matter is something I don't understand and didn't explain it clearly to Master. I hope the two of you can make an exception. If we register another year later, won't we delay Xiao Hua's cultivation for a year? This is not appropriate. You also know it's not appropriate? Zhen Ming said angrily. If you know it's not appropriate, why didn't you come here yesterday? Why did you make us wait here for 24 hours? If you know it's not appropriate, why didn't the master come and send a disciple instead? Isn't this not taking Jade Archive Hall seriously? Xiang Yang looked left and right. He clapped his hands and took out a few high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. He quietly handed them over. His face was already red. He smiled and said, "This has nothing to do with my master. It's all I's fault for making things difficult for the two of you. These spirit stones can be considered as I's compensation." Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang is quite polite. When Zhen Liang saw this, he reached out his hand to remember it. Weighing the spirit stones in his hand, he casually waved his hand, causing the high-grade spirit stones to scatter to the ground. With a cold expression, he said, "What a pity, it's only a few high-grade spirit stones. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's fine if your myriad Thunder Valley is poor, but don't treat Jade Archive Hall as beggars. Even if you kneel down and give these spirit stones to Jade Archive Hall, Jade Archive Hall won't accept them." You. Xiang Yang's face became redder and redder. However, just as his anger rose, he forced it down. Hee, it's all I's fault, it's all I's fault. Xiang Yang was so angry that he forgot to use a spell. He squatted down and picked up the spirit stones. Damn it, you've gone too far. Just as Xiang Yang squatted down, Xiao Hua finally couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he understood the meaning of Yan Qinglian's words when Xiang Yang came out. Thinking of eldest senior brother's honest appearance, he was actually forced into such a state by these two 12th-layer qi refining juniors. Xiao Hua's temper, which had been ignited long ago, finally exploded. Hee, a piece of trash that no one wants, you're actually so arrogant? Hearing Xiao Hua's angry shout, Zhen Liang slightly tilted his head and scolded with a smile, "You're just a rogue cultivator with no reason. You think you can be arrogant just because you got first place this time?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua was furious. Chapter 1543. Mercy my ass. He scolded helplessly, "I just wanted to find a helper, but the others were all chosen, so I had no choice but to pick you. You didn't even try to live up to my expectations. You spent 50 years to reach Foundation establishment, and now? Forget it. Fortunately, Xiao Hua is here, so I can finally hold my head high." 50 years? Xiao Hua secretly stuck out his tongue in his heart. If Xiangyang used 50 years to reach Foundation establishment, even if he was only 35 years old when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect, he would be 85 years old now. What about his cultivation after Foundation establishment? No wonder he looked so old. Yes, with little junior brother, Master doesn't need to lose face anymore. Xiangyang wasn't angry at all and smiled apologetically. Forget it, let's go. He waved his sleeve helplessly and said, I'm afraid your master's wife and the others are waiting anxiously. Yes, do you need me to send them a message? Xiangyang was still smiling. Master's wife? Them? Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, could it be that master has concubines? I-oh. Thinking of concubines, Xiaohua suddenly shouted for no reason as if he remembered something. What's wrong? Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua strangely. That. Master, disciple wants to ask you, a disciple of a gold core stage cultivator, how should I address them? Xiaohua muttered. Nonsense, that depends on the disciple's cultivation level. Xiaohua scolded Xiaohua softly and rolled his eyes. He also thought of something and said with a smile, if they're chi refinement like you, of course they should be called junior sister or senior sister. If they're Foundation establishment, then they can be called martial uncle. That's good. Xiaohua's heart was at ease. Looking at Xiaohua's somewhat ambiguous gaze, his face was somewhat unnatural. What? Did a gold core stage grandmaster go to the Imperial Thunder Palace to recruit disciples this time? Xiangyang said with some astonishment, this is extremely rare. That boy who was chosen has some luck. Idiot, it's a girl. Xiaohua scolded Xiaohua, but then he helplessly slapped his head and said, "Oh, damn it, there are too many things today, I actually forgot to bring Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall." Right, at this moment, Xiaohua also thought that he hadn't gone to the Jade Archive Hall yet and hadn't been registered. No wonder he always felt that something was missing. Forget it. Let's go to the Immortal's Cave first. Helplessly, he thought for a moment and said, I'll ask your eldest senior brother to bring you there later. Yes, disciple will follow master's orders. Xiangyang bowed and said. Helplessly, he seemed to be used to Xiangyang's respect. Without saying anything, he waved his hand, let's go, Xiaohua. Let me see if you have truly comprehended the lightning avoidance technique. Yes, master. Xiaohua wasn't afraid of anything. After helplessly flying away, he asked Xiangyang to go first and followed behind the two. Seeing that Xiaohua was very respectful towards him, Xiangyang was also very happy. He slowly flew together with Xiaohua and secretly used his magic power to help Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart felt warm, but he didn't say anything. He only secretly nodded towards Xiangyang to express his thanks. When they arrived at last night's place, helplessly stopped. He looked at Xiaohua and signaled him to fly forward. Xiaohua was very free and flew forward without consulting anyone. Behind him, Xiangyang was somewhat worried. Thump. Thump. Several fierce sounds of his heartbeat resounded. Xiaohua hurriedly circulated his magic power and displayed the spell formula he had comprehended yesterday. Sure enough, the sound immediately disappeared. Soon after, Xiaohua stealthily released his perception. The monstrous thunder waves once again attacked him. However, as Xiaohua sped up the spell formula, his perception was like a small boat freely cruising through the thunder waves, no longer suffocating. Great! Xiaohua's face revealed a happy expression. He withdrew his perception and turned his head with a smile. It's very useful, master. Ha ha ha, helplessly's originally worried heart immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, like I said, this time this old man definitely didn't make a mistake. My myriad Thunder Valley will definitely shine in the Imperial Thunder sect, no, in the country of Shi. Xiaohua curled his lips. It seemed that in the Spring Thunder Palace, helplessly didn't want to accept him as a disciple several times. Hey, they're here too. Helplessly smiled and looked into the distance again. This time, Xiaohua didn't use his divine sense. He just silently followed behind helplessly. After flying forward for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, two women appeared in the distant sky. The woman in front was at the late foundation establishment stage. She looked to be about 50 years old, but her skin was fair and her black hair was like clouds. Her every movement was quite elegant, and her colorful clothes were very cheering. The person behind her was a female cultivator about 60 years old. Her hair was grizzled, and her cultivation was probably at the middle foundation establishment stage. She wore a cyan Daoist robe that didn't look gorgeous. Hey, this. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. He somewhat understood. Sure enough, when they approached, the well-behaved Xiangyang stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, master's wife. The female cultivator in front smiled and nodded. The female cultivator behind her flew to the side and landed beside Xiangyang. Disciple Xiao Hua greets master's wife. Xiao Hua immediately stepped forward and bowed. Hee, you're called Xiao Hua. You seem to be a very young child. The female cultivator smiled and used her hand to support Xiao Hua. She then looked at helplessly and said, "Congratulations, husband, for taking in a disciple as desired." Ha ha ha, helplessly stroked the beard on his chin, very proud. He pointed at the female cultivator and said, "Xiao Hua, this is your master's wife. Her name is Zhuo Minghui." Back then, she was, Ba. Without waiting for helplessly to finish, Zhuo Minghui spat and said with a slightly red face, "You old thing, you've been saying this for over 100 years. You still don't know when to get tired." Hee. Of course I don't get tired. Helplessly shrunk his neck and said in a low voice. Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. After he got up, he turned around and bowed to the other female cultivator. Disciple Xiao Hua greets senior sister. I don't dare. Junior martial brother, please rise. That female cultivator saw that Xiao Hua was young and also had a smile on her face. She stretched out her hand but looked at Xiangyang. Xiao Hua is only 25 years old. He's just a child. Xiangyang understood the meaning of his dual cultivation partner. As he spoke to that female cultivator, he said to Xiao Hua, "This is elder brother's dual cultivation partner. Her name is Yan Qinglian." Hearing that Xiao Hua was only 25 years old, Yan Qinglian's eyes were filled with astonishment. She then didn't hide anything and reached out to help Xiao Hua up. With a pat of her hand, she took out a jade bottle from her storage pouch and handed it over. She said with a smile, "Senior sister doesn't have anything good here. Take this foundation building pill. It'll be useful when you build your foundation." Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He took it with his hand and said with a smile, "With senior sister's foundation building pill, how could I not dare to build my foundation? Otherwise, I'd be angered by the heavens and resented by men." Ah. Ha ha ha. Not only did Yan Qinglian cover her mouth, but Zhuo Minghui also covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "This child is much stronger than Xiangyang. Our myriad Thunder Valley won't be boring anymore." Soon after, she said somewhat apologetically, "Xiao Hua, master's wife also prepared a foundation building pill, but Qinglian already gave it to me. It's not good for master's wife to take it out. Let's wait until we return to the immortal's cave." He, okay, master's wife. I like everything you give me. Xiao Hua beamed with joy. He'd naturally like something even better than a foundation building pill. Let's go. Helpless waved his hand and took the lead with Zhuo Minghui. Xiangyang and his wife weren't in a hurry. Xiangyang waved his hand, and just like before, he took Xiao Hua to his right while Yan Qinglian flew to his left. The group of 5 flew towards Helpless Immortal's cave in Myriad Thunder Valley. After flying for about 4 hours, a tall mountain peak appeared in front of them. Halfway up the mountain peak, a vigorous mountain ape was standing in front of an immortal's cave in a very serious manner. Helpless waited for them to descend from the sky. That mountain ape jumped in front of Helpless and waved its arm, pointing here and there, as if it was saying something. Helpless stretched out his hand and patted the mountain ape's head. He took out some kind of medicinal pill and threw it to the mountain ape. The mountain ape nimbly caught a handful and threw it into its mouth. Then, very satisfied, it retreated. Immediately after, it looked at Xiangyang and the others who slowly landed on the ground. The gaze it used to look at Xiaohua was very vigilant. Xiao Shan, this is I's little junior brother. In the future, you two can get closer. Xiangyang pulled Xiaohua's hand and said to the mountain ape very intimately. It was unknown whether that mountain ape really understood or was pretending to understand. It nodded in a very serious manner and even stretched out its hand to touch Xiaohua's arm, as if it was familiar with him. Xiaohua scratched his head. He could only say the same thing he said to Little White Dragon, "Hello, Xiao Shan." Xiao Shan blinked its red eyes, as if it understood. Xiaohua was happy. Just as he was about to say something, who knew that Xiao Shan would squeak and scurry into the forest beside the cave. Hee, I'm afraid it saw some pheasant. Xiangyang said with a smile, this guy likes to roast things the most. Xiaohua's perception swept over. Indeed, that mountain ape was chasing a fat pheasant. Following Xiangyang and his wife into the cave, Xiaohua subconsciously nodded. This was the place that he wanted to cultivate. Helpless Cave was quite big. There were many moonlight stones around the stone walls, illuminating the entire cave. The entire cave was abnormally clean. Inside the cave, there were jade tables and jade chairs, as well as some seemingly ordinary things. In the corner, there were 2 mirrors that flickered with brilliance. They seemed to be the entrance to the back of the cave. Xiaohua, sit anywhere you want. Yan Qinglian helplessly sat on the seat of honor with Zhuo Minghui. Xiangyang also sat on the chair beside them. Yan Qinglian smiled and said to Xiaohua. She then walked towards the light in the corner of the cave. When she got close, she took a step and disappeared from the stone wall. Xiaohua looked around, then picked up Xiangyang's hand and sat down. Not long after, Yan Qinglian came over from the other side of the stone wall, holding a jade tray in her hand. On top of it was a teapot, as well as a few small cups. Beside the teapot, there were also 2 plates. Inside the plates were lush green fruits. Yan Qinglian placed the fruits and the cup filled with tea in front of Helpless. She smiled and walked in front of Xiaohua. Little junior brother, come and taste Master's Cloud Mist tea and my 10,000 Thunder Valley's green thunder fruit. This is something that you can't eat anywhere else. Many thanks, senior sister. Xiaohua smiled and took the green thunder fruit. He picked one up and put it in his mouth. Zzzt, 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 a feeling like lightning struck came from his mouth. Chapter 1544. Get out of here. Helplessness scolded, you just came to my cave and you're already trying to steal my wine? Bah. Don't scare the kid. Zhuo Minghui spat, Xiaohua is not someone else. What's wrong with letting him drink? Hee, madam, as long as it's not for Qian Qinghua. Oh, I forgot to tell madam. Helplessness suddenly thought of something and said, I was wondering why Qian Qinghua hasn't come here to drink for so many years. Something happened. Tsk, Xiaohua smacked his lips in disdain. He knew helplessness must have something to do with Qian Qinghua, so he didn't mention it until now and pretended to forget. What? Something happened to Qian Qinghua? Zhuo Minghui was stunned and asked anxiously. Fine, you see, I was just talking about Qian Qinghua. Look how anxious you are. Helplessness said, and you said you never cared about him? Zhuo Minghui's face was a bit unnatural. She glared at Helplessness and said, Qian Qinghua is my junior brother. He has been with me since he was young. How can I not care? Since he was young. How can I not care? Helplessness said with a bit of jealousy and sarcasm. What? It's true. Zhuo Minghui's face also twitched as she replied. Oh, so that's it. Xiaohua now understood why helplessness didn't have a good tone towards Xianxia. Looks like there's a story between the three. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled. He looked down and saw Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian already got up. It was Yan Qinglian who pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and signaled him to go out. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He exerted a bit of force and slowly moved out of the cave. Unfortunately, he had just taken a few steps when he heard a helpless shout, "Xiaohua, tell me about your encounter with Qian Qinghua. Don't mention what the sect master is worried about." Xiaohua, you met Qian Qinghua? Zhuo Minghui asked curiously. This. Xiaohua touched his nose and helplessly walked back. He told the story again with a strange face, but he didn't tell the truth about the thunder-devouring bead. Oh. Blue Fire actually used the soul oblivion technique? Zhuo Minghui's face was filled with extreme worry. Alright, teacher's mother knows. These are all sect master's guesses. Disciple didn't see them. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Sai, go ahead. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. Yes. Xiaohua felt relieved and immediately ran away. As soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, he heard Zhuo Minghui say in a low voice, "Look at Qian Qinghua, he is younger than you, but his cultivation is higher than yours, and now he has made such a great contribution to our Imperial Thunder School. Then look at you, I know you're on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. You. Why did I take a fancy to you back then? He must have been possessed. What kind of contribution did he make? If it weren't for my disciple, his belongings would have been stolen long ago. He wouldn't have had the time to use the soul oblivion art. It's all because of Qian Qinghua's things that you accepted him as your disciple." Xiaohua had a strange expression on his face as he fled out of the cave. Xiang Yang and his wife were already waiting at the entrance. Both of them also had strange expressions on their faces. Xiang Yang didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he flew away with Xiaohua. Master and teacher's wife are like this. After they sat down, Xiang Yang let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It is said that teacher's wife was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like master. Not only was she as beautiful as a flower, but her cultivation was also higher than master's. She was a top disciple from converted Thunder Palace. Many disciples wanted to dual cultivate with teacher's wife, including Qian Qinghua, but teacher's wife took a fancy to master and followed him to Myriad Thunder Valley. Hundreds of years have passed since then. Master and mistress often bicker, so they'll forget about it soon." Yan Qinglian took out some of the spirit wine she brewed herself and agreed. Master and teacher's wife don't have any children? Xiaohua smelled a very fragrant aroma and felt that this spirit wine was different from the wine he imagined. He took a sip and said, "If they had children, they wouldn't quarrel anymore, right?" While he was talking, a burning spirit qi rushed out from his dantian, causing his face to turn red. That spirit qi rushed into his meridians, forcing Xiaohua to quickly use his mental cultivation method. "Little junior brother, this spirit wine can only taste its true flavor if you don't use your mental cultivation method." Xiang Yang's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ears. Oh, Xiaohua put away his mental cultivation method and let the spirit qi move along his meridians. It was also strange. Along with the movement of the spirit qi, Xiaohua's mind was rushed up to the 9th heaven and then quickly fell back down. When it fell back into his body, it was like flowing water that flowed endlessly. When the spirit qi disappeared into his meridians, Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. His whole body was comfortable and he didn't even want to raise his little finger. He said with a smile, "This immortal's method is indeed different. Hee, your senior sister-in-law's spirit wine is nothing. The spirit wine brewed by teacher's wife can make one's mind go up and down. That's what I call satisfying." Xiang Yang said in a low voice, "It's a pity that it's monopolized by master, even I rarely drink it. It's because your cultivation is too low. You couldn't get the thunder-amplifying fruit from the 10,000 Thunder Valley, so I could only use other spirit fruits to replace it. If you can pick the thunder-amplifying fruit, you can also drink the same spirit wine. Yan Qinglian said unhappily. He. Xiangyang didn't refute and said, go to the inner room and take out the mental cultivation method. Okay, Yan Qinglian nodded and entered. Xiangyang's cave was much smaller than the one in helplessness, but it was also very clean. There were also many things, but there were 2 holes in the stone wall, which were different from the ones in helplessness. Not long after, Yan Qinglian came out with a booklet in her hand and handed it to Xiangyang. Xiangyang flipped through it and handed it to Xiaohua. Take it, this is the method to refine a magic tool that you wanted just now. Ah. Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly pushed it. Didn't Master say to wait until after I built my foundation? Eldest senior brother doesn't need to make things difficult for me. I told you to take it, so take it. Xiangyang said with a straight face. Master already said that I'll give you pointers on the cultivation method before you built your foundation. I just took out a mental cultivation method, and you don't want it? Then, many thanks, eldest senior brother. Xiaohua said with a smile. What's there to be polite about? If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. Xiangyang said with a smile, what Master said is right. The lesson of building your foundation for 50 years is enough for you to learn. Xiangyang's smile revealed bitterness. Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only put the booklet into his storage bag and said with a smile, it's getting late, eldest senior brother should take me to the Jade Archive Hall. Don't let them miss me. They dare. Although Xiangyang said this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and said, Qinglian, I'll take Xiaohua back to Zhenlei Palace. You can cultivate by yourself first. You two go. Xiaohua, come over when you have time. Yan Qinglian smiled and sent the 2 of them out of the cave. She then reminded Xiangyang, it's fine, come back early, don't. She wanted to say something but stopped. Xiangyang said with a smile, don't worry, your husband won't bicker with them. Xiaohua listened strangely. He really didn't understand what they were talking about. When Xiaohua followed Xiangyang to Zhenlei Palace, it was already close to noon. Under the bright sun, Zhenlei Palace appeared dazzling on the mountain peak. There were still many young disciples shuttling back and forth between the many palaces of Zhenlei Palace. Some were busy, some were leisurely. In short, it was a warm scene. Inside Zhenlei Palace, in a very deep and quiet place, 2 disciples were bored to death standing in front of a very simple and unadorned palace door. These 2 disciples were at the 12th level of Qi refining realm. Their figures were tall and straight, and their faces were as white as jade. Occasionally, there would be arrogance between their brows. With one look, one could tell that they weren't easy to get along with. At this moment, the disciple on the left wearing a moon-white Daoist robe looked at the spacious corridor in front of him and couldn't help but curse, damn it, where did that Xiaohua run to? It's already been 24 hours, why hasn't anyone brought him to Jade Archive Hall? Was this guy killed to silence him? Junior brother Zhen Liang, Xiaohua is the number 1 disciple of this year's disciple selection. He has some tricks up his sleeves. How could he be silently killed in the Imperial Thunder sect? Bullshit, he's just a bullshit. I heard from the disciples of the aristocratic families that came to Jade Archive Hall yesterday that this guy is just a loose cultivator. The disciples of the aristocratic families all keep their number plates as favors, but he stupidly took it himself. If that's the case, then naturally he's number 1. But how much of this number 1 is fake? Don't you think so, senior brother Zhen Ming? If that's the case, this Xiaohua is also a brainless person. If they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for the disciples of the aristocratic families. Of course, senior brother, don't forget that this year we recruited 94 disciples. It's 10 times more than before. Those true experts will pass as long as they can. They won't put in more effort. This is because they know that the true strength is during the disciple selection and the cultivation after entering Zhenlei Palace. Without any support, it's impossible for him to establish himself in the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, I know. Although Xiaohua's results are good, his aptitude isn't good enough. In the first round, he wasn't chosen by the other martial uncles of the Lightning Palace. In the second round, he was barely chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai from the myriad Lightning Valley. Speaking of martial uncle Wu Hai, why do I feel that Xiao Hua being chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai is a trap set by martial uncle Zhen? What do you mean? Think about it, the disciple that martial uncle Wu Hai chose was taken away by someone. Martial uncle Wu Hai wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. How could martial uncle Zhen let him do as he wished? Wouldn't he have to quickly find a disciple that he could use? If he didn't give face to Zhen Lei Palace, would martial uncle Zhen give face to him? Moreover, in the past few hundred years, the influence of the aristocratic families in the Imperial Thunder sect has been gradually expanding. They are almost overshadowing the direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Martial uncle Wu Hai is originally between an aristocratic family's disciple and a loose cultivator. If he was given a loose cultivator without any foundation, wouldn't it be the same as eliminating the influence of the aristocratic family's disciples? That Zhen Liang laughed and said, "Senior brother Zhen Ming is thinking too much. I don't think it's that complicated. Martial uncle Wu Hai only has one disciple. He's far from being a capable person. In this lifetime, he will only be in the early stage of foundation establishment. Perhaps martial uncle Zhen is." While they were talking, a series of footsteps could be heard from the empty corridor far away. Chapter 1545. Shu, I'm afraid martial uncle helplessness has brought Xiao Hua here. Zhen Ming frowned and said, "Martial uncle helplessness is so annoying. He brought Xiao Hua out of the Spring Thunder Hall yesterday. Why is he only here now? Why? It doesn't seem to be martial uncle helplessness. It's Xiang Yang, the one who built his foundation in 100 years. Zhen Liang's eyes were sharp. Good. Zhen Ming's mouth was full of praise, but his eyes were full of mockery. Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang. After flying for a long time, he felt that Xiang Yang's flying technique wasn't very good. He couldn't help but ask why Xiang Yang didn't use the lightning evasion technique. However, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and explained the reason behind it. It turned out that although the lightning evasion technique was a unique technique of the Imperial Thunder sect, not every disciple had the opportunity to practice it. Only disciples with a suitable physique and profound cultivation could practice it. Moreover, the 8 great lightning palaces of the Imperial Lightning sect all had the lightning escape art. Among them, the Cosmos Thunder Palace had the most complete lightning escape art. It was divided into 9 levels. The other lightning palaces were either incomplete or modified according to different physiques. When using it, they definitely wouldn't be as fast as the Cosmos Thunder Palace. Thus, Xiao Hua understood why Sect Master Qian Lazy was so happy to pass the lightning evasion technique of the Heavenly Thunder Palace to helplessness. As the two talked, they arrived in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Looking at the empty corridor, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Eldest martial brother, there were many disciples in the other palaces of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Why didn't I see anyone here? I'll let you know. The Jade Archive Hall is where the new disciples register. Every year, new disciples will open the Jade Archive Hall. Only disciples at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm who break through to the foundation building realm can open the Jade Archive Hall and leave their spirit tablets inside. So it's like that." As Xiao Hua walked, he saw Zhen Ming and Zhen Liang standing in front of the door. He asked curiously, "Is the registration done by the Qi refining disciples?" "Of course not, they are just gatekeepers," Xiang Yang said in a low voice as the two of them walked to the Jade Archive Hall. Coincidentally, when the two of them were only a few dozen feet away from each other, Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming looked at each other and clapped their hands together. A two-colored light shot out from each of their hands and struck the two sides of the Jade Archive Palace's door. Shwa! A four-colored light shot out from the door and sealed the Jade Archive Palace's door. The two of them didn't even look at Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang as they prepared to leave. Xiao Hua didn't understand, but but Xiangyang was very anxious. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted, "Martial nephews, I brought Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall to register." Why did Martial nephews close the Jade Archive Hall? Huh, Martial uncle, are you Xiaohua's master? Zhen Liang laughed. Well, I naturally didn't. Xiangyang smiled apologetically, but I was ordered by my master. Since Martial uncle isn't Xiaohua's master, how can you bring Xiaohua to register? Zhen Ming said with a fake smile, it's better to wait until Martial uncle cultivates to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and has the qualifications to choose disciples. Then you can bring your own disciple here to register. These words were originally spoken with a normal tone, but when it came out of Zhen Ming's mouth and entered Xiangyang's ears, it already changed its meaning. It was a pun within a pun. Xiangyang's expression changed and his eyes were about to spit fire. However, he slightly turned his body and looked at Xiaohua, who had a calm expression. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, I am Xiangyang, a disciple of the Thunder Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Because my master is busy with the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he didn't have time to spare. Thus, he ordered me to bring my little martial brother here to register. My Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a rule that requires a master to bring his disciple here to register, right? Normally, when the masters come to the Thunder Palace, they would bring their disciples here. I am also an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, so I can barely register. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's easy for you to say. Are you the guard of the Jade Archive Hall or am I the guard? Are you the one who understands the rules of the Jade Archive Hall or am I the one who understands the rules of the Jade Archive Hall? I have been on guard here for many years. Every year, there would be masters bringing their disciples here to register. I have never heard of an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator bringing a disciple here to register. But, 10 years ago, I indeed saw it with my own eyes. Xiangyang was a little anxious. Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang, I saw it 10 years ago. However, I only came to the Jade Archive Hall 9 years ago. I don't know about that kind of thing. Zhen Ming still had a fake smile on his face. Please return, Martial Uncle Xiang. Next year at this time, Martial Uncle Xiang will bring Xiaohua here. Next year? Xiaohua was stunned, but his expression didn't change. Hee, you see, you also know that there isn't enough time. Today's matter is something I don't understand and didn't explain it clearly to my master. I hope the two of you can make an exception. If we register another year later, wouldn't that delay Xiaohua's cultivation for a year? This is not appropriate. You also know it's not appropriate? Zhen Ming said angrily, since you know it's not appropriate, why didn't you come here yesterday? Why did you make us wait here for 24 hours? Since you know it's not appropriate, why didn't the master come and send a disciple instead? Isn't this not taking the Jade Archive Hall seriously? Xiangyang looked around and slapped his hand. He took out a few high-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and quietly handed them over. His face was already red. He smiled and said, this has nothing to do with my master. It's all I's fault for making things difficult for the two of you. These spirit stones can be considered as I's compensation. Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang is quite polite. When Zhen Liang saw this, he reached out his hand to remember it. Weighing the spirit stones in his hand, he casually waved his hand, causing the high-grade spirit stones to scatter to the ground. With a cold expression, he said, what a pity, it's only a few high-grade spirit stones. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's fine if your myriad Thunder Valley is poor, but don't treat my Jade Archive Hall as beggars. Even if you kneel down and give these high-grade spirit stones to my Jade Archive Hall, my Jade Archive Hall won't accept them. You. Xiangyang's face became redder and redder. However, just as his anger rose, he forcefully suppressed it. Hee, it's all I's fault, it's all I's fault. Xiangyang was so angry that he forgot to use a spell. He squatted down and picked up those spirit stones. Damn it, You've gone too far. Just as Xiangyang squatted down, Xiaohua finally couldn't take it anymore. At this time, he already understood the meaning of Yan Qinglian's words when Xiangyang came out. Thinking about how his eldest senior brother's honest appearance was actually forced into such a state by two 12th-layer qi refining juniors, Xiaohua's temper, which had been ignited long ago, finally exploded. Hee, a piece of trash that no one wants, actually dares to be arrogant? Hearing Xiaohua's angry shout, Zhen Liang slightly tilted his head and scolded with a smile. You're just a rogue cultivator with no reason. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you got first place this time? However, just as he turned his head, he saw a figure rapidly approaching him. Before he could see clearly, the figure was already beside him. You. Zhen Liang was shocked. He absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua to dare to make a move in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Even more so, he didn't expect Xiaohua's movements to be so fast. As he retreated, he was about to make a spell with his hand. Suddenly, he felt his neck tighten. "Oh, not good." Zhen Liang was shocked and hurriedly activated his defense. Zhen Liang's whole body flashed, and Xiaohua's hand that was choking Zhen Liang was blocked by a defensive yellow talisman. You're courting death. Zhen Liang's heart was at ease. He made another spell with his hand, wanting to escape from Xiaohua's hand. Do you think you can escape? Xiaohua sneered and increased the strength in his hand. Kachacha, the defensive light around Zhen Liang's neck was immediately crushed by Xiaohua. Xiaohua's strength was originally boundless. After 2 years of tempering his bones with the fire essence flame crystal, 40% of his bones had already turned red. The strength in his hand had increased by several times. Zhen Liang's defensive yellow talisman was shattered by Xiaohua's furious strike. Ah! Zhen Liang couldn't scream anymore. His neck was choked, and his magic power seemed to have been sealed. He couldn't use it anymore, and his face was completely red. What are you doing? Xiaohua attacked Zhen Liang in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Zhen Ming didn't take Xiaohua seriously and didn't have the heart to help. When Xiaohua restrained Zhen Liang, Zhen Ming turned pale with fright. What am I doing? This young master won't do anything? Xiaohua sneered and stretched out his right hand. Pa, he slapped Zhen Liang's face. Walala, another burst of light disappeared. The light followed Zhen Liang's body, and in the blink of an eye, all of Zhen Liang's defenses were broken by Xiaohua's palm. This young master will let you see what it means to look down on people with dog eyes. Xiaohua was really angry at this time. He couldn't think of the word endure anymore. As he spoke, he slapped Zhen Liang's face again. Although Xiaohua held back his strength, how much strength did he use? Although Zhen Liang's cultivation was at the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, and his body could be considered to have some foundation, half of Zhen Liang's face was still instantly swollen, and his nose was bleeding. Rebellion, rebellion. Zhen Ming jumped up and clapped his hands. He was about to take out his magic weapon. This young master wants to see who dares to stop this young master from doing what he wants to do. Xiaohua's cold words sounded in Zhen Ming's ears, causing him to be startled. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief, and then looked at Xiangyang who was squatting on the ground and seemed to be restrained. You are offending your superior. Zhen Ming still took out his magic tool and said weakly. You dare to attack this young master? This young master will crush you to death. Xiaohua coldly glanced at him and said, what you did to my senior brother, this young master will do to you all the same? Offending my superior? You all have taught this young master before. Moreover, this young master hasn't even registered yet, so it can't be considered offending my superior. You injured my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. My Imperial Thunder Sect and you are not finished. Chapter 1546. Stop bullshitting, I've already passed the selection and am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. What do you mean by your Imperial Thunder Sect is mine? Xiaohua said impatiently, stop bullshitting, pick up the spirit stones on the ground and give them to my eldest senior brother. No, no need, I'll do it myself. Xiangyang finally came to his senses. He really couldn't imagine how his youngest junior brother, who had just reached the 10th layer of qi refining, could be so brave. You're still not picking them up? Xiaohua tightened his grip. Wait until I kill this bastard, let's see how you'll explain it to your palace master. This. Zhen Ming instantly lost his mind. Seeing the pleading look in Zhen Liang's eyes, he hurriedly squatted down and fought with Xiangyang to pick up the scattered spirit stones. Then, he looked at Xiaohua pitifully as if he was waiting for instructions. Open the door of the Jade Archive Hall. Xiaohua loosened his grip slightly and said to Zhen Liang, don't try anything and make me angry. Yes. Zhen Liang's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't dare to delay and activated his magic power. A ray of light shot out from his hands and hit the door of the Jade Archive Hall. Zhen Ming also did the same and the light on the door disappeared. Let's go, eldest senior brother. Xiaohua tightened his grip and dragged Zhen Liang's body into the Jade Archive Hall like a little chick. He then said to Zhen Ming, if you have the ability, don't come in. Xiang Yang's face was filled with excitement and worry. He quickly walked into the Jade Archive Hall and thought about how to deal with the aftermath. After thinking about it, Zhen Ming didn't dare to go too far. He stomped his feet and followed in. The Jade Archive Hall was huge. At a glance, there were countless jade tablets placed in different places. Xiaohua roughly looked at the 8 different areas and understood what was going on. Here. Xiangyang obviously knew where the Thunder Palace's jade tablet was. He led Xiaohua to an area that was faintly glowing with yellow light. Open the restriction. Xiaohua said coldly. Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the seal. Zhen Ming then took out a blank jade token from his storage pouch and handed it over to Xiangyang. Xiangyang took the jade token and used his divine sense to write something on it. Then, 2 ancient words, Xiaohua, appeared on the jade token. Alright, junior brother, drop a drop of your blood on it. Xiangyang raised the jade tablet in front of Xiaohua's eyes and said, Qi condensation disciples don't have divine sense, so they can't pretend to be a life spirit tablet. After using your blood to make a blood tablet, wait until you reach foundation establishment before using the jade tablet to make a life spirit tablet. Alright. Xiaohua dripped the blood in his body onto the jade tablet. Xiangyang was careful not to let the drop of blood fall from the jade token, and he released his spiritual will. Who would have thought that the blood droplet would actually not be driven by divine sense and could not seep into the jade token at all? Xiangyang was slightly stunned. Xiaohua also frowned, his mind racing, and he hurriedly released his perception. At this moment, Xiangyang was trying to use his divine will for the second time. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua felt Xiangyang's divine sense and immediately used his own perception to drive the blood droplet. Under the control of Xiaohua's perception, the blood droplet gradually penetrated into the jade token. Shwa! An extremely bright golden light flashed and the jade token seemed to be plated with a layer of golden film. Damn it! Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. But at this moment, the golden light on the jade token suddenly disappeared and the jade token returned to its original appearance, just like all the other jade tokens on the table. Hee hee. Xiangyang wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming, one of them was looking at the door while the other was being held by Xiaohua by the neck, he also wanted to say something but stopped himself. He placed the jade token on the table and said, next to it is my life spirit tablet. My 10,000 Thunder Valley will depend on junior brother from now on. Xiaohua ignored Xiangyang and turned to Zhen Ming, don't keep looking at the door. Your palace master won't be coming soon. See if there is anything else I need to do. Nothing. Zhen Ming unhappily turned his head and looked at Zhen Liang in Xiaohua's hand and said, junior brother Xiao has already been registered and is now an official disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. But, the enmity between you and my Jade Archive Hall. Hee hee, where there are people, there will be fighting. My master's wife has already taught this little one. Xiaohua shook his hand and threw Zhen Liang in front of Zhen Ming. Zhen Liang nimbly stood up and looked at Xiaohua with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. If there is anything you are unsatisfied with, I will take it all. As Xiaohua spoke, he slapped his hand and took out an item from his storage bag. He threw it over and said, also, this young master is here to register under the sect master's orders. You actually dare to obstruct this young master? Isn't this going against the sect master's orders? I am in a good mood today and can't be bothered to argue with you. But if you do anything to make me unhappy again, I will not let you off. Zhen Liang's heart was filled with hatred. Countless thoughts ran through his mind as he tried to think of a way to take revenge on Xiaohua. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, and then receiving Qian Lei Zi's command medallion, which Imperial Thunder sect disciple didn't know about, seeing that the token was almost useless, Zhen Liang was immediately discouraged. He looked at the token left and right and couldn't find anything wrong with it, so he gave it back to Zhen Ming. Zhen Ming was also shocked and looked at it even longer than Zhen Liang. You too, have you seen enough? If you have, quickly give it back to I. Xiaohua yelled from the side. Xiaohua, since you have the sect master's token, why didn't you show it earlier? Zhen Ming gave the sect master's token back to Xiaohua and said with dissatisfaction, this token, like this? You too, think this token is fake? If so, can you two come with me to the 10,000 Thunder Palace? When you see the sect master, you can tell him everything that made things difficult for me. Xiaohua sneered. He didn't take back the sect master's token and just played with it in his hand. Don't. Zhen Ming quickly waved his hand, I didn't mean that. I was just asking why junior martial brother Xiao didn't take it out earlier. If you took it out earlier, how could there be so many misunderstandings? Pay. Xiaohua saw that they had already shed all pretense of cordiality and he was in the right, so he no longer hesitated. He pointed his finger and scolded, my senior martial brother is a Foundation establishment cultivator and is your senior. He has already lowered himself and you still want to make things difficult for him. Why should I give you any face? Senior martial brother didn't argue with you because he is broad-minded. I won't say anything else. You too, actually want me to register it next year. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for me? I want to see who makes me uncomfortable. I will make their life difficult. Alright, senior martial brother, is everything fine? Xiaohua turned his head and asked. Oh, everything is fine. Xiangyang came to his senses. Senior martial brother, please lead the way. Xiaohua said with a smile, we still have a lot of things to do. Let's not waste time here. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1547. Xiangyang nodded and left the Jade Archive Hall with Xiaohua. Not long after they left, Xiangyang whispered, little junior brother. Today. Isn't this too rash? If Master finds out, he'll definitely punish you. Rash? Xiaohua also turned his head to look at the Jade Archive Hall in the distance and snorted, these two old dogs, they actually want to obstruct this little brother from registering. If this little brother doesn't show his might on this matter, won't he be suppressed by them all day long? But Xiangyang was a bit embarrassed, you still have to stay in Zhenlei Palace in the future. With them interfering, I'm afraid it won't be comfortable. Hee, eldest senior brother, what those two said just now, one is that the master has to bring the disciple to register. That should be nonsense. The second is that I have to wait until the next year to register. That's probably true, right? Yes, little junior brother is right. I only brought you here because the time was right. If I inform Master now, it will definitely be delayed. You see, they deliberately want to make things difficult for me. Moreover, I took out the sect leader's token. Do you think they will report to the Zhenlei Palace's master? Of course I know this, but the problem is, they will secretly hinder your cultivation. Xiangyang didn't seem to ask about the sect leader's token. He was only worried about Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Didn't Master's wife say that? Where there are people, there will be fights. Since there will be fights, it depends on strength. All schemes are nonsense in front of absolute strength." "Oh, right, little junior brother. You actually subdued a 12th layer chi refining disciple with just a wave of your hand. You. Xiangyang, who had been worried about Xiaohua, finally realized that his little junior brother was only at the 10th layer chi refining realm. He actually didn't even put a 12th layer chi refining disciple in his eyes. Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. "It was just luck. That guy probably didn't expect me to make a move in the Jade Archive Hall. That's why I succeeded." "Right, little junior brother, are you going to stay in Zhenlei Palace? Where is it?" Seeing that Xiaohua had changed the topic, Xiangyang didn't ask any more questions. He pointed his finger and said, "Junior brother still needs to go to the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace and listen to the arrangements of the Gen Thunder Palace's disciples there." Leaving aside the fact that Xiaohua and Xiangyang were heading to the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace, Zhen Ming looked at the swollen side of Zhen Liang's face and smiled bitterly. He whispered, "Junior martial brother Zhen Liang, why don't you take the pill? You don't tell me you're going to see the deacon? What? Little brother has suffered a great loss just like that, allowing Xiaohua, a rogue cultivator, to run wild in my Jade Archive Hall for nothing?" Zhen Liang was clearly still angry. Zhen Ming sighed. He looked at Xiaohua's jade tablet and advised, then, "Junior martial brother, please think about how you should explain this to the deacon." "What's so hard to say?" Zhen Liang shouted, but the more he spoke, the lower his voice became. In the end, he fell silent. After a while, he said, "We can report to the deacon that Xiaohua is abusing his magic power in the Jade Archive Hall. It's the sect master's order, junior martial brother." Zhen Ming reminded, "Why did Xiaohua misuse his powers? In the end, we can't escape from the blame. Are we going to break our teeth and swallow it?" Zhen Liang was unwilling to accept this. Zhen Ming sighed and shook his head slightly. "Today's matter. I'm afraid it will be like this." As he spoke, Zhen Ming patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. He threw it to Zhen Liang and said, "Xiaohua won't make a big fuss about this matter, so we can't expose it either. As for the future, since Xiaohua is in my Zhenlei Palace, we will have countless opportunities to deal with him. He's just a rogue cultivator in the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. If it wasn't for Xiangyang, a Foundation establishment disciple, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. Damn it, this bastard's speed is really fast." Zhen Liang finally understood. He reluctantly took out the pill from the jade bottle and used his magic power to dissolve it. He rubbed the pill on his face and the swelling on his face disappeared at a visible speed. "And, if there's an opportunity next time, we have to be careful of this bastard's speed." Zhen Ming nodded. At this moment, a divine sense swept across the hall. Zhen Ming was shocked and he nudged Zhen Liang with his arm. The two of them quickly walked out of the hall and met Deacon Zhen Liang. "Zhen Ming, did that Wu Hai bring Xiaohua here to register?" Zhen asked. "Yes, Deacon. Wu Hai didn't come. It was Wu Hai's disciple, Xiangyang, who brought Xiaohua here. Wu Hai actually brought Xiaohua back to the Wanlei Valley first. He's really something. He's not afraid of delaying Xiaohua's registration." As expected, Zhen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, "Since Xiaohua is the last to register, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment is over. You all have worked hard. Go to Qiqiao Pavilion and receive your rewards." "Yes, Deacon." Zhen Ming and Zhen Liang bowed. Zhen Liang looked at Zhen Ming and suddenly said, "Oh right, Deacon, there's something I don't know if I should say." "Just say it." Zhen felt strange and waved his hand. "That. Just now, Xiaohua came with the sect leader's token to register. I didn't know that the sect leader's token Huh? Isn't it just registration? What's sect leader's token? Zhen was slightly dazed. He thought of the unusual expressions he saw on Wu Hai's and Xiao Hua's faces in the Spring Thunder Palace yesterday. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry about other people's matters. We just need to do our own things." Yes, disciple understands. Disciple just feels that Xiao Hua is a rogue cultivator. If he obtained the sect leader's token. I'm afraid that my direct disciple, and I understand. Zhen glared at Zhen Liang and signaled him to stop talking. Then, he ordered the two to seal the door of the Jade Archive Palace and quickly left the Jade Archive Palace. This Xiao Hua, how did he obtain the sect leader's token? Zhen thought as he walked. Zhen Liang's words weren't in vain. The mountain where the Zhenlei Palace was located was called the Fledgling Thunder Peak. This fledgling Thunder Peak wasn't a single mountain peak. It was surrounded by a mountain range that stretched for several miles. In this mountain range, there were many wooden houses scattered around. Each wooden house looked very sturdy and there was a large plaque on the door of each wooden house. On the plaque, there weren't words but numbers written on it. At this moment, Xiao Hua was standing in front of a wooden house with Xiangyang. Xiao Hua looked at the plaque in his hand and then looked at the number on the wooden house. He smiled and said, 1134, it's really this one. Then, Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to enter the house. He turned around and looked at the wooden house on the mountain ridge. Then, he looked at the lush forest in the mountain ridge and the abundant world energy in the surroundings. He said to Xiangyang, eldest martial brother, you've lived here before, right? It seems to be an excellent place for cultivation. Hee, of course I've lived here before. Moreover, I've lived here for 50 years. Xiangyang's expression didn't change as he smiled and pointed to the distance. Back then, I lived in number 346. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of what happened in the Spring Thunder Palace and couldn't help but ask, that's right, eldest martial brother. Just now, the martial uncle of the Qiqiao Pavilion asked your son, what's going on? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1548. Speaking of which, it was very simple. Just as Xiangyang brought Xiao Hua into the Spring Thunder Palace, they ran into a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple. That disciple obviously knew Xiangyang. With a smile on his face, he asked, Senior Martial Brother Xiang, where's your son? Why didn't he come to the Spring Thunder Palace? Xiangyang's expression didn't change, and he waved his hand. It's still early. This child is naughty and hasn't descended yet. When he comes later and cultivates to become a deity transformation cultivator, I'll naturally bring him to the Spring Thunder Palace to kowtow to you all. That foundation establishment cultivator smiled and cupped his hands, then hurriedly left. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator called Xiangyang senior martial brother and even talked about a child. Xiao Hua had long been muttering in his heart, but thinking that this might be his eldest senior martial brother's private matter and that he didn't see him in the Immortal's cave, he felt embarrassed to ask too much. However, in the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace, they ran into several foundation establishment disciples. Every one of these people asked Xiangyang the same question, and Xiangyang's answers were also the same. However, some disciples smiled kindly, while others sneered or even ridiculed him. Therefore, Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask at this time. Hee, it's nothing. Xiangyang's expression was as calm as water. The few disciples I ran into just now all know me. They also lived in this wooden house in the past. Their aptitudes were good, so they quickly cultivated to the foundation establishment realm. However, I was unable to reach the foundation establishment realm. I cultivated for 50 years before I was lucky enough to step into the foundation establishment realm. However, I feel that my aptitudes aren't good enough, but my son might not be. My son might not be suitable for cultivation in the future, but as long as he's suitable for cultivation, he'll definitely become a deity transformation cultivator. Eldest senior martial brother, that can't be, right? Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He finally understood that Xiang Hua thought of his son as an immortal descending from the heavens. As long as he cultivated, he'd definitely become a deity transformation cultivator. Speaking of his dream, Xiang Hua's face was somewhat excited, and he said with a smile, "Did you know? Little junior martial brother, I've already thought of a name for the child." "What's his name?" Xiao Hua's curiosity was greatly aroused. "Xiang Zhili." Xiang Yang said very proudly, "A deity transformation cultivator who knows etiquette." "Good. Good name." Xiao Hua gave him a thumbs up and said, "Then little brother will quietly wait for little martial nephew's arrival." Sigh, hearing this, the originally excited Xiang Yang sighed and said, "Let's go and see junior brother's wooden house." Xiao Hua knew that Xiang Yang had some hidden troubles, so he didn't ask any more and followed Xiang Yang to the wooden house. When he was 3 feet away from the cabin, Xiang Yang pointed at the token in his hand, which then released a misty cyan light towards the closed wooden door. With a swish, a cyan light circled around the cabin from the wooden door. After that, the wooden door disappeared, revealing an open door. Additionally, moonlight radiated from the door. Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang inside and casually looked around. This was a simple and crude hut. Other than a chair, a desk, a praying mat, and a shelf, everything was empty. Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua and pointed his hand again. The same cyan light once again shot towards the door. The entire cabin was shrouded in a layer of restriction. "Little junior martial brother, I'll tell you the incantation." Xiang Yang handed over the token and told Xiao Hua the incantation to control the token. Only then did he say, "Let's go. I'm afraid that you'll have to live here before you reach Foundation establishment. I'd better hurry and take you to Thunder Shock Palace and get your job done." However, just as Xiang Yang and Xiao Hua walked out of the cabin, dozens of Qi condensation disciples just happened to return. The one who came was Wang Yunxiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua was actually his neighbor, Wang Yunxiao stared blankly. First, he saluted Xiang Yang, then he thought for a while with Xiao Hua, and then he said somewhat strangely, "Junior martial brother Xiao, this wooden house of mine is surrounded by the residences of the Thunder Palace's disciples. Could it be that junior martial brother was also accepted into the Thunder Palace? But I don't know, who is your master?" "Huh. Senior martial brother Wang is actually also a disciple of Thunder Shock Palace?" Xiao Hua's face was also full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior martial brother's master is Myriad Thunder Valley's helplessness. This is junior martial brother Xiang Yang." "Xiang Yang?" Wang Yunxiao was slightly stunned again. A trace of a smile flashed through his eyes, but that smile was immediately concealed by Wang Yunxiao. He cupped his hands again. "So it's Senior Xiang." How could Xiang Yang not know the meaning in Wang Yunxiao's eyes? He laughed and said, "Who is junior martial brother's master?" "I'm afraid that when he was teaching you a lesson today, he didn't mention I's name, right?" No. Wang Yunxiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Junior martial brother's master's name is Xinyu." He only mentioned Senior Xiang when he was talking about the difficulty of Foundation establishment. Master also praised Senior Xiang's spirit for being praiseworthy and that his willpower is #1 in Thunder Shock sect. Humph, Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. He didn't quite understand. Although Xiang Yang used 50 years to reach Foundation establishment, he was still at Foundation establishment after all. Wasn't he countless times stronger than those disciples who didn't reach Foundation establishment? Why was he so famous in Thunder Shock sect? Oh, right, I wonder what kind of odd jobs junior martial brother Xiao is assigned to in Thunder Shock Palace. I was assigned to 100 Refinements Hall precisely to refine yellow talismans. It's said that if you cultivate well in the future, you can even practice spirit talismans. Junior martial brother hasn't gone to Thunder Shock Palace yet. Senior martial brother Xiang is about to bring me there." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "That's good. Does junior martial brother Xiao have the mind to come to 100 Refinements Hall?" I know the deacon in charge of 100 Refinements Hall, so I can put in a few good words for junior martial brother. Wang Yunxiao had the intention of showing off, seemingly trying to rope Xiaohua in. Talisman crafting? When Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly shook his head and said with a headache, No. Thank you for your good intentions, senior martial brother Wang. Whenever I see talisman crafting, my head will explode. I've never succeeded. If I were to craft talismans, how would I have the time to cultivate? Wang Yunxiao smiled very elegantly and said, All right then. In any case, I'll be crafting yellow talismans in the future. If junior martial brother Xiao has any needs, feel free to tell me. Who asked us to live together? Thank you, senior martial brother Wang. Xiaohua's face was overjoyed. He happily cupped his hands and said goodbye to Wang Yunxiao. Then, he followed Xiangyang and flew away from fledgling Thunder Peak. Looking at the conversation between Xiaohua and Wang Yunxiao, Xiangyang seemed to have something to say. However, after hesitating for a long time, he flew in the air and reminded, Junior martial brother, if you lack yellow talismans, feel free to tell me. This. Zhenyu and our master have some conflicts. If you take his disciples' things, first, master will be angry. Second, taking a gift will shortchange him. Hee. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a pile of yellow talismans from his storage bag. He said with a smile, Junior martial brother has a lot of yellow talismans here. Who cares about his? Besides, senior martial brother is a foundation establishment stage cultivator. How could you not know how to craft yellow talismans? Junior martial brother will ask you for them. This. Xiang Yang's face was a bit embarrassed. I really don't know how to craft yellow talismans. It's your senior martial sister who is more adept at crafting yellow talismans. It's a so-so. Xiaohua laughed in his heart and said, Junior martial brother was just joking with that guy. That's good. Xiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Looking left and right, he said in a low voice, You were in the limelight just now. You actually beat up a disciple on duty at the Jade Archive Hall. Senior martial brother was worried that you would be plotted against. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder sect isn't a monolithic block. What do you mean? Xiaohua was stunned. Speaking of which, master's wife was right. Where there are people, there will be fighting. Xiangyang sighed and said, Let's not talk about the open and covert struggles between the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the disciples within a single thunder palace have some competition. Xiaohua asked curiously, The 8 great thunder palaces' struggles are understandable. But what about the competition within a single thunder palace? Let's not talk about the ordinary competition between disciples first. That kind of competition can show off one's strengths and weaknesses, obtain the approval of the masters, and then obtain high-level cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, spells, and so on. These are all very important for a cultivator's cultivation. Let's talk about the disciples who have just been accepted into the Imperial Thunder sect. First, there are 2 levels in terms of birth. One is the children of cultivation families, and the other is the loose cultivators like Junior martial brother. Of course, the Imperial Thunder sect accepts very few loose cultivators, but there are after all. Among the cultivation families, they are divided according to the size of the family. Then, according to the distribution of the disciples of those families in the Imperial Thunder sect, they are divided into different small areas of influence. It's so complicated. Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. However, senior martial brother's words, junior martial brother is somewhat puzzled. Since the disciples of the aristocratic families enter the Imperial Thunder sect, then they are naturally the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid that they can no longer have any relationship with the cultivation families. Then, how does the Imperial Thunder sect restrict these disciples? Aren't they afraid of being swallowed by those aristocratic families? Haha. Xiangyang laughed loudly and said, How is this complicated? These are just the disciples that they have recruited. You forgot that my Imperial Thunder sect also has disciples. Their influence is the greatest. Seeing that Xiangyang didn't answer the question, Xiaohua carefully pondered and understood. He said with a smile, so in the Imperial Thunder sect, the greatest influence is still Xiangjili's group. In that case, we don't have to be afraid of the aristocratic family's disciples wreaking havoc. More than that, you think that all the disciples registering in the Jade Archive Hall and leaving behind their jade tablets is just a formality? Xiangyang said with a smile, with the Jade Archive Hall's jade tablets, the sect master has 10,000 ways to restrict the disciples of the sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he secretly said, Good, so, they aren't good people. Looking at Xiangyang, he seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. Xiaohua was afraid that he would ask about the golden brilliance on the jade tablets, so he hurriedly asked, In that case, the ordinary disciples should be divided into the Imperial Thunder sect's own disciples, the disciples of the cultivation families, and loose cultivators, right? Exactly so. This is also a rough division. There are many subdivisions, and Senior Marshal Brother doesn't know much about them. Xiangyang smiled bitterly. Senior Marshal Brother's achievements are limited when he wholeheartedly cultivates. How can I have so many thoughts like them? I'm afraid that only with such thoughts can you obtain more, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. That's what Master said too. Xiangyang nodded and said, Unfortunately, Senior Marshal Brother and Master aren't that kind of people. We only know how to wholeheartedly cultivate, and don't know how to curry favor with others. We also don't know how to speak human language when we see ghosts. Senior Marshal Brother, aren't you talking about Junior Marshal Brother? Xiaohua had seen Helpless' performance in the Spring Thunder Palace, so he understood Xiangyang's meaning very well. He waved his hand and said with a smile. Of course, my Myriad Thunder Valley needs people like Junior Marshal Brother. Xiangyang said sincerely, Senior Marshal Brother is too weak, too indecisive, that's why I ended up being laughed at by others. Senior Marshal Brother's words seemed to have some allusions. Xiaohua's heart moved and asked. Xiangyang sighed and said, Actually, it's simple. Senior Marshal Brother was similar to you in the past. Although I was also from a cultivation family, it had long since declined and was no different from a loose cultivator. It wasn't easy to enter the Imperial Thunder sect, but no one accepted me as a disciple. My situation was similar to yours. In the end, a master accepted me into the Myriad Thunder Valley. Senior Marshal Brother was already at the peak of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm at that time, and my cultivation speed wasn't slow either. However, when Senior Marshal Brother entered the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, Master and Master's wife had something to do and left the Thunder Emo Mountains. Moreover, something went wrong and they left for a long time. Senior Marshal Uncle Qing Hua's situation at that time was similar to today's. Whether he was alive or dead was unknown. At that time, Senior Marshal Brother hadn't dual cultivated with your sister-in-law yet. In the Thunder Palace, a master coveted the Myriad Thunder Valley, and wanted to accept Senior Marshal Brother as a disciple. If Senior Marshal Brother left the Myriad Thunder Valley, then there wouldn't be anyone left in the Myriad Thunder Valley. At that time, whether Master was alive or dead was unknown. Myriad Thunder Valley could only be given to someone else. Senior Marshal Brother remembered Master's kindness and didn't dare to agree. I guarded the Myriad Thunder Valley to the death. Even when that Master promised to help me cultivate to the foundation building realm, I didn't leave. Junior Marshal Brother must already know how powerful the Myriad Thunder Valley is. Without the cultivation of the foundation building realm, one can't get close to it for too long. And because Senior Marshal Brother guarded the Myriad Thunder Valley, so. Looking at Xiangyang's aged face and listening to Xiangyang's tireless narration, Xiaohua felt very warm in his heart. He gave a thumbs up and said, Senior Marshal Brother, this is righteousness. Junior Marshal Brother really admires you. Admire? Xiangyang shook his head. In front of cultivation, everything is nothingness. What is righteousness? What is reason? What is integrity? What is shame? It can't even compare to the cultivation of the Tao. Sigh, Xiaohua let out a long sigh. Looking at the mountain range that was getting closer and closer in the distance, he said helplessly, yes, a person who cultivates the Tao only has the word Tao. As long as they can increase their cultivation, as long as they can live forever, they can use any method. But with this kind of approach, even if they can live forever, even if they cultivate to the nascent soul stage or the spirit severing stage, then, what joy is there in that? A person isn't a fish, how can he know the joy of a fish? Xiangyang shook his head. Maybe they were right, and we were wrong. Xiaohua caught on and said, or maybe they were wrong, and we were right? Who is right and who is wrong, I'm afraid only the heavens can know. And thousands of years later, they might laugh at our withered bones. Xiangyang said very profoundly, knowing this, you should know why Senior Marshal Brother is being laughed at like this, right? I don't want the opportunity to step into the foundation building realm, and instead bitterly cultivate by myself. Chapter 1549. Oh, and then? Didn't Master and Master's wife come back? Xiaohua asked curiously. Master did come back, but I failed to build my foundation for the first time. Later, my mind was hurt by the thunder in 10,000 Thunder Valley. After cultivating for 50 years, I barely entered the early stage of foundation establishment. After that, I didn't have any great achievements. First time building your foundation? Again? Xiaohua muttered in his heart, but he didn't ask. Instead, he smiled and said, hee, eldest senior brother, did you regret it? Hee, it would be a lie to say I didn't regret it. Xiangyang didn't hide it and said with a smile, but there are countless spiritual medicines in this world, but there is no medicine for regret. What if there is? Xiaohua asked. But, there isn't. Xiangyang shook his head. If Master knew, he would be sad. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master? Xiangyang's face showed a strange smile. Seeing the strange expression on Xiangyang's face, Xiaohua was even more curious and said, what did Master say? Did he praise you greatly? Forget it. Xiangyang snorted and said, Master and Master's wife came back a few years later. They didn't say a word to me about what happened. While they were recuperating, they called me to the cave. I thought they were going to praise me, but who would have thought that Master would scold me to my face? Ah. Scolding? Xiaohua was stunned. With a disciple like eldest senior brother, how could Master not be happy? How could he scold you? Master said I was an idiot. I didn't walk the path to heaven and insisted on taking the mountain path. Also, because of my stubbornness, my Tao foundation was damaged. In the future, my cultivation couldn't advance much. Not to mention nascent soul, I couldn't even reach golden core. He also said he was blind to take a fancy to me as a disciple and insisted on driving me out of 10,000 Thunder Valley. He also said that this 10,000 Thunder Valley was a difficult job. He wanted to return it to Thunder Palace long ago, but no one took it. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep guarding here. Now that someone has set their sights on him, it's his best chance to escape. Now that I've messed things up, he'll have to stay in this myriad Thunder Valley again. And then? Xiaohua was very puzzled. After that, I knelt in front of Master's cave for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, under the persuasion of Master's wife, Master calmed down a little and reluctantly allowed me to return to the wooden house to reflect on my mistakes. That's strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Since 10,000 Thunder Valley is such a hard job, why did that teacher choose this place? I don't know. After that, no one ever mentioned this matter again. Xiangyang smiled bitterly. It's me who has made a name for myself in the deafening Thunder Palace. Not only in the deafening Thunder Palace, but also in the 8 great Thunder Palaces. Xiaohua scratches his head again. Of course, in the eyes of an ordinary cultivator, Xiangyang is indeed abnormally stupid. For the meaningless loyalty in his heart, he has damaged his Taoist foundation and state of mind. However, he has no choice but to be ungrateful and almost expelled him from the school. If this is not a joke, what else can it be? However, was Dao cultivation as simple as Dao cultivation? How could one cultivate the Dao without cultivating the mind? Even if one's Dao cultivation reached the heavens, without a mind that matches the Dao cultivation, that Dao will never be able to reach perfection. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound came from the heavenly Dao that was steadily revolving within Xiaohua's space. In these past few years, while Xiaohua was cultivating, he was attaching his mind to the heavenly Dao's starry sky within the space. He slowly comprehended and experienced the traces of the heavenly Dao's circulation, as well as the fluctuations in the circulation of the heavenly Dao. And these so-called comprehensions, Xiaohua actually didn't understand a lot of the time. It's just that when he comprehended, sometimes he would feel sadness, sometimes he would feel joy, and sometimes he would feel neither joy nor sadness. Almost all of the emotions and all of the world's entanglements would appear in this comprehension. As for what use these comprehensions had, Xiaohua didn't know. Of course, when comprehending the heavenly Dao, Xiaohua's cultivation could increase rapidly. This was what Xiaohua knew. He was naturally willing to continue comprehending and wanted to know what the so-called heaven-reaching realm was like. However, it was also the heavenly Dao that Xiaohua had been silently comprehending but had never made any progress. At this time, when he comprehended Xiang Yang's sincere heart, the starry sky actually became a little clearer. The details that Xiaohua saw before were very vague at this moment. Even the karma hand had revealed a few traces of the technique. But, the Dao heart, how can it reach perfection? What kind of Dao heart is worthy of cultivation? Xiaohua's heart was at a loss, but this couldn't stop Xiaohua's reverence for Xiang Yang. Xiaohua stopped flying and respectfully bowed and said, "Many thanks to eldest senior brother for teaching me, this little brother will benefit endlessly." Don't. Xiang Yang was shocked. He hurriedly pulled Xiaohua up and said, "I told you about my own matters because I don't want you to take a detour like I did. Isn't that, eldest martial brother, what little brother has gained is not what you have gained, and what you have lost is also not what you have lost. Who can know about gains and losses?" Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and said, "Look at master, I feel that, he is not, what do you think?" Xiang Yang blinked and said with a smile, "Admittedly, this elder brother has made some losses, but that senior sister of yours also agreed to this elder brother's dual cultivation because of this. Isn't this a gain?" "Ha, that's right." Xiaohua laughed. Thinking about what Yan Qinglian said to Xiang Yang, the concern in her words really made him envious. However, this elder brother is wrong. Junior brother is too conspicuous, it's also not good. Xiang Yang said again. However, he wasn't helpless after all. His words were still vague. "I'll let senior brother know that this little brother has always endured silently. However, those two things are really hateful. They actually want to delay this little brother's cultivation for a year. How can this little brother endure?" Xiaohua naturally knew what this always cautious senior brother was thinking and explained in a low voice. "And, then it's fine. This elder brother will report this matter to master later and also let him have a plan in his heart. Won't master be especially happy?" Xiaohua said shamelessly. "Stop dreaming. It's already not bad that he won't punish you." Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua's appearance and couldn't help but pat his head. It seemed similar to his own nephew. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the kindness in Xiang Yang's eyes and thinking about Xiang Yang's sorrow, his heart softened and he let that hand rest on his hair. "Let's go. Thunder Palace's rushing Thunder Hall is in front. This elder brother will go and see if there are any senior brothers familiar and find you a comfortable odd job worker." Xiang Yang stroked Xiaohua's hair a few times and sighed in his heart. As soon as his hand left, he urged his magic power and said gently, "Yes, I'll listen to senior brother's instructions." Xiao Hua smiled and caught up. Shuttling Thunder Hall was similar to Spring Thunder Hall. However, in the Jade Archive Hall's position, there was a rather large side hall with the words, Shuttling Thunder Hall, written on it. There were many aura-refining disciples walking into the hall, some with tired faces, some with a trace of joy on their faces. They were holding things that they didn't have time to put in their storage pouches as they hurriedly walked out. This is not only the place to assign odd job workers to Thunder Palace, but it's also the place to hand over the monthly harvest and distribute the offerings, Xiangyang explained in a low voice. Io, senior brother Xiang. Xiangyang was talking to Xiao Hua with his head lowered when a middle-stage foundation building cultivator turned around from the side of the huge pillar. That cultivator was extremely thin and had a few strands of goatee on his chin. When he saw Xiangyang, a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. He called out, "Senior brother Xiang," and walked over. How could I dare? So it's senior brother Zhenfeng. When Xiangyang saw that cultivator, his face was full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, you can just call me junior brother. I can't accept the title of senior brother." How could that be? Back then, senior brother Xiang was I's senior brother. You also gave I a lot of pointers on cultivation, Zhenfeng said while waving his hand. That was a matter from several decades ago. Senior brother Zhenfeng, please don't mention it. Xiangyang's expression was slightly ashamed. When he saw Xiangyang's ashamed expression, Zhenfeng turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. He pointed at him and said with a smile, "Junior brother Xiang? Could it be that this is the son you said would definitely become a deity transformation stage cultivator? Oh right, I heard that you even gave him a name. What was it again?" Xiangyang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Zhenfeng, don't joke around. This is the disciple my master accepted. He's I's junior brother. This time, I came with him on a mission from Thunder Palace." Soon after, he looked around and said in a low voice, "I just don't know if senior brother can be merciful and find a mission that can increase his cultivation. My myriad Thunder Valley will be eternally grateful." Hee hee, of course, of course. Zhenfeng laughed and said, "Junior brother Xiang came personally, how can there not be a good mission? My Thunder Palace's great herb garden needs your junior brother to take care of it." Xiangyang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly pulled Zhenfeng's sleeve and said, "The herb garden is far away. Xiao Hua still has to report to Thunder Palace every day. How can this be?" "What? Your master didn't even come to take care of the herb garden and do the hard work?" Zhenfeng flung his sleeve and said coldly, "The masters and disciples came to Thunder Palace yesterday. You only came today. What other good place do you want? If you think this herb garden is not good enough, I will let Xiao Hua patrol the mountain." "Don't." Xiangyang also threw away his face. He hurriedly pulled Zhenfeng and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua and Wang Yunxiao are old friends." "Just now, what?" "Xiao Hua." Zhenfeng suddenly realized. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua, whose face was as calm as water. He patted his hand and took out a jade scroll. He immersed his divine sense in it and looked carefully. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Is it the Xiao that starts with the word grass?" Xiangyang said curiously, "That's right. Could it be that my Thunder Palace has another Xiao Hua this year?" "No, no." Zhenfeng concealed his awkwardness, took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and said to Xiao Hua, This poor Daoist was wondering who it was. So it turns out that it's someone that Palace Master thinks highly of. It's only right for me to come later." Chapter 1550. Someone that Palace Master values? Xiangyang suddenly remembered Xiao Hua's sect master's token and unconsciously felt bitter in his heart. Of course, I've always been low-key. Since Xiao Hua has the sect master's token, what do I have to worry about? Xiao Hua's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, I don't dare. Junior has only seen Sect Master a few times. I can't say that he values me. Hee, a few times. Junior brother Xiao makes it sound so simple. Zhenfeng was still full of smiles as he said, Palace Master has already sent a message to my Rushing Thunder Hall's deacon. Junior brother Xiao can choose any of my Shocking Thunder Hall's odd job workers. Isn't this valuing you? Hiss. Xiangyang secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of this kind of situation before. Xiao Hua didn't even lift his eyelids as he said, Senior's arrangement is exactly what Junior likes. I just don't know which herb garden is the most deserted. Junior will only take that herb garden's job. Don't. Zhenfeng was very anxious as he hurriedly shouted, Junior brother Xiao, I have already arranged Junior brother's position properly since I received the deacon's order. It's the talisman crafting job. I blocked more than 10 senior brothers and martial uncles to make this arrangement. I hope Junior brother will be satisfied. Zhenfeng said anxiously. No need. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. Junior still feels that the herb garden's job is better. Junior brother, Xiangyang softly shouted, now is not the time to be angry. That herb garden is very far from here. Every day, you have to go there and come back. It's not good for your cultivation. If Junior brother doesn't like talisman crafting, why don't you find an alchemy master and become their alchemy boy? You can also gain something. Alchemy boy? Xiao Hua thought in his heart, but he felt relieved right after that. At this moment, he was already capable of refining medicinal pills, and his technique was slightly different from Dawn Rain Continent. Even if he found a master capable of refining pills to observe from the side, then, wouldn't he be looking for trouble for himself? Xiao Hua firmly shook his head. Thank you, Senior. Junior wants to go to the herb garden. Senior brother Xiang. Zhenfeng turned his head, the way he addressed him changed again. Xiangyang sighed and pulled Xiao Hua to the side as he asked in a low voice, Junior brother, why do you want to go to the herb garden? It's hard and tiring, and you can't even see any results. You're even more disliked than the guards in my myriad Thunder Valley. Eldest senior brother, I don't have any ideas. We've just offended the disciple on duty in the Jade Archive Hall. Why don't we quickly find a remote place to hide? What's the point of showing off in front of others? The less trouble, the better. Isn't that what you just said? But our Thunderclap Palace's herb garden is really very desolate. Even if something happens, no one will know. Sigh, it's not convenient for me to tell you clearly. Master's wife said it well. Where there are people, there will be fighting. But what if there are no people? What is it? Xiangyang seemed to be really worried about Xiao Hua's future and said anxiously. Oh. Xiao Hua, of course, understood. His eyes narrowed slightly before he smiled and said, Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. Little brother already understands. Oh, that's good. Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief, but Xiao Hua's next sentence made him choke. Little brother still wants to go to the medicinal garden. Oh. All right. Xiangyang looked at the stunned Xiao Hua and sighed. This is your own choice. It's not good for me to interfere. And, if eldest senior brother can choose, then little brother can also choose. Xiao Hua smiled. When Xiangyang and Xiao Hua came over, Zhenfeng smiled apologetically and said, How is it? Senior brother Zhen, I've troubled you. My little junior brother insists on going to the medicinal garden. As a senior brother, what can I say? Xiangyang said, Senior brother Zhen, please go to a slightly more convenient place. Sigh, how should I say this? Senior brother Zhen also didn't understand. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at Xiangyang. Why did all the stubborn disciples go to your myriad Thunder Valley? Zhenfeng clapped his hands and took out a jade tablet. He tapped it, and the jade tablet emitted a misty green light and flashed with a few diagrams. Zhenfeng looked at it and pointed. My thunderous palace has a total of 34 medicinal gardens. Right now, there are still 6 that no one is looking after. They are slightly closer to my thunderous palace. Oh, if junior brother Xiao is willing, you can wait for a few days. I will give you the medicinal garden closest to thunderous palace. No need, I'll take those 6. Xiao Hua shook his head. I just don't know what's the difference between these 6. Zhenfeng glanced at the jade tablet and smiled. These 6 places are all places with insufficient world energy. One of them even has an abandoned earth fire. It's precisely because of this that no one goes there. The others are the same as the other medicinal gardens. Abandoned earth fire? Xiao Hua was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. He said, I'll have to trouble Senior to point out these places for me to see. No problem. Seeing Xiao Hua still calling him Senior, Zhenfeng lost the thought of roping him in. He straightened his face and pointed out each place. I presume that this medicinal garden with an abandoned earth fire is slightly closer to Myriad Thunder Valley? Xiao Hua looked for a while and smiled. Indeed, but it's not very close. Zhenfeng frowned. That medicinal garden was the most barren, and the herbs had long been left to grow on their own. This was indeed not a very good choice. This kind of medicinal garden doesn't turn in a lot of spiritual herbs? Xiao Hua smiled. Zhenfeng rolled his eyes and smiled. Others naturally can't be left out, but junior brother Xiao? That's a different story. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and gave a rare smile to Zhenfeng. Then I'll have to thank senior brother Zhenfeng. You're welcome, you're welcome. Zhenfeng was immediately overjoyed. He pointed his hand and the medicinal garden changed into another color. He then said, Junior brother Xiao, please wait for a moment. I'll get you the token now. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Damn it. Looking at Zhenfeng's back as he hurriedly left, Xiao Hua felt that it was funny. This young master has called this fellow senior so many times, but I don't see him being happy. Why is he so happy when I call him senior brother? Is Qian Lei Zi's token so useful? Just as he was thinking, Xiang Yang clapped his hand and took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. He handed it to Xiao Hua. Junior brother, this is a sound transmission talisman refined by your senior sister. It's much slower than the lightning sound transmission talisman. However, with your cultivation, you can only use this. Keep it well. If there's any mishap in the medicinal garden, or if there's any trouble, quickly send it out. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He received it and put it into his storage pouch. He smiled and said, Thank you, senior brother. Not long after, Zhenfeng rushed back and handed over a token. He smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, please keep it well. This token is the certificate to open the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. As for how to use it, it's the same as the other tokens of my Imperial Thunder sect. Many thanks, senior brother Zhenfeng. Xiao Hua received it and smiled. You're welcome, junior brother Xiao. I am very familiar with the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Gardens roads. When are you going? Senior brother will take you there. Zhenfeng's face was full of enthusiasm. No need, senior brother Zhenfeng. Junior brother will go by himself. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhenfeng. Zhenfeng actually didn't care about other people's gazes and sent Xiao Hua out. After Zhenfeng turned and returned to the Thunder Hall, Xiao Hua turned and asked Xiang Yang, Senior brother, where is my thunderous Thunder Palace's cultivation manual and cultivation place? Senior brother Zhenfeng teaches cultivation techniques in the Thunder Hall every day, and the essence is different every day. Sometimes it's basic cultivation techniques, sometimes it's cultivation techniques, and most of the time there are also explanations on alchemy and talisman crafting. The cultivation manual is also in the Thunder Hall. However, junior brother, you can just go and listen to the cultivation manual. Why do you want to find the cultivation manual? Xiang Yang's patient explanation was a little strange. Xiao Hua smiled but didn't explain. He said, "Oh right, senior brother, what cultivation technique do you want to see but can't see?" "Me?" Xiangyang smiled bitterly. Senior brother has only received master's teachings. Senior brother can't completely comprehend his little things. Although other cultivation techniques are good, senior brother has never thought about them. It can't be, right? Xiaohua really didn't understand Xiangyang's attitude of not wanting to look at cultivation techniques. When he was outside the Thunder Palace, he tried his best to find cultivation techniques to comprehend. "Don't bite off more than you can chew, junior brother." Xiangyang smiled. "When you cultivate to foundation establishment, you'll understand this principle. You only need one cultivation technique to cultivate to gold core. Why waste time looking for other cultivation techniques?" "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua suddenly understood why Master Qian Lei gave him the command medallion. Although this command medallion allowed him to see the cultivation manual of the 8 great thunder palaces, but could he cultivate it? However, your senior sister has always wanted to obtain the refining method of the invisibility talisman. Unfortunately, that thing is kept in the Thunder Palace and can't be taken out. Junior brother, I'm afraid you have the heart but not the strength, right? Xiangyang said casually. Hey, junior brother thought it was something special. Xiaohua was happy when he heard this. He clapped his hands and took out the refining method of the invisibility talisman. He handed it over and said, "No need to go to the Thunder Palace, junior brother has it here." "What? Invisibility talisman?" Xiangyang was very happy. He took it out and looked at it in disbelief. Unfortunately, how could he understand it? He asked again, "How can you have this thing?" "Senior brother, don't ask about this. First, give this thing to senior sister to comprehend. When you finish practicing, just give it back to junior brother." Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua with a somewhat complicated gaze. He nodded firmly and put the booklet into his pocket. "Let's go, senior brother. I'll have to trouble you to take junior brother to the Thunder Palace. Junior brother really does want to look for some ancient books to read." Xiaohua said with a smile. "You really want to go?" Xiangyang asked curiously. "You've just reached Qi refinement. You don't have the qualifications to look at the ancient books in the Thunder Palace. You can only go to Master's Cave to look for cultivation techniques to read. Then don't worry about it." Xiaohua waved his hand as if he was the senior brother. "You take junior brother there first." "Okay." Although Xiangyang was suspicious, he still took Xiaohua to the Thunder Palace. Along the way, Xiangyang still met many foundation establishment disciples. When those disciples saw Xiangyang, they all smiled. The first thing they asked was about Xiangzhili. Xiangyang was also good at self-restraint. He calmly responded with a smile on his face. In the end, even Xiaohua almost believed that Xiangyang, the senior brother of the early foundation establishment stage, would definitely have a deification stage son in the future. Between a steep cliff, there was a huge ancient palace half floating in the clouds. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Is this the derived Thunder Palace? Why is it so much more wonderful than the Thunder Palace?" "Wonderful?" Xiangyang, who was in the air, almost laughed out loud. Junior brother used the word wonderful very well. Haha. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Suddenly, he remembered something and said in a low voice, "Right, senior brother, that jade slip can be read and written with divine sense, right?" "Yes." Xiangyang said, "Although aura refining stage cultivators have divine sense, they can only read it. If they want to write it, they can only do it at the foundation establishment stage. Or peak aura refining stage cultivators with especially strong divine sense can also do it." "Senior brother, do you have these techniques?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. "Of course I do. This thing is just an ordinary technique for foundation establishment cultivators. All foundation establishment cultivators of my thunder controlling sect have it." Xiangyang clapped his hands and took out a thin booklet. Why are you asking this? Nothing, junior brother is just curious about the mystery of this technique. I want to see the trick. Xiaohua stared at the booklet and asked, junior brother won't give senior brother any trouble with this technique, right? How is that possible? Xiangyang handed it to Xiaohua. This thing is just a waste paper in the thunder-controlling sect. What kind of trouble will there be? That's good. Xiaohua took it and carefully put it away. Not long after, Xiaohua and Xiangyang arrived in front of the Yanlei Palace. This was not the time to pass on techniques. The entire Yanlei Palace was covered in a layer of light purple brilliance. Layers of ripples were rippling within it, as if the entire Yanlei Palace was under the water. Xiangyang walked closer and waved his hand. A red brilliance flew into the brilliance. After a moment, the brilliance was torn apart. A foundation establishment middle stage cultivator slowly walked out. Looking at Xiaohua and Xiangyang, he frowned and said, this is not the time to pass on techniques. Do the two of you have any business? Senior brother, I am Xiangyang from the Myriad Thunder Valley. This is my junior brother Xiaohua. Xiangyang stepped forward and cupped his hands. Of course I know you're Xiangyang. The disciple didn't mention anything about Xiangzhili. He nodded slightly and said, could it be that junior brother Xiang wants to enter the technique imparting pavilion to comprehend other techniques? Xiaohua hurriedly stepped forward and clapped his hands. He took out the sect master's token and said with a smile, it's not about senior brother. Junior wants to enter the technique imparting pavilion. You? The cultivator stared blankly. With a wave of his hand, the sect master's token appeared in his hand. As he examined it with his divine sense, a trace of amazement appeared in the cultivator's eyes. He then returned the sect master's token to Xiaohua and said with a nod, since you have the sect master's token, you can naturally enter and take a look. However, Xiaohua, you're only allowed to examine this sect master's token in the technique imparting pavilion. You can't take any ancient books and other things out of the Yanlei Palace. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, then, with this sect master's token, can I occasionally enter the technique imparting pavilions of the other 7 lightning palaces to take a look? The sect master's token is issued to the attendants of each lightning palace. You can naturally enter with this sect master's token. The foundation establishment cultivator recovered his previous calmness and said, Xiaohua, do you want to enter and take a look now? No need. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua bowed and thanked him happily in his heart. Knowing that Xiaohua only wanted to see if this sect master's token was effective, the foundation establishment cultivator looked at Xiaohua with disdain. He nodded and was about to turn around. That's right, senior, please wait a moment. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and said urgently. Xiaohua, what else do you want? Junior has just arrived. I want to ask, does our technique imparting pavilion have the 5 elements escape technique? 5 elements escape technique? Of course there is. The foundation establishment cultivator nodded. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, your master will naturally impart this 5 elements escape technique to you. Xiaohua said curiously, 5 elements escape technique, aren't there 5 types of escape techniques? Of course not. My Imperial Thunder sect only has the 5 elements escape technique. There are no separate 5 elements escape techniques. The foundation establishment cultivator said with a smile, as long as you use the 5 elements escape technique, all of the 5 elements in this world can escape. Why would you need to cultivate them one by one? Oh, what senior says makes sense. Xiaohua nodded. Then the lightning escape technique, can I look at it now? Of course you can. Do you want to go in? The foundation establishment cultivator nodded in response. At this moment, Xiangyang tugged on Xiaohua's sleeves. Chapter 1551. Seeing Xiangyang pull on Xiaohua's sleeve, the Foundation establishment cultivator naturally knew what Xiangyang meant. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched as he said, "The lightning escape technique is unique to our lightning sect. Any disciple who has the aptitude to practice the lightning escape technique is encouraged to practice it. Your myriad Thunder Valley naturally also has this technique. You should wait for senior brother Wu Xian to teach you the most basic 5 elements escape technique before you consider the lightning escape technique." "Oh, thank you for your guidance. Disciple won't be going in today." Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. That Foundation establishment cultivator nodded and disappeared in a flash of light. Xiangyang pulled Xiaohua and flew away. He whispered, "Why are you looking at the lightning escape technique? That technique can only be practiced by Foundation establishment cultivators. If it's not of the lightning attribute, it's extremely difficult to practice. I'm only at the entry level and haven't mastered it yet. I don't dare to use it normally. Senior brother, do you have this technique?" Xiaohua smiled. "I do, but it's in my cave." Xiangyang asked curiously, "What do you want it for?" "Hee, if it's convenient for senior brother, how about you give it to me tomorrow?" Xiaohua giggled. "Master told me to guide you in your cultivation. This thing, Sai, even if I don't give it to you, you can find it in the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. Why wouldn't I give it to you?" Xiangyang smiled and said, "Go back to Zhenlei Palace first. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and give it to you." "Aren't we going to Eastern Ridge now?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Of course not today. Let's wait for tomorrow." Xiangyang looked at the sky and said, "I still have something to do, so I won't bring you back to Zhenlei Palace. Do you remember the way back?" "Please go ahead, senior brother. Although I don't remember it clearly, I can still ask someone." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." Xiangyang's figure flew up as if he really did have something urgent. When he was in the air, he said, "I thank you on behalf of your senior sister." "Hee, you're welcome, you're welcome." Looking at Xiangyang's figure that left in a hurry, Xiaohua smiled for no reason and secretly said, "This eldest senior brother is rather interesting. I'm afraid it's hard to find someone with this kind of character in the entire Dawn Rain continent." After that, Xiaohua identified the direction and flew towards Zhenlei Palace at a leisurely pace. But after flying for 2 hours, Xiaohua was at a loss. He really was lost. The Leimo mountain range where the Imperial Thunder sect was located was extremely large. There were many towering peaks and continuous forests. Many places looked similar. With Xiaohua's very low sense of direction, they were exactly the same. As expected, I got lost again. Xiaohua felt extremely helpless. Looking at this unfamiliar place, he scratched his head and looked around. Unfortunately, he didn't know where this place was. The barren hills and unruly rivers beneath his feet were far from the usual fairyland. Motherfucker, could it have flown out of the Imperial Thunder sect? Xiaohua didn't dare to fly forward anymore. He turned around and prepared to fly back. However, just as he flew for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the scene in front of him suddenly changed at a rapid speed. The magic power in his body was imprisoned at the same time. His body plummeted down like a stone. Ouch! Xiaohua cried out in his heart. He knew he had fallen into someone else's formation. Just as he was about to struggle, a silhouette hurriedly flew over from afar. It was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator using lightning escape. "Senior." Xiaohua had just called out when he immediately stopped. Setting up a formation in this desolate and uninhabited place, there must be some kind of scheme. Wouldn't it be ruining other people's plans for him to barge in unknowingly? He didn't even consider how to escape. Instead, he wanted the other party to save him. Wasn't that a fool's dream? Looking at the cultivator again, he had a round face. His eyebrows were slightly drooping from the corners of his eyes. Below his eyebrows, his eyes were slightly narrowed. His 2 gray pupils flashed with an astonished expression. "Huh? How could an aura-refining disciple appear here? When the cultivator scanned with his divine sense, he immediately understood. He muttered to himself and urged the magic power in his body to activate the formation to kill Xiaohua. But right at that moment, the cultivator's expression slightly changed. He slightly tilted his head and looked in another direction. He said in a low voice, "The time has come." That guy really did keep his promise. If I kill this little disciple, I'm afraid it'll cause a change in the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. As he said that, the cultivator changed the hand seal in his hand and attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had fallen into the air, felt his body tighten. He couldn't even move. Soon after, he felt light again and drifted down like a feather. Soon after, the cultivator hastily took out a small triangular flag from his storage pouch and urged his magic power to wave it a few times in the air. Several rays of light flashed and Xiaohua's figure disappeared. Everything in the surroundings also returned to its original state. Not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual aura of heaven and earth leaked out. Once everything was done, the cultivator carefully put away the small flag and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings again. Only then did he fly in another direction. Why am I so unlucky? Xiaohua was imprisoned by a late-stage foundation building cultivator. He was like a little chick without the slightest power to resist. The magic power in his body couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. He could only use his pure physical strength to struggle, wanting to break free from the shackles. Unfortunately, the opponent had a late-stage foundation building cultivator's great confinement technique and the power of a formation. How could Xiaohua struggle? After several attempts, he couldn't even move his fingers. Xiaohua could only give up dejectedly and think of another way. That formation was also mysterious. Xiaohua's figure couldn't be seen from the outside, but from Xiaohua's point of view, he could see the scene outside the formation. Moreover, the sound of the wind passing through the air indicated that he could still hear that voice. Is this late-stage foundation building cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect? Since he knows the lightning evasion technique, he should be from the Imperial Thunder Sect. But, which Thunder Palace is he from? Why did he set up an ambush here? In this critical moment, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of many things in his mind. But in the end, Xiaohua unconsciously became discouraged. His grandmother, no matter what this guy wants to do, in the end. I'm afraid I'll become a ghost under his hands. Heavens, how can I be so unlucky? It was like this in Yellow Flower Ridge. Just as I saw the dawn of cultivation and could use the Peiyuan pill to cultivate to the second layer of the aura refining realm, Shang Huoming was exterminated by the 100 Herbs sect. Thanks to Senior Marshal Sister, I escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge with great difficulty. Then, I met Heaven Forsaken. I originally thought I could cultivate some kind of cultivation technique in Heaven Forsaken, but Heaven Forsaken was a devil's trap. Fortunately, my character was good. I met Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia and escaped from 100 Zhang Peak. Then, with great difficulty, I found an opportunity to participate in the disciple selection of Rinsing Flower Sect. I spent a lot of effort to fight for the opportunity, but it was snatched away by Rinsing Flower Sect's predetermined disciple. Then, with great difficulty, I obtained a cultivation technique from the auction. I was preparing to find a place to cultivate in peace. But for the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, I had no choice but to go to Flame Forest Swamp. In the end, I obtained the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, but Kai Zhuoxia lost her life. I simply sent Kai Zhuoxia's body to Luyang, but unfortunately, I met the Kai family's Grand Elder and was chased by him until I pissed my pants. Fortunately, I was not destined to die and met Qian Qinghua. But, who would have thought that this guy was also not a good person? He placed a restriction on my meridians and gave me the clear flower pill. I had no choice but to give him the thunder-devouring bead. Damn it, I was being hunted down by the 3 major sects in the country of Shi. Those were 4 foundation establishment cultivators. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. Sigh, was it easy for me to get to Thunderclap Peak? I passed 3 tests, tested my attributes, tested my bone age, and even passed through an illusion array. It was not easy for me to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. I finally had a master to guide me, and I even met a good senior martial brother. I thought I could embark on the normal path of cultivation from now on. But, why am I so unlucky? Taking the wrong path can even bring about a fatal disaster. Sigh, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the beautiful Red Dawn Fairy again. I wonder how her cultivation in the Huanhua sect is going. Sigh, shue shue, I brought you to the Imperial Thunder sect. I wonder if you'll still remember to follow me when you become a Foundation Establishment cultivator in a few years. Xiao Hua's imagination was running wild. His mind was filled with Fairy Hongxia's fairy-like beauty for a while, Shue Shue's curvy figure and shy face for a while, and even the graceful and luxurious face of that mysterious goddess appeared for some inexplicable reason. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly quivered. He thought of Goldie, who was in his space. The heavens have not forsaken me. Xiao Hua suddenly had a ray of hope. Xiao Hua himself could not move, but there were things in his space that could move. Goldie and the puppet could help him, right? However, Xiao Hua was only pleasantly surprised for a moment before he became dejected again. Goldie and the puppet were in the space, so his mind could also enter the space. However, he used to use his hands to hold things. Now, he could not even move his hands, so how could he hold things? Sigh, pitiful Goldie, your mother is going to be finished soon. I wonder if you can still live. Xiao Hua thought, and his mind entered the space. However, when he saw everything in the space, he could not help but be dumbstruck. What do you think? He saw a clever little white mouse flying around in a range of several zhang. Goldie was curled up in the middle of this range. The little white mouse ran in front of Goldie and used its nose to rub against Goldie's big tail. Then, it flew on Goldie's back and used its small tail to curl around Goldie's back. After a while, it rushed into the air and chirped towards tracing back the light above its head. Because of the little white mouse flying around, the entire space was filled with a strange vitality. Immediately, Xiao Hua's gloomy mood became much better. Goldie? What is this guy doing? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. He, this thing thinks I'm its mother. Goldie was still somewhat weak, and said in a low voice. I remember that a few days ago, it was still not awake. How come it's so lively today? How would I know, mother? In any case, when it woke up, it circled around me and was very affectionate with me. Goldie did not need to open its mouth, so it spoke smoothly. I was afraid it would mess up mother's things, so I didn't let it go far away. It really listened to me. Xiao Hua said, and again paid attention to the seeking spirit mouse. This spirit-seeking mouse looked exactly the same as the one Xiao Hua had seen in the sobbing Meng Mountains. However, on the tip of this spirit-seeking mouse's nose, there was an indistinct golden line. Chapter 1553. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, the spirit-seeking mouse seemed to have sensed something and stopped flying in midair. It raised its small head and looked around in a daze, its small nose twitching incessantly. Ai, pitiful little guy, it can only move now. I'm afraid it'll have to follow me. Xiao Hua was sad again. He looked at the things in the space and the reverse light in midair and withdrew his consciousness. Since I can use my hands too. Xiao Hua naturally didn't give up. He was still thinking, but just as his consciousness withdrew, he suddenly realized something. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. I use my hands to take things because I'm a person with hands. I'm naturally used to using my hands. Moreover, I only thought of using my hands when I saw other cultivators use their hands to take things out of storage bags. However, my space is different from a storage bag. My hands can't reach into the space, so how can I use my hands to take things out? I'm just used to using my hands to do this, so I naturally think I'm using my hands to take things out of the space. The thing that's really taking things out of the space isn't my hands, but my consciousness. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and apprehensive. He hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He didn't dare to try using Goldie and the puppet first, so he only locked his consciousness onto a spirit stone. Soon after, his imprisoned left hand naturally struggled, and the spirit stone strangely appeared in Xiaohua's left hand. "Ha, I told you, this young master is a genius." Xiaohua immediately laughed in his heart, but just as he put the spirit stone into the space and wanted to take Goldie and the puppet out, the sound of something breaking through the air came from above his head. "Crap, that guy came back so quickly." Xiaohua hurriedly stopped his movements and closed his eyes. He immediately released his perception, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the formation after only a few dozen feet. At this time, two people's voices came from above Xiaohua's head. One of them was the person who set up the formation. That person laughed and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Can Mingwei, what do you think of this place? My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples rarely come here, right?" Another slightly older voice said, "What Junior Brother Xianxia is looking for is really a wonderful place. The spiritual energy here is scarce, so no one will stay here for long. If there's anything in the future, let's meet here." "Sure. We'll do as Senior Apprentice Brother Ken says. May I know why Junior Marshal Brother Zhen sent this message?" "Hee, what else could it be? I wonder if Senior Apprentice Brother Ken was able to find out the origin of that item in the Canlay Palace? Where is Junior Marshal Brother Zhen? Does your Thunderclap Palace have any records of this?" Ken Mingwei asked. "Sigh, if I found out, would I still be able to ask Senior Marshal Brother?" "I feel the same." Ken Mingwei said regretfully, "I have flipped through almost all the books and records in the Carefree Palace's martial teaching pavilion, and also asked many masters indirectly, but I couldn't find any trace of it. Don't tell me, the thing we've worked so hard to find is a piece of trash." Evil Zhen hesitated. "Why don't we take it to the faction leader? Perhaps the old man would know. If it's really a treasure, we can offer it to the faction leader. I'm afraid we can get some rewards." "This." Ken Mingwei rolled his eyes, cupped his hands and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Zhen is really smart. I have never thought about this problem. I always wanted to keep it for myself and find out the origin of this treasure together with Junior Marshal Brother Zhen. Hee, I naturally want to do the same." Evil Zhen nodded. "It's a pity that this thing has 36 slots. Only 17 of them have something in them. Who knows where the other 19 slots have things in them? If we can't find out the origin of this treasure, we won't be able to find the other 16 things. Since that's the case, we might as well show it to the faction leader. Alright, since Junior Marshal Brother Zhen has the same idea as I, let's go to the 10,000 Thunder Palace." Ken Mingwei said with a smile. "Senior Marshal Brother Can, what about the treasure?" "Of course." Ken Mingwei nodded slightly. But at this moment, Evil Zhen turned his head and released his divine sense, sweeping it towards the magic array. He shouted, "Who is it?" Then, without calling out to Ken Mingwei, he flew towards the spell formation. "Who is it?" Ken Mingwei was also shocked. Seeing Evil Zhen fly up, he patted his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. He used his Dharma power and the flying sword grew to 1 foot long. He held it in his hand and chased after Evil Zhen. Naturally, when Ken Mingwei flew above the magic array, Evil Zhen had already left the range of the magic array. When Evil Zhen saw Ken Mingwei enter the magic array, he immediately stopped and took out a small triangular flag. He spread it in the air and a misty green light hit the magic array. With a swoosh, a ray of light appeared from the ground and blocked Ken Mingwei in the magic array. Ken Mingwei was also a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. When he saw Evil Zhen's strange behavior, he immediately became vigilant and hurriedly flew back. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The misty green light happened to block his way. Ken Mingwei was shocked. He used his divine sense to see the whole magic array clearly. He also saw Xiaohua, who seemed to be motionless under the magic array. His expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Junior Marshal Brother Zhen, what are you doing?" Ha 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 ha. When Evil Zhen saw the misty green light form a ball and cover Qin Mingwei, he laughed and spread out the small flag again. In the space inside the magic array, layers of fine orange flames appeared and surrounded Qin Mingwei. Senior Marshal Brother Can, don't tell me you don't know what I'm doing? Qin Mingwei's expression was gloomy. He sneered and said, Junior Marshal Brother Zhen, you set up a trap here and lured I into the magic array. Do you want to kill me and keep that thing for yourself? What? Could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Can didn't have this idea? Evil Zhen sneered and said, didn't Senior Marshal Brother Can take advantage of the fact that I was injured at the Buddhist sect's ruins to make the first move and keep the exquisite pagoda in your own storage pouch? If I didn't pretend to be uninjured and let Senior Marshal Brother Can take the exquisite pagoda, wouldn't Senior Marshal Brother Can have already killed I? You're actually injured? Qin Mingwei was somewhat astonished. He then snorted and said, you really know the origin of this thing. Could it be that Senior Marshal Brother Can doesn't know? Evil Zhen said complacently, my Thunderquake Palace certainly doesn't have any records of the Buddhist sect. Your Thunderquake Palace probably doesn't either. But what about Thunderquake Palace and Thunderquake Palace? This exquisite pagoda was the most famous Buddhist treasure before the Buddhist sect was annihilated. How could my Thunderquake sect not have any records of it? Even if Junior Marshal Brother Zhen knows that this is the exquisite pagoda, but you wouldn't go so far as to kill I, right? We certainly know that this is the exquisite pagoda and also know that it's the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect. But we don't know how to use it and whether it's useful to our cultivation. Qin Mingwei looked at Evil Zhen with bright eyes and said angrily. Since it's a precious treasure, how could two people obtain it? Evil Zhen chuckled and waved the small flag. He said, I told you so much. The flames of this greenleaf fire formation are about to burn out. Senior Marshal Brother Can, take care. I won't be seeing you off. As the small flag waved, the countless flames around Qin Mingwei's body grew larger, burning towards Qin Mingwei. Haha, Evil Zhen, you know that I have the leaf fire physique. How could I be afraid of your greenleaf fire formation? As he spoke, Qin Mingwei waved his hand and took out a disc-like object from his storage bag. He formed a seal with his hand and the crimson disc flew into the air and landed on top of Qin Mingwei's head. Soon after, a circle of cyan flames emerged from the edge of the disc and quickly protected Qin Mingwei's body. However, the situation was still beyond Qin Mingwei's expectations. When the orange and cyan flames collided, they didn't separate as he expected. Instead, the orange flames began to devour the cyan flames and the outermost flames turned cyan red. Qian fire? Where did you get it? You clearly have a thunder physique. Qin Mingwei was shocked and spat out a mouthful of true essence on the disc. More cyan flames flew out from the disc. These flames fell and the cyan red color was greatly reduced. You don't need to know where I got the Qian fire. If I didn't have the Qian fire to restrain your leaf fire, how could I have dared to act rashly? Xianxia laughed and waved the small flag. All of the heaven and earth Ling Qi within 10 feet of the formation was sucked dry. The orange flame became even brighter, and like a wave of fire, it rushed towards the green leaf fire. Go, within the circle of fire, Qin Mingwei shouted. The flying sword in his hand turned into a ray of light and flew towards Evil Zhen. With a pu, the formation's brilliance blocked the flying sword. The brilliance shook for a moment, then the flying sword flourished like a dazzling star and fiercely attacked the brilliance of the formation. Evil Zhen frowned when he saw this. He clenched his teeth and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat a mouthful of blood on the small flag. Then, with a shake, the cyan brilliance mixed with the red light hit the formation. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared around the formation and sucked in all the spirit energy within 100 feet of the formation. Although the flying sword was able to advance another foot or so, it was still blocked by the green-red light barrier. Evil Zhen was relieved when he saw this. He sneered and said, Senior Brother Can, I set up this formation because I was afraid that fighting with you would attract the attention of the other brothers. This green leaf fire formation is something I specially set up to deal with your leaf fire physique. Don't resist and don't take out any magic tools. Just obediently let the Qian fire burn you, ouch. At this point, Evil Zhen's face greatly changed and became abnormally pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The hand that wasn't holding the flag clutched his heart as if someone was squeezing it. Ha ha ha. Within the green leaf fire formation, Qin Mingwei's laughter sounded. Chapter 1554. The green-red dry fire gradually turned transparent, and Qin Mingwei's figure appeared from within. He held a pitch-black hook in his hand, and there was a dense grayish-black aura on the hook. The black aura was like a snake slithering around the hook. How is it? How does the heart-devouring worm taste? Qin Mingwei asked gloomily. This is a heart-devouring worm? How did you plant this heart-devouring worm in my heart? How come I didn't notice it? Evil Zhen's face was pale and his head was covered in sweat. His eyes were red and he asked fiercely, look at your technique, it's not the usual technique of the 10,000 poison sect. How come it's similar to the legendary talismans? How could Qin Mingwei care about him? He waved the hook in his hand and the grayish-black gas faded a bit. At the same time, his face turned slightly gray. Evil Zhen screamed and fell to the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself. At this time, Qin Mingwei's face was red and the hook in his hand was trembling. The grayish-black gas was gradually absorbed into the hook. It seemed that he couldn't completely control the hook. Evil Zhen felt the pain and his heart lessen. He quickly sat down cross-legged and wanted to use his magic power. Evil Zhen, I didn't expect you to know about talismans. I'm afraid these years, you found a story in the technique teaching pavilion. Qin Mingwei was a bit weak and his voice was hoarse, however, you have good eyesight. I used a talisman technique. If I were you, I wouldn't use my magic power. Otherwise, the heart-devouring worm would be even more powerful. Evil Zhen ignored him. However, when he tried to use his magic power, he felt a heart-wrenching pain again. His face changed and he stopped. Then, Evil Tremor looked at Qin Mingwei, who was inside the cyan fire, and sighed, ever since I came back from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I've only seen Senior Martial Brother Qin once, 10 years ago. I've always been on my guard, so how could I have fallen into your trap? Senior Brother's heart-devouring worm. Ha ha ha, Qin Mingwei laughed heartily and said in a hoarse voice, Junior Martial Brother Zhen, do you still remember the pill I gave you when you were injured by the guardian beast in the ruins of the Buddhist sect 30 years ago? Evil Zhen was puzzled, remember? When I brought it over to take a look, it was to return it to Senior Brother. Suddenly, Evil Zhen's eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth and said, could it be that Senior Brother can place the heart corrosion worm on the elixir that day? What do you think? Qin Mingwei smiled and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Zhen is clearly injured, but you didn't take Elder Brother's medicinal pills. Doesn't that mean you still have the heart to let her go? I didn't harm anyone either. Unlike Senior Apprentice Brother Can, who can actually cast a spell and make I fall for it without anyone noticing. Now that I's life is in Senior Apprentice Brother's hands, you call this guarding against people? Ha ha ha, Qin Mingwei laughed coldly. Junior Brother Zhen, this is the pot calling the kettle black. I may have cast a spell, but that was to protect myself. If not for Senior Apprentice Brother's trap, how could I have triggered the heart corrosion worm? Junior Martial Brother Zhen, haven't you thought about why Senior Apprentice Brother I didn't trigger the heart corrosion worm even after 30 years? Isn't it because you haven't found the origin of the exquisite tower yet? You don't dare to act recklessly. Evil Zhen's expression softened as he sneered. The green fire around Qin Mingwei grew thinner and thinner as the orange fire swallowed up half of the green fire. Qin Mingwei's expression was bitter as he said, if Junior Martial Brother Zhen reduces the power of the azurely fire array, I can answer your questions. Thinking for a moment, Evil Zhen took out a small flag and waved it, causing the orange fire to weaken a bit. I am listening. I don't know how many years this spell technique has been lost. When I was refining chi, I accidentally obtained this soul tool and learned some spell techniques. Unfortunately, cultivating spells is different from my cultivation path. Cultivation focuses on communicating with heaven and earth and using the heaven and earth's spiritual energy for one's own use. Spells, on the other hand, are related to the mysterious path of the soul. The soul is born in the body and tempering the soul. The foundation of cultivating spells is tempering the body. The body of a cultivator is extremely weak, so how can I cultivate spells? Senior Marshal Brother can, you can cultivate body cultivation. Evil-Jin replied. At this moment, the two of them were completely different from before. They didn't look like two mortal enemies. If it weren't for the fact that one of them was in the fire and the other was sitting in the air with a strange expression on his face, anyone who saw them would have thought that they were two real martial brothers who were discussing Dao. Body cultivation? Those were merely some insignificant Daoists left behind after the decline of the Dao of talismans. I am already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so there is no need for me to take the wrong path. Ken Mingwei snorted. This heart-nibbling worm was originally a method of the 10,000 poison sect. If you used a normal method, I would have been able to detect it. How did Senior Marshal Brother Can use the spell technique? Evil-Jin asked thoughtfully. Ken Mingwei replied, this is something that I have learned over the years, so I naturally can't reveal it. In fact, it is very simple. Since my body isn't strong enough to cultivate spells, I naturally have to use it in a flexible way. Using the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to detect it, right? Humph, Evil-Jin sneered. Unfortunately, although I can use the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm, the price to do so is far from what Junior Marshal Brother Jin can imagine. Therefore, although I have a backup plan, I haven't used it yet. Ken Mingwei sighed and looked at the flames around him. He then looked at Evil-Jin who was outside the formation and said, I have told you so much because I want to tell you that I am only doing this to protect myself. If Junior Marshal Brother Jin removes this formation, I will immediately remove the heart-nibbling worm. You and I will still be good brothers. We will both comprehend this exquisite tower together. Evil-Jin slowly nodded. Senior Marshal Brother Can's words are exactly what I was thinking. We have a great future and also have a Buddhist sex treasure. There is no need for us to waste our time here. Ken Mingwei was overjoyed and clapped his hands. Great minds think alike. How about we cast the spell together? All right. Evil Quake slowly stood up and picked up the small flag. Ken Mingwei also raised the small hook, and the grayish-black fog came out again. As soon as Evil-Jin raised the flag, Ken Mingwei asked, Senior Marshal Brother Can, what is the price for using the heart-nibbling worm? Ken Mingwei was surprised. The hook in his hand paused for a moment. I'm afraid Junior Marshal Brother won't believe me. Senior Marshal Brother, it's up to me whether or not you believe me. Evil-Jin raised the flag again. 20 years of life. Ken Mingwei said and raised the hook in his hand. Evil-Jin's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, all right, Senior Marshal Brother Kansas. I will count to 3 and cast the spell at the same time. All right. 1, 2, 3. Evil-Jin didn't hesitate to count to 3. Once he finished counting to 3, the two of them would use their artifacts and soul armaments at the same time. Dozens of orange-red rays of light shot out from the small flag, but these rays of light didn't hit the area around the formation. Instead, they hit the orange-red flames around Ken Mingwei. At the same time, all of the black fog around Ken Mingwei's hook disappeared. Ah! Evil-Jin let out a heart-wrenching scream and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Inside the formation, the orange-red light shone everywhere. The fire was 10 times stronger than before and broke through Ken Mingwei's defenses. The orange-red flames quickly spread to Ken Mingwei's body. The two of them, both of them wanted to kill the other in an instant. You! Ken Mingwei was also shocked. He knew very well that this dry flame was the nemesis of his ignited fire physique. If the ignited fire true qi in his body was ignited by this dry flame, he would have no way to extinguish it. He would only end up being burned to death by this dry flame. Thinking about the blood oath he had made with evil Zhen in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, Qin Mingwei's heart tightened. He desperately urged the little hook to kill evil Zhen before the dry flame ignited his true qi. If Qin Mingwei was like this, how could evil Zhen not be like this? When evil Zhen heard that Qin Mingwei would lose 20 years of his lifespan to activate the soul-devouring worm, he didn't know if that was true or not. Since Qin Mingwei had paid such a huge price to activate the soul-devouring worm, how could he give up so easily? Activating the soul-devouring worm was already a huge price, but what about getting rid of it? Wouldn't the price be even higher? Moreover, talismans were very mysterious. Without a powerful spell, it was impossible to detect them. This was one of the reasons why the talismans were destroyed. Evil Zhen wouldn't let such a dangerous enemy escape from the formation he had set up. As a result, evil Zhen was even more determined to kill Qin Mingwei. He had already used up all of his energy to activate the flag. He wanted to kill Qin Mingwei before the soul-devouring worm was fully activated. Whoosh! Evil Zhen's body fell rapidly. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand still in the air. The talisman's method was really strange. When evil Zhen was talking to Qin Mingwei, he had already tried several secret techniques of the Imperial Thunder sect, but none of them worked. Through the control of the formation, evil Zhen knew that the fire was about to reach Qin Mingwei. He also knew that all of Qin Mingwei's magic tools and other items were refined with leaf fire. If he used them, they would undoubtedly be combustible. Qin Mingwei wouldn't rashly use them. Evil Zhen endured the incomparable pain in his heart and waved his hand. He struck himself with a spell seal and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the small flag. He quickly waved his hand and a gorgeous orange light shot out from the small flag. As the light shot out, the small flag lost its color. Evil Zhen's heart was in severe pain and his vision turned black. His entire body fell from the air. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was easily killed by a strange talisman without any room to resist. Presumably, evil Zhen wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had so many tricks up his sleeve that he didn't even have the chance to use before he became the soul-devouring worm's food. Evil Tremor's final attack before his death was also frightening. When the light landed on the orange flames, the flames doubled in size. Qin Mingwei was surrounded by an orange sea of flames. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Qin Mingwei clenched his teeth and took out a shiny talisman from his storage pouch. He activated his Fa Li and placed it on his body. With a buzzing sound, an extremely bright light flashed from Qin Mingwei's body. Within the light, Qin Mingwei's upper body gradually changed. His face, neck, and arms were covered in layers of fine lines. Moreover, his slightly pale golden skin turned green. After the light faded, a monster that looked somewhat similar to a giant she-beast appeared in the air. Its body was actually several feet taller than before. Roar! At this moment, Qin Mingwei's roar was different. It was like a horse's roar. His huge body charged through the flames and flew towards the formation's light barrier. However, just as Qin Mingwei's huge body passed through the sea of fire, the dry fire ignited his entire body. However, his green skin was thick and coarse, and it actually had the effect of blocking the dry fire. For a moment, it was unable to burn into his meridians. Rumble. Qin Mingwei flew in front of the formation. He raised his large fist and smashed it at the light barrier. Deafening sounds continuously came from the light barrier. The light barrier violently shook and showed signs of loosening. Qin Mingwei's divine sense sensed something and was overjoyed. His two fists rained down like raindrops. As the light barrier shook, the light gradually weakened. Without anyone controlling it, the formation truly began to collapse. However, as the light from the formation weakened, the green light on Qin Mingwei's body also weakened. The patterns on his exposed skin also gradually disappeared. True fear appeared in Ken Mingwei's eyes. As he struck the formation with one fist, his other hand continuously formed seals in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, Ken Mingwei didn't dare to use any fire-type spells. As for water-type defensive spells, only powerful ones had some effect. However, these effects were like a cup of water in the seemingly endless sea of flames. Roar! Ken Mingwei raised his head and roared. He didn't think of anything else and continued to strike the formation with his two fists. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out and a slight crack appeared on the light barrier of the formation. Ken Mingwei was overjoyed. Just as he was about to strike the crack with his fist again, the green light on his body suddenly faded. At the same time, a dim talisman floated down from his body. No! Ken Mingwei panicked. He reached out his hand to grab the talisman, but at that moment, he saw a wisp of fiery light sweep across his body. His gradually shrinking body immediately began to burn like dry firewood. Ken Mingwei could sense that the quintessential qi in his meridians had been ignited as well. The fire began to burn from the inside out. Although he knew that evil tremor was no longer alive outside the formation, he still sighed. He slapped his hand and took out a small hook from his storage bag. Before he died, he waved it one last time. Just as he was about to let Little Yellow go back, the tightly shut third eye on Little Yellow's forehead gradually opened. That silvery white eye emitted an extremely faint silver brilliance. Following that emotionless eye circling around Xiaohua's body, Little Yellow's third eye slowly closed. Then, Little Yellow didn't open his eyes, but said very weakly, "Mother, I don't have any strength left. Can you call Little Silver out?" Little Silver? Xiaohua stared blankly, then immediately understood. His mind was everywhere, and the spirit-seeking mouse, which didn't listen to Xiaohua at all, had been brought out with great difficulty by Xiaohua. Little Silver had been running around anxiously when he couldn't find Little Yellow in the space, but he had listened to Little Yellow's instructions and didn't run out of the 10 zhang radius. When he saw Little Yellow, he immediately flew onto Little Yellow's back and used his little tail to wrap around the fur on Little Yellow's back. Unfortunately, Little Yellow's fur wasn't long, and Little Silver couldn't wrap around it after trying a few times. Little Yellow pointed at Xiaohua's body with its mouth. Xiaohua should have understood, and the little mouse head shook its head repeatedly. It was very disdainful of Xiaohua, but in the end, it still reluctantly flew to Xiaohua's back, opened its little mouth, and started gnawing at the empty space on his back. Zzz, zzz. That faintly discernible sound kept coming. Xiaohua got goosebumps all over when he heard it. At that moment, Xiaohua had already sobered up from the strangeness of seeing Little Yellow's third eye. It was when the silver eye had appeared that the 4 words, "Delusion Breaker Magic Eye," had flashed through his mind. If the one on Little Yellow's forehead is a Delusion Breaker Magic Eye, then isn't the one on my left hand also a Delusion Breaker Magic Eye? But why can Little Yellow's open, but mine can't? Xiaohua came to his senses, and this was his first thought. Furthermore, this delusion breaker magic I can actually see the weakness of a restriction. Is this Little Silver gnawing on that restriction? My goodness, this spirit-seeking mouse is really different, it can actually use its teeth to gnaw on a restriction. He didn't know if it was because the restriction at the late foundation establishment stage was abnormally tough, or if it was because Little Silver was still small and didn't have enough strength, but it wasn't until the full moon rose in the sky that Xiaohua suddenly felt the pressure on his back loosen, and then his whole body was shackled with a lot less force. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists as hard as he could. Then, with a loud shout, "Open!" he pushed his arms outwards at the same time. Xiaohua was extremely strong at that moment. Although Evil Tremor's magic power was strong, Little Silver had already broken the Great Confinement spell. Wherever Xiaohua's strength passed, the entire restriction immediately collapsed, and with a flash of brilliance, it was completely annihilated. Little Silver, who had been on Xiao Hua's back, was startled when it was suddenly bounced up. Before it could come back to its senses and fly onto Little Yellow's back, a big hand caught it. Little Silver was initially repulsed, but there was an aura in the big hand that made him feel peaceful. Little Silver couldn't help landing on the big hand, and very habitually, its little tail curled around Xiao Hua's right little finger. It was exactly the same as when Little Silver was born. Little Silver's little head wasn't big enough. It raised its head and squeaked as it looked at the colossal Xiao Hua, a trace of blood seeping out of Little Silver's teeth. Good Little Silver. Xiao Hua had seen it earlier, and very tenderly reached out to stroke Little Silver's head. Little Silver closed its eyes slightly, looking like it was enjoying itself. After a while, Xiao Hua put the exhausted Little Yellow and Little Silver into the space. Little Silver seemed to be reluctant to part with Xiao Hua's hand as its little tail actually wrapped around it. It was only after Little Yellow scolded it that it reluctantly let go. But when Xiao Hua was about to put Little Yellow into the space, he ran into another problem. Mother, there seems to be a very nice smell here, and it seems edible. I don't want to go back now. Little Yellow said tiredly as it refused to go back into the space. Xiao Hua was very surprised. He had never known what Little Yellow ate, so when he heard it now, he naturally wouldn't let it go back so easily. Thus, Little Yellow lay on Xiao Hua's shoulder and flew up into the air. The array which had been cracked by Can Mingwei at dusk had already started to gradually recover, and the crack was almost gone. Xiao Hua reached out and took the tip of the magic spear in his hand. He then exerted all his strength and swiftly stabbed the same spot on the crack a dozen times. With a hua sound, like glass shattering, a brilliant light flashed in the area of several dozen zhang around them. 6 sparkling discs appeared in the air, and then they all fell to the ground. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the 6 discs fell into his hand one by one. Looking at the runes on the discs, and then looking at the unknown texture of the discs, Xiao Hua gave up the idea of exploring it, and put all the discs into the space. Then, Xiao Hua quickly walked over to Evil Quake's corpse and picked up the small flag that had fallen to the side. The small flag was heavy in his hand, and the flagpole was made of a pitch-black material. The flag was engraved with many flame-like runes, and with a slight wave, the runes seemed to be able to float. With the small flag and the discs, Xiao Hua naturally wanted to find the method to set up the array. But looking at Evil Quake's corpse, Xiao Hua hesitated. If he only took the method to set up the array, he naturally wouldn't be willing. Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't let go of the things in Evil Quake's storage bag, but if he took everything, he couldn't leave the corpse behind. But if he didn't leave Evil Quake's corpse behind, then Evil Quake would mysteriously disappear. Maybe it would cause some commotion in the Imperial Thunder sect, and he wouldn't be able to get anything, and would even be caught. Grandma, who's afraid of who? This young master is only a Qi condensation disciple, you can suspect anyone, but this young master. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let go of anything useful. He reached out and took off Evil Quake's storage bag, and without looking at the things inside carefully, he threw them all into the space. Then, he threw the empty storage bag on the ground, and with a wave of his right hand, a wisp of purple flame appeared in his hand. That flame looked incomparably pure, and also extremely poignant. It was the Samadhi true fire that Xiao Hua had been practicing for more than 2 years. Xiao Hua flicked his hand, and a purple spark flew out from the flame, slowly falling on Evil Quake's corpse. With a tang sound, Evil Quake's corpse suddenly burst into flames, just like Can Mingwei's body that was ignited. After a moment, seeing that Evil Quake's corpse and the storage bag had turned into ashes, Xiao Hua held the Samadhi true fire in his hand and turned to look at the place where Can Mingwei fell. Can Mingwei was injured by the Samadhi true fire, so there wasn't any corpse on the ground. There was only a small pitch-black hook in the ashes, and a small pagoda that was about 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. And this small pagoda should be the exquisite Heaven Evolution pagoda that they were talking about. Xiao Hua extinguished the Samadhi true fire in his hand, then reached out and picked up the exquisite Heaven Evolution pagoda from the ground. After looking at it roughly, he put it into the space. At the bottom of the exquisite pagoda, another small section of white bone was revealed. Chapter 1556. Why is there a white bone here? Xiaohua's gaze fell on the ground where the exquisite pagoda was just now. A white bone was strangely placed there. It's Qin Mingwei's remains? Xiaohua was puzzled. If it's Qin Mingwei's remains, it's impossible for there to be only a section left. Moreover, it looks very neat. Who cares what it is? Thinking about what kind of talisman Qin Mingwei used, Xiaohua's heart trembled. The true samadhi fire in his hand was still going to burn this white bone. However, what made Xiaohua even more shocked was that the white bone didn't turn into ashes like he imagined under the pure purple flames of the true samadhi fire. Instead, it became even more lustrous. Only, this lustrous luster was faint green. Under the moonlight, it was somewhat frightening. Strange. Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He urged the magic power in his body and added 2 more wisps of true samadhi fire. The fire burned even brighter and the green light of the white bone became even brighter. After another moment, the green light on the white bone flashed. From the green light, crooked characters that were somewhat similar to tadpoles but were also extremely different appeared. After these characters appeared, they flowed above the white bone like water and the white bone returned to its original white appearance. It turned out that this faint green luster was emitted by these characters themselves. Green seal script. Xiaohua saw these characters and immediately cried out in surprise. Admittedly, he had never seen these characters before. However, he had seen them in the booklet given to him by the Jinghua city's Zhu family. These green seal scripts were precisely the characters that recorded the orthodox talisman techniques. They were different from the characters commonly used in the Xiaoyu continent's cultivation world. According to the booklet, these green seal scripts were characters that had been passed down from the primordial era until now. Each character had a mystical talisman power. The talisman techniques left behind from the primordial era could only be recorded in these characters. Moreover, they could only be used in these characters. Good heavens, when this young master saw it, I only took it as a pastime and even scoffed at it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I dare to truly believe it. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, this green seal script is already so mystical. Then, those 2 unknown characters used by the primordial celestials, what are they like? What kind of earth-shattering magic power is there? While thinking, Xiaohua reached out his hand and picked up the white bone. Following the instructions in the book, he released his perception and carefully touched the green seal on the white bone. Speaking of which, it was quite mysterious. The green seal followed Xiaohua's perception and flowed towards his Naiwen palace. However, Xiaohua's mind did not gain anything from the green seal even after it rotated around Xiaohua's Naiwen palace for a moment. He was unable to read anything. Could it be that the records in the book are wrong? Xiaohua frowned. But at this moment, the reverse light in the space behind Xiaohua's head flickered. The green seal suddenly changed direction and entered the space. Moreover, it started to revolve around the reverse light. In an instant, symbols, words, and runes appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, as the images of those talismans and incantations were left in Xiaohua's mind, the green seal gradually dimmed until it completely disappeared. This is different from what was recorded in the book. Xiaohua felt the disappearance of the green seal and looked at the white bone in his hand. He was somewhat at a loss. He wanted to find an answer from the green seal in his mind. Unfortunately, he recognized the green seal but the green seal did not recognize him. Xiaohua could not understand a single word. Damn it! Xiaohua waved the white bone in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he also stored it in the space. However, what he did not notice was that as soon as the white bone entered the space, extremely small lightning flashed in the space and attacked the white bone from all directions. Qin Mingwei's storage pouch was burned by the fire. All the spirit pills, spirit stones, and other things inside were gone. Only the exquisite derivation pagoda and the white bone that recorded the talismans and incantations were left. After taking these things, Xiaohua's gaze naturally fell on the small hook on the ground. After seeing the use of this small hook, Xiaohua envied the strangeness of this thing. Thinking about it with his feet, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was killed by this thing without anyone noticing. As a qi condensation cultivator, how could Xiaohua not be moved? However, the reason why Xiaohua took this thing in the end was because he had some misgivings about this so-called soul tool. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sweeping his perception around the soul tool, he did not find anything abnormal. That grayish-black fog also did not reappear. Xiaohua waved his hand and the small hook immediately flew up and landed in Xiaohua's hand. The hook was light as a feather, almost weightless. However, in Xiaohua's hand, a cold feeling came from his hand and also from his heart. Strange. Xiaohua had encountered too many strange things tonight. He could not help but say that it was strange a few times. Holding the small hook in front of his eyes, he turned it left and right. The pitch-black small hook also absorbed the brilliance of the full moon and did not emit any light. Xiaohuang, who was lying on Xiaohua's shoulder, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a shriek. "What's wrong?" Seeing Xiaohuang's shriek, Xiaohua very naturally asked. But at this moment, a palm-sized shadow flew out from the small hook and pounced at Xiaohua's face with extreme speed. Ah! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and instinctively tilted his head back. However, that shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already pounced on Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua only felt his vision darken. That palm-sized shadow actually penetrated Xiaohua's head and pounced on the location of his Naiwen Palace. Your Naiwen Palace? Grandma. Why don't you have a Naiwen Palace? Xiaohua actually heard Qin Mingwei's voice strangely. He did not know whether it was in his ears or in his heart. Qin Mingwei. You. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the use of Qin Mingwei's soul tool at the last moment. This guy actually hid his primordial spirit in the soul tool and wanted to possess his Naiwen Palace. But, my Naiwen Palace? Why don't I have a Naiwen Palace? Xiaohua's heart was greatly alarmed. At this moment, Xiaohuang, who had been lying on Xiaohua's shoulder all this time, suddenly flashed with joy. With a swing of its large tail, it suddenly flew up to face Xiaohua's face. Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit did not discover Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace and could only withdraw from Xiaohua's mind. But at this moment, Xiaohua, who was facing Xiaohua, humphed. A white brilliance shot out from Xiaohua's nose and covered Xiaohua's face. An incomparably powerful suction force was born from that white light and firmly grabbed onto Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit. At this moment, a sound of panic came from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Without waiting for Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit to say another word, the white brilliance from Xiaohua's nose contracted and Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit was sucked into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was stupefied. He never thought that Xiaohuang's food would actually be the primordial spirit of a cultivator. This was the primordial spirit of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. A primordial spirit that had been tempered for hundreds of years and was incomparably sturdy. It was actually so easily eaten by Xiaohuang. This scene was even more shocking than when Xiaohua saw Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit fly out of the soul armament. And it was even more shocking than everything he had seen and heard today. Burp, Xiaohuang seemed to burp. A voice rang out, "Mother, this thing is really fragrant. No wonder I smelled it just now, it was actually this thing. Mother, I'm tired. I feel warm, like I'm about to grow up." As Xiaohuang said this, its eyes actually slowly closed. "Oh," Xiaohua replied. With a move of his hand, he also took Xiao Huang into the space. Sure enough, Xiao Huang laid down on the ground and immediately fell asleep. Having encountered a life and death situation, Xiao Hua was no longer in the mood to look at the uniqueness of the soul armament. With a shake of his hand, he put it into the space and then looked around 10 zhang around him. Seeing that there were no longer any obstructions, he flew up and headed in the direction Qin Mingwei came from during the day. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's direction wasn't wrong. During this time, he encountered a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Because he had just seen a sneak attack, Xiao Hua was exceptionally careful. But when that cultivator saw that Xiao Hua was a new disciple of Thunderclap Palace and that he had lost his way, he actually enthusiastically brought Xiao Hua to the vicinity of Thunderclap Palace. Although this cultivator was also going in the same direction, it was enough to make Xiao Hua sigh in his heart. Actually, it's not that some cultivators don't have a conscience and don't have refined and courteous etiquette. It's just that these cultured and refined appearances and the conscience hidden in the depths of their hearts are unable to withstand the test of benefits. As long as there is a conflict of interest, these so-called etiquette and conscience will likely be discarded. And if this cultivator knew that I had a Buddhist treasure on me, I fear he would have already killed me. He wouldn't be so amiable as to bring me back to Thunderclap Palace, right? So, the way to avoid a conflict of interest is to firmly guard your own secret and absolutely not let anyone know. Even if it's your own master or your own senior martial brother, you shouldn't use these great temptations to test each other's kinship. If you can really withstand the test, then it's fine. But if you can't, then the relationship between master and disciple, the relationship between senior and junior martial brothers, will all turn into smoke. If master and eldest senior martial brother are like this, then what about the other disciples of Thunderclap Palace and Thunderclap Sect? What about the direct disciples of Thunderclap Sect and the disciples of Cultivator families? Wouldn't they be even more unreliable? Not to mention the temptation, even a little high profile would make them jealous. It's better for me to keep a low profile. Now that I have a cultivation technique, medicinal pills, and many other things, I lack time to cultivate all day long. Who has the patience to play this game with them? As Xiao Hua thought this, he made up his mind and was about to step into Thunderclap Palace when a cold voice sounded. Xiao Hua? You weren't in Thunderclap Palace last night? Xiao Hua was stunned. When he turned his head to look, he saw that it was Zhen Liang, who he had seen in the Jade Archive Hall yesterday. This is bad. I just beat this guy up yesterday. How did he see me today? This is karma. Xiao Hua somewhat helplessly stopped his steps. Chapter 1557. Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant to answer Zhen Liang's question. Xiao Hua didn't know how he should answer Zhen Liang's question. He only heard from Xiang Yang that he was a qi refining disciple and had to return to Zhenlei Palace every day, but he didn't know what kind of punishment awaited him. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Zhen, I followed senior brother Xiang Yang to Thunder Palace yesterday to get an errand. When I came back, I was lost and didn't dare to fly around at night. I waited until dawn to leave. I met a Foundation establishment martial uncle outside earlier, and it was he who sent me back. According to Xiao Hua's thoughts, Zhen Liang would definitely use this mistake of his to teach him a lesson. Xiao Hua didn't have any reason to make up an excuse, so he could only tell the truth. Who would have thought that Zhen Liang's face would reveal a strange expression? He looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe, snorted from his nose, and said, It's no wonder. The other disciples came to the Jade Archive Hall on the first day to register and receive their identity token, but you came late on the second day. Moreover, you came in such an aggressive manner that you didn't give any face to the other disciples who were guarding the hall. Then, you hurriedly went to the Thunder Palace to show off your power. How could you think of receiving your identity token? Since that token is the proof of our thunder-controlling sect's disciples, it also has the map of our 8 great thunder palaces and other dangerous palaces. If you didn't take the token, how could you not get lost in Lamo Mountain? Hearing Zhen Liang's words, Xiaohua's face turned green and red. He really didn't know, and the cowardly Xiang Yang probably forgot about this matter because he saw Xiaohua teaching a lesson to a disciple of Jade Archive Hall. Humph! Zhen Liang patted his hand and took out a token and a thin booklet from his storage pouch. He sneered and said, I called a disciple to find you at your residence last night, but you weren't there. I had no choice but to send you off personally today. Then, he waved his hand and the token and booklet flew to Xiaohua. Xiaohua reached out to receive them and bowed, thank you, Senior Brother General yesterday, forget it. It's already over, don't mention it. Zhen Liang waved his hand and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, the token needs to be recognized by blood. The booklet records the key to using the token. Take a good look. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua didn't think that he would pass this test so easily. His face was full of smiles as he respectfully sent Zhen Liang off. After returning to the fledgling Thunder Peak, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged in his cabin number 1334. He originally wanted to take inventory of the things he obtained from the evil shaker, but in addition to spirit stones, spirit grasses, and dawn, there were only a few magic tools and a few jade slips that seemed to have some origin. Xiaohua knew that these things could not be used by him in the qi refining stage, and he absolutely could not use them. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. Xiaohua first took out the token and the booklet. The booklet was very thin, and Xiaohua finished reading it in the time it took to eat a meal. After which, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he stretched out his finger, and a drop of blood was forced out from his finger and dripped onto the token. Just like the situation yesterday in the Jade Archive Hall, the blood did not seep into the token. Only under the control of Xiaohua's perception did it gradually seep into the token. As it seeped in, the entire token emitted a faint golden color, and then disappeared, returning to its original appearance. Damn it, the blood on this young master's body seems to have a problem. Xiaohua sighed, in the future, I can't casually reveal it. Then, Xiaohua made a hand seal and urged his magic power to hit the token. A bright light flashed, and a rather large topographic map emerged from the token. On the map, there were 8 shining spots, which were very eye-catching. These 8 spots are the 8 great thunder palaces, right? Then, where am I? Looking carefully, sure enough, in one of the light spots, there was a small golden spot flashing. Oh. This is the Zhenlei Palace? While thinking, Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the dot of light gradually enlarged. 3 small words appeared, Zhenlei Palace. Looking around the 8 great thunder palaces, some places were dark, some places were gray, and there were even a few places that were red. According to the booklet, the red ones should be the forbidden areas of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the gray ones should be the places where there were few people, and the dark ones should be the places where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was scarce. Sure enough, there is a sect. Different from rogue cultivators, these things don't need a single spiritual stone to get. This young master is not afraid of getting lost in the future. Then, Xiaohua changed his hand seal again, and the token in his hand trembled slightly. Then, Xiaohua stretched out his hand on the token, and a token that was exactly the same as the one in Xiaohua's hand was caught in his hand. Ha ha ha, fun. Xiaohua put the token in his hand into another token, and that token actually disappeared into the other token. Then, Xiaohua used his hand to catch more tokens, and one after another, exactly the same token appeared out of thin air. Hee, little junior brother, what are you doing? Just as Xiaohua was having fun, Xiang Yang's voice came from outside the wooden house. Xiaohua threw a few tokens on the table in the wooden house, and bowed to Xiang Yang, who entered the door, and said, Greetings, big senior brother. I heard you laughing before I entered the door. Xiang Yang said with a smile. Little brother just received a token, and I'm practicing with it. Xiaohua pointed at the pile of tokens on the table and laughed. Io, look at me. Xiangyang patted his forehead with his hand and said, I actually forgot to receive your identity token in the Jade Archive Hall yesterday. If you have forgotten, then forget it. Xiaohua took back the token and said with a smile, the disciple who was beaten in the Jade Archive Hall this morning sent it to me. They sent it? Xiangyang was slightly surprised, and then nodded slightly. AI, it seems that it's good to have some background. What background can I have? I just got a so-called sect master's token. Xiaohua was disdainful. Io, my little junior brother, a so-called sect master's token is really easy for you to say. How many cultivators in my Imperial Thunder sect, no matter how profound their cultivation is, how many of them have a sect master's token? Besides, the number of Qi condensation disciples and foundation establishment disciples who have a sect master's token can be counted on one hand, right? Xiangyang said with a face full of admiration. Let's not talk about this. Xiaohua said with a smile, big senior brother, what urgent matter did you have yesterday? Is it done? Oh, it's nothing. Xiangyang clapped his hands and took out a booklet and a token. He said with a smile, this booklet contains the cultivation method for the first level of lightning evasion. Your senior sister-in-law copied it for you last night. Thank you, big senior brother, thank you, senior sister-in-law. Xiaohua was happy in his heart. He first took the booklet, then looked at the other token strangely. Oh, this token was found by Master last night when he went to the Thunderclap Palace to ask the Palace Master to help you find it. Xiangyang smiled and handed the token to Xiaohua. Help me find it? Xiaohua took it blankly and looked left and right, not knowing what to do. Let's go, you just need to follow me to the Spring Thunder Hall. Xiangyang rarely kept him in suspense and left the wooden house first. In the Spring Thunder Hall, the disciple on duty was Zhen from before. Xiaohua naturally knew. Zhen didn't joke with Xiangyang and only looked at Xiaohua and asked curiously, Xiaohua, could it be that your helpless master dislikes you for being a loose cultivator and doesn't want you anymore? Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart and didn't dare to say anything. Xiangyang cupped his hands and said, Xiaohua's aptitude is exceptional and is a rare disciple of the Thunderclap Palace. How could my master not want you? I came here on the orders of the deacon of the Thunderclap Palace's Qi Qiao Pavilion. Xiaohua is guarding the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, which is really too far from the Thunderclap Palace. Going back and forth every day is really tiring, so Xiaohua can choose a place to cultivate in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. He doesn't need to report to the Thunderclap Palace every day. Oh, so it's like that. Zhen didn't have any special reaction. With a wave of his hand, the token in Xiaohua's hand flew into his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and nodded, I understand. In a while, I will bring this token to report. It seems that not having to report to the Thunderclap Palace every day isn't rare. Xiaohua suddenly understood, but immediately after, Xiaohua's heart was moved. Indeed, from the Deafening Thunder Palace to the 10,000 Thunder Valley, then from the 10,000 Thunder Valley to the Deafening Thunder Palace, and then to the Gen Thunder Palace early this morning. Xiaohua already knew the distance, especially when he had to ask for the palace lord's permission at night. Most likely, his master had no choice but to go to the Deafening Thunder Palace personally. Xiangyang had been busy since yesterday until today. He had been working hard for this little junior brother of his whom he had just met. He was helpless. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. In this world, other than mutual deception and life and death struggles, there was also touching warmth and care. Let's go, little junior brother. I will bring you to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. Xiangyang cupped his hands and said to Xiaohua. There's no need, right? Eldest senior brother, I have the token with me. There is also a map on it. I can go there alone. Xiaohua said. Don't. Let me bring you there first. Xiangyang said with a smile. The Eastern Ridge Herb Garden is very far. There are many forbidden and dangerous areas. If little junior brother accidentally enters, not to mention master, even your senior sister-in-law will question me. Then I will have to trouble you, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. The Eastern Ridge herb garden was indeed very far. Xiang Yang's thunder escape technique was also not successful. Although he was already in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, his flying speed was still not as fast as Xiao Hua's. Therefore, when they arrived at the Eastern Ridge herb garden, it was already close to noon. Of course, along the way, Xiang Yang pointed out the locations of several forbidden and dangerous areas. Xiao Hua held the token and looked at it while secretly memorizing it in his heart. The place where he met with danger last night was a grayish-black area on the topographic map. It was called the Evil Stream Plain. It should be a place where the heaven and earth ling qi was insufficient and where there were few people. Xiao Hua wanted to ask about the situation there, but when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He planned to bury the matter of last night in his heart for the rest of his life. Look, the Eastern Ridge is not far ahead. Xiang Yang pointed. In the distance, a continuous mountain range rose and fell. The mountain range was light yellow and looked very dazzling under the sunlight. Chapter 1558. Light yellow? Xiao Hua looked from afar and was slightly startled. He asked in a low voice, "Is it because of the Eastern Ridge's earth fire?" Xiang Yang nodded, "Exactly. It is said that this place used to have abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy. My Thunder Palace's Qiao Pavilion set up a medicine garden here to plant spiritual herbs. However, thousands of years ago, there was a huge change in Dawn Rain Continent. Earth fire suddenly appeared in Eastern Ridge, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy here became scarce. Moreover, the fire attribute spiritual energy took up the majority, making it unsuitable for spiritual herbs to grow. Later, Qiao Pavilion set up a pill room here, wanting to borrow the power of the earth fire to refine pills. However, the earth fire was fine at first, but later on, it became scarce. Moreover, this place was extremely far from Thunder Palace, so the pill room was abandoned over time. The two gradually flew closer as they talked. Xiang Yang pointed at the yellow spiritual herbs on Eastern Ridge's light yellow mountain range and said with a smile, "Although the pill room was abandoned, the spiritual herbs grew freely. No one cared about them. After all, the spiritual herbs that we consume have to be aged. If you don't care about them, they will grow by themselves. My Thunder Palace's disciples only need to come here at fixed times to take a look and pick suitable spiritual herbs. Those yellow spiritual herbs seem to be Shao Yen grass." Xiao Hua looked at the spiritual herbs on the mountain range and asked with some hesitation, "These spiritual herbs are very rare outside. I have been to EG before, but I have never seen them. I have only seen them in books." I didn't expect junior brother to also know about spiritual herbs. Xiang Yang clapped and said with a smile, "This is precisely Shao Yen grass. I don't know when it was, or which disciple saw that Shao Yen grass, which was rarely seen in other places, grew extremely well here, so he advised the palace's deacon to plant Shao Yen grass everywhere. I didn't expect to hit the jackpot. Ever since Shao Yen grass was planted in Eastern Ridge, my Thunder Palace's bright flower pill no longer lacked spiritual herbs. Bright flower pill's main ingredient is Shao Yen grass?" Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Since Shao Yen grass is so precious, why, is there no one guarding here?" Junior brother doesn't know. The Shao Yen grass from before is indeed precious, but the Shao Yen grass planted here probably won't be used up in a few hundred years. Do you think Shao Yen grass is still precious in my Thunder Palace? Besides, this place was really far from the Thunderclap Palace. Which Qi condensation disciple would be willing to come here? Moreover, with the formation set up by our Thunderclap Palace's formation experts, is there still a need to keep watch?" Xiang Yang stopped and smiled. "Little junior brother, what about the Eastern Ridge's token? If you don't use the token, I'm afraid that only martial uncles of the Oris Core stage would be able to break in." Xiao Hua nodded as he listened. He clapped his hand and took out the token. He already knew how to use this token. He formed a seal and his magic power surged out. A wave-like brilliance rushed out from the token. As the brilliance flashed in the air, the brilliance expanded. When it was about 100 feet in front of Xiaohua, it suddenly scattered into specks of light and landed in the air. Sizzle. The light spots were like water droplets falling into a pot of oil. The space where each light spot was located trembled slightly. The trembling was not synchronized at first, but as the trembling increased, it gradually became the same. Rumble, the sky seemed to shake and the earth shook. At the place where the light spots landed, a huge yellow mirror appeared. The other side of the mirror was exactly the same as what Xiaohua had seen before. However, Xiaohua sensed that there were fluctuations of world energy all around the mirror. Only the surface of the mirror was very calm. Needless to say, this mirror should be the passageway to enter the cave. Sure enough, Xiangyang waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he flew into the mirror and disappeared. When Xiaohua followed him in, Xiangyang had already set on the mountain ridge not far away. According to the instructions on the token, Xiaohua and Xiangyang were able to easily find the disciple who was guarding the medicine garden in a rather large immortal's cave after his meditation. Ha ha ha. Seeing a place about the same size as Master's immortal's cave, Xiaohua almost jumped up in joy. Xiangyang looked at this little junior brother who was beaming with joy. His previous worry had already disappeared. Although Xiangyang wasn't very familiar with the immortal's cave in the eastern ridge, he still took Xiaohua to see it. This immortal's cave was divided into 3 sections. The outermost section was a living room with jade tables, chairs, and other things. In the middle was a cloud bed for resting. Next to the cloud bed were bookshelves and other things. The innermost section was the largest and was divided into different caves. There was even a mountain spring that led into these caves. Looking at Xiaohua's somewhat puzzled expression, Xiangyang smiled and said, "Generally, the immortal's cave of a cultivator is divided into these 3 sections. Little junior brother should know about the outermost and middle sections. As for the innermost section, most of them are used to cultivate extremely precious spiritual herbs. For example, in Master's Immortal's Cave, there are spiritual herbs that are rare even in the Imperial Thunder sect." Then, he pointed at the spring in the cave and said, "This cave is probably used to cultivate different spiritual herbs." Moreover, this immortal's cave should have existed before the eastern ridge was turned into a medicinal garden. He, eldest senior brother, is right. Xiaohua smiled and said, "There are spiritual herbs all over the mountain. Who would plant spiritual herbs in their own immortal's cave?" I'm just guessing." Xiangyang shook his head and said, "Actually, each spiritual herb requires a different amount of spiritual qi. Although the eastern ridge is rich in spiritual qi and it's more than enough to cultivate ordinary spiritual herbs, it's still not enough to cultivate precious spiritual herbs. Didn't you see these different caves? Every cave should have a different array used to promote the growth of different spiritual herbs." Promote the growth of spiritual herbs. Xiaohua's heart stirred. It was very easy for him to think of the space's backtrack. "Okay, little junior brother, I still have other things to do. I won't take you around the eastern ridge." Xiangyang stretched and said, "After all, this eastern ridge. I've only been here a few times. Wait until you're familiar with it, then you'll know. Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother." Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. "You and I are brothers, there's no need to be so polite." Xiangyang helped Xiaohua up and said, "Actually, when you asked why there's no one guarding the eastern ridge, there are still 2 reasons that I didn't tell you. Senior brother, there's no harm in saying it." When Xiaohua heard that there were actually 2 reasons, he couldn't help but be surprised. The first reason is that the spiritual qi here is very violent. It's not easy to draw it into the meridians and it's very unfavorable for a qi condensation stage disciple's cultivation. Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua's not too good expression and said, "However, I heard from Master that little junior brother has the hidden fire physique. The fire attribute is the most violent. Maybe it won't affect you much? You can try first. If it really doesn't work, then you'll have to do this job for a year. At this time next year, when you're promoted from an apprentice disciple to an official disciple, it won't be too late to find another job. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Now that I think about it, I really should have discussed it with eldest senior brother first. I was really rash at that time. Hee, you're still young. Once bitten, twice shy. This little loss is nothing. Xiangyang said. Then, he adjusted his expression and said in a low voice, there's still the second reason. It's a place 100 li north of the eastern ridge. It's the strangest forbidden area of the Imperial Thunder sect. Previously, it was said that several disciples on duty inexplicably disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Some people suspect that it has something to do with that forbidden area. Xiaohua was frightened by Xiangyang's words and broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. Therefore, little junior brother, if you have nothing to do, don't go out blindly. Inside the Eastern Ridges formation, there will be disciples from the Qiqiao Pavilion coming to pick flame dawn grass every year. Now that you're on duty, if they come, open the formation and give them a sufficient amount of flame dawn grass. If they don't come, then send the flame dawn grass back to Thunder Shock Palace. Left and right. Don't go near that forbidden area. Xiangyang said seriously. Oh, so that's how it is. After listening to Xiangyang's warning, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. Xiangyang's words had always been filled with warnings, but Xiaohua understood that this last reason was most likely made up by Xiangyang himself. He was afraid that Xiaohua would be immature and run around. This eastern ridge was more than 100 li away from the forbidden area. It was also protected by an extremely powerful formation. How could those disciples disappear for no reason? I'm afraid it's the same story as Jun Xia and Qin Mingwei last night, right? Xiaohua sneered in his heart. However, he was also grateful. He cupped his hands and said, many thanks for eldest senior brother's reminder. Little junior brother's cultivation is more important. I definitely won't cause trouble. Good, then this elder brother is relieved. Xiangyang clapped his hands and said, you have this elder brother's message talisman in your hand. That message talisman can send messages over a long distance in my Imperial Thunder sect. If you have any problems with your cultivation method or other matters, you can send a message to this elder brother. This elder brother will rush over as soon as possible. Good. Then, this elder brother will take his leave. Xiangyang flew into the air. Xiaohua opened the formation and sent him out. Xiangyang was still in the air, but he was still somewhat worried that little junior brother, you have to cultivate diligently. Last night, Master personally made a trip to the Thunderquake Palace for you. He has high expectations for you. You must not let down Master's painstaking efforts. Little junior brother understands. Xiaohua said with a smile, eldest senior brother, go back and tell Master that little junior brother will be able to ask him for guidance in less than 2 years. This elder brother understands. This elder brother will definitely pass this message to Master. Xiangyang laughed. With a wave of his big sleeve, he flew into the distance. Looking at Xiangyang's back and the smile in Xiangyang's eyes just now, Xiaohua knew that Xiangyang didn't believe his words at all. Cultivating from Qi refining level 10 to foundation establishment in 2 years? Perhaps even Li Zongbao, who was known as a cultivation genius, couldn't accomplish this, right? But what was the truth? Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and used his finger to point. A ray of brilliance shot from the command medallion onto the mirror that had just been opened. Seeing the mirror rapidly shrink, Xiaohua muttered to himself, if I'm happy, I'll give you guys a pleasant surprise next year. But, wouldn't doing this be too high profile? It's very inconsistent with my low-key style of conduct. Xiaohua pinched his chin, somewhat distressed. Chapter 1559. The Eastern Ridge's herb garden was extremely large. However, just as Xiangyang said, most of it was planted with flame dawn grass. Only the shady side of the mountain peak far away from the cave was planted with other spiritual herbs. However, even if it was only a small portion, it was still many times larger than Shang Huaming's herb garden. Inside, there were many ordinary and unusual spirit grasses of various colors. They were all planted in different areas, filling up one side of the mountain peak. However, with Xiao Hua's many years of experience, these spiritual herbs were all half dead and far from having any value in refining pills. He was afraid that every time the disciples came to the eastern ridge to pick flame dawn grass, they would never look at it. What a pity! Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at the spiritual herbs. He had seen these spiritual herbs in the Codex of Herbs before. Although Ling Zhongyu from the spiritual grass sect gave him many seeds, those seeds were after all ordinary. Compared to the rare spiritual herbs here, they were not enough. Damn it! After a few days, this young master will familiarize himself with this herb garden. First, this young master will transplant half of the spiritual herbs that this young master does not have in his space. Xiao Hua swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, that's right, with the increase in my cultivation, the space has become a lot bigger. And I'm afraid that I can fit the entire eastern ridge into it. These spiritual herbs are still far from enough. If I have time, I have to go to the Qiqiao Pavilion and ask for all the spiritual herbs from the Imperial Thunder sect. Whether the eastern ridge can be planted or not, let's not talk about it first. Let's fill up this young master's space first. In these 2 years, Xiao Hua's space had increased exponentially along with his cultivation. Just as Xiao Hua said, it was much larger than the mountain range of the eastern ridge. However, no matter how big the space was, when Xiao Hua's mind entered it, everything in the space would be reflected in his mind. It was as if the space was his mind. In addition to the fact that his mind could take out anything in the space, Xiao Hua's mind was like the master of the space. Of course, it was only like. It was more like a mirror-like reflection. There was no feeling of control at all. As for why this was the case, with Xiao Hua's cultivation, he didn't think too much about it. He only felt that this space was much more convenient to use than a storage bag. There was also the growth of the spirit grasses in the space. Naturally, following the growth of Xiao Hua's cultivation, the illumination of the spirit light in tracing light became stronger. The growth of the spirit grasses was also several times faster than before. With this kind of growth speed, Xiao Hua could easily foresee that not to mention 1,000-year-old spirit grasses, even 10,000-year-old spirit grasses would be everywhere in the space in the near future. Xiao Hua first transplanted some spirit grasses, then flew to other places. It took him nearly a day to roughly look through the medicine garden in the eastern ridge. When he returned to his immortal's cave at night, Xiao Hua carefully took out the warning talisman and placed it at the entrance of his immortal's cave. Although the eastern ridge was protected by an extremely powerful array, Xiao Hua still didn't know what dangers lay within. Then, Xiao Hua sat on the jade chair in the immortal's cave and looked around. At this time, looking at the entire immortal's cave again, he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, in the next few years, this would be the place where Xiao Hua cultivated. After he left Shanghuaming, it was only today that he was finally able to have a cave abode of his own. He was finally able to calm his heart and cultivate. That's right, I was in a daze looking at the spirit grasses today and forgot to take a look at the alchemy room. Xiao Hua suddenly remembered that the alchemy room was the most important place for Xiao Hua's cultivation. However, because he had been refining the fire essence flame crystal for the past 2 years, and there were still some in his meridians, this matter was thrown to the back of his mind. Let's wait for tomorrow. After all, after using the fire essence flame crystal, I'll have to rely on medicinal pills. There are so many spirit grasses here, and there's also the alchemy room. There's no reason to waste them. Xiaohua thought and clapped his hands. The exquisite Dian pagoda, which was known as the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect, was taken out from the space. Buddhist sect? What kind of cultivation sect is this? Why haven't I heard of it? It's even a most precious treasure. How could it fall into their hands? I'm afraid that guy is just bluffing. At this time, Xiaohua's horizons had also widened. Looking at two late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators, he didn't feel that they were very powerful. Holding the small pagoda in his hand, Xiaohua carefully examined it. This small pagoda looked very ordinary and didn't seem to be any different from what he usually saw. There were even some parts that were damaged and looked very broken. It was far from the appearance of the magic tools and treasures that Xiaohua had seen before. TSK, what kind of Buddhist sect's most precious treasure is this? It can't even compare to the magic tool of the spirit husbandry sect. Xiaohua smacked his lips and gave an extremely low evaluation of the exquisite pagoda. Of course, how could he easily give up on something that even late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators would have to risk their lives for? When he looked carefully, the exquisite pagoda was divided into 9 layers. Between each layer, there were 4 thin grooves. From top to bottom, there were a total of 36 grooves. Among these grooves, some were filled with things while some were empty. Xiaohua counted carefully. Aside from the top 2 floors which were empty, the bottom 7 floors were all filled with things. However, at the same time, every floor had 1 or 2 empty grooves. There were a total of 17 grooves that had things in them. It was exactly the same as what Qin Mingwei said. What are the things in these grooves? It seems like, even the late-stage Foundation establishment realm Qin Mingwei doesn't know. Xiaohua naturally couldn't see anything from the outside. He also released his perception. As expected, his perception didn't see anything abnormal. It was one with the pagoda and his perception couldn't penetrate it. Xiaohua turned the exquisite pagoda a few times. Isn't there a protrusion here? On the other side of the exquisite pagoda, Xiaohua saw that there was a protrusion on the other side of the groove. It should be just enough for 2 fingers to clamp it. Sure enough, Xiaohua stretched out his thumb and index finger and just happened to clamp it. Could it be that I can pull it out? Xiaohua thought very naturally. However, he didn't have much hope. This exquisite pagoda had been with Qin Mingwei for dozens of years and he hadn't been able to see through it. There was no reason for him to be able to find the profundity just as it was in his hands. Let's give it a try. Xiaohua used his 2 fingers to pull it out. As expected, the protrusion didn't move at all. It seemed to be one with the small pagoda. Forget it, Xiaohua was still thinking about those green seal scripts and wanted to give up, but, just as he loosened his fingers, he suddenly had an epiphany and suddenly thought of something. Damn it, that damned Qin Mingwei must have also tried this in the past, but the problem is, why didn't he figure it out? There must be something wrong with these protrusions. The more obvious the place, the more likely it is to be the crux of the problem. If this young master can't find this protrusion strange, then I don't need to think about other things. Xiaohua's eyes slightly shrank. He stared straight at the protrusion for the time it took to eat a meal. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua suddenly laughed loudly. He used 2 fingers to clamp the protrusion again and said with a smile, "How am I stupid? If others can't take it out, then it's because they don't have enough strength. What do I have? Strength." As he said this, he took a deep breath and increased the strength of his 2 fingers. Sure enough, as Xiaohua used 60% of his strength, the protrusion really moved. There's hope. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He gradually increased the strength of his fingers and the protrusion was actually pulled out by him little by little. However, even when Xiaohua used all the strength in his body, the protrusion was still not completely pulled out. It was only pulled out less than 3 inches. How much strength did Xiaohua have now? If he couldn't pull it out, then Qin Mingwei definitely couldn't pull it out either. Although it was only 3 inches, it was already enough. As the 3 inches protrusion was gradually revealed, the the smile on Xiao Hua's face also gradually became wider. In the end, he really didn't have any strength left and loosened his hand. The protrusion immediately retracted. Xiao Hua's face didn't seem to be dispirited. Ha ha ha, this young master said it. Casually collecting some strange things will definitely be beneficial. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out an item from the space. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think it is? It is a piece of gold leaf. Xiao Hua didn't know where to use the gold leaf. Needless to say, what Xiao Hua pulled out from the protrusion of the exquisite pagoda was a piece of gold leaf. Where should I put it? Xiao Hua held the gold leaf in his hand and looked it up and down. After all, there were 19 empty grooves. If he put it in the wrong place, he was afraid that there would be a mistake. Who would have thought that when the gold leaf in Xiao Hua's hand was just close to the exquisite pagoda, an extremely faint brilliance suddenly emitted from a groove in the exquisite pagoda. That brilliance was white but not white. It was somewhat viscous. When the brilliance shined on the gold leaf, the entire edge of the gold leaf gradually melted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the appearance of a leaf. This leaf was golden and the veined patterns on it were milky white. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua very naturally placed the leaf into the groove. Sure enough, when the leaf entered the groove, the brilliance retracted back into the exquisite pagoda. On the other side, a protrusion also appeared. Very good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Immediately after, Xiao Hua placed the remaining 7 gold leaves into the pagoda. After he placed the last gold leaf into the pagoda, the entire pagoda was immediately enveloped by a layer of milky white brilliance. Bursts of golden brilliance blossomed from the bottom 4 floors, and within the milky white brilliance, there were countless tiny golden lotuses that gushed out from the space. Those countless golden lotuses blossomed one after another, and an indescribable fragrance filled the entire cave. Xiao Hua was just surprised when bursts of Sanskrit chants came out from the exquisite pagoda. The chants resounded in Xiao Hua's ears, and his heart felt as if it was filled with the entire world. Tranquility, a piece of tranquility. Peace, a piece of tranquility. When the Sanskrit chants entered his ears, Xiao Hua's heart was incomparably tranquil and serene. An experience that he had never experienced before welled up in his heart. Very naturally, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged with the exquisite pagoda still in his hands. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind entered the space. On one hand, he comprehended the heavenly Tao, and on the other, he silently operated his mental cultivation method. Although the Sanskrit chants could not be heard, Xiao Hua's heart seemed to be able to feel the indistinct rhythm of the Sanskrit chants. Chapter 1560. This Sanskrit chanting was indeed effective. It was like a kind of rain that nourished Xiao Hua's meridians. Xiao Hua's meridians were originally operating the heavenly law's embodiment technique to refine the remaining flames of the fire essence flame crystal. Although this Sanskrit chanting could not increase Xiao Hua's refining speed, the amount of flames that Xiao Hua could refine had greatly increased. Day after day, night after night, Xiao Hua still held the exquisite pagoda in his hand as he sat cross-legged with a solemn appearance. The exquisite pagoda in Xiao Hua's hand was still enveloped in Buddhist light. In the golden light of the lower 4 floors, the golden lotus slowly rotated along with the Sanskrit chanting. It actually escaped from the golden light and flew into the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Although Xiao Hua did not move at all, in the space between his eyebrows, as the golden lotus penetrated, a swastika word actually appeared. This swastika word was faint at first, then gradually became clear. However, this swastika word was not complete. Apart from the bottom and right strokes that were complete, the 3rd stroke was not complete, and the 4th stroke was not complete at all. The entire swastika word only appeared faintly at the beginning when it first appeared. When the golden lotus of the exquisite pagoda had completely gathered together to form the swastika word, an entire 2 months had passed. During this period of time, Xiaohua's body did not move at all, but there was a mysterious fluctuation around his body. The foreign starlight had always been tightly wrapped around him. In his meridians, the remaining flames of the fire essence flame crystal had also been completely refined. Of course, the heavenly law's embodiment technique was still operating, but the amount of true qi that could be refined was already very little. Xiaohua's cultivation was only fixed at the middle of the 11th level of qi refining. The golden lotus of the exquisite pagoda disappeared, and the golden light of the lower 4 floors of the exquisite pagoda also gradually disappeared. Immediately after, the Sanskrit chanting also stopped. The exquisite pagoda returned to its previous ordinary appearance. It moved, Xiaohua's eyelids finally moved slightly, as if with a kind of extreme reluctance. Xiaohua opened his eyes. In an instant, the reverse light in the space began to rotate again, and the foreign starlight suddenly disappeared. Sigh, Xiaohua's eyes moved slightly, looking at the exquisite pagoda in his hand. There was some eagerness in his eyes as he sighed, this thing is indeed a treasure. But with just a voice, I was brought into a mysterious realm. In this realm, it seems to be filled with tranquility, yet it also seems to be filled with benevolence. It is the exact opposite of I's fire elemental cultivation technique. The heavenly law's embodiment technique and the voice both reinforce and counteract each other. In just 60 days and nights, I was able to push I from the middle stage of the 10th realm to the middle stage of the 11th realm. It is truly marvelous. This Buddhist sect. Which true cultivation sect is it? Judging from the effects of the exquisite derivation pagoda, it wouldn't be any worse than the imperial lightning sect. There, ruins? Could it be that their descendants have been wiped out? Just as he was thinking, the medallion in Xiaohua's bag of holding vibrated. Xiaohua slapped his hand, and the medallion for the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden appeared. Huh? Someone actually sent a message? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, he pointed his hand, and the token flashed with a faint radiance. 4 crimson-red messaging talismans flew in from outside the abode. Wow, there are actually 4 of them. Xiaohua placed the medallion to the side and put the exquisite derivation pagoda into his space. He was just about to reach out for the messaging talismans. At this moment, the swastika symbol between Xiaohua's eyebrows slightly rotated. Xiaohua's mind was suddenly pulled into a strange place filled with Buddhist light. In this place, apart from an indomitable Buddha statue, there was nothing else. What is this thing? Xiaohua felt that this Buddha statue was like the entire world, but also like grass. Although the entire Buddha statue wasn't particularly clear, the Buddha statue had one hand pointing to the heavens and the other pointing to the earth. Its 2 eyes seemed to contain both the heavens and the earth, but also seemed to contain an aura of boundless benevolence. It was very deeply imprinted in Xiaohua's mind. Just as Xiaohua was bewildered, a flower suddenly appeared in the motionless Buddha statue's hand. That flower was like a dream, flowing with light and overflowing with color. The Buddha statue's benevolent expression also appeared along with the flower's appearance. It faintly smiled, and the entire space was suddenly filled with heavenly flowers. Xiaohua's mind was suddenly filled with many things. It was also in an instant that Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. His mind returned to his body, and his finger was still about to pinch open the messaging talisman. And the swastika symbol between his eyebrows gradually disappeared, and disappeared into his skin. Good heavens, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. What is this thing? Immediately, Xiaohua didn't accept the messaging talisman, and closed his eyes to ponder. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua opened his eyes. His face had an indescribable expression, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. Exquisite Leaf Sutra? This is the Buddhist sect's supreme method of cultivating relics. The sarairas cultivated by other dharmic formulations were either round balls or multicolored. Only the relic cultivated by this exquisite leaf sutra is the image of Buddha. Furthermore, it's golden in color. It's called the Buddha's relic. But, what is this relic? Who is Buddha? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss. The strangest thing is that this Buddha's relic is formed in the Naiwan Palace. Isn't that where the primordial spirit is? Is it the place where the divine sense is born? Right, speaking of the Naiwan Palace, my Naiwan Palace doesn't seem to have one. Without the Naiwan Palace, how can I cultivate the primordial spirit? How can my divine sense come out? Moreover, this so-called supreme mental cultivation method of the Buddhist sect, why is it somewhat similar to the nameless mnemonic chant that I cultivated in the past? I used the nameless mnemonic chant to cultivate a different perception from divine sense. Could it be that nameless mnemonic chant is also some mental cultivation method of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart jumped. No, if it's like the exquisite Leaf Sutra said, this divine ability is Buddhist awareness. Hearing the name, it's different from divine sense. Could it be that I cultivated it wrongly? Forget it, forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua immediately shook his head. In any case, this exquisite Leaf Sutra only has the first 4 layers, the last 5 layers are all incomplete. Maybe in the future, I will wait until I get the last 11 gold leaves from this exquisite derivation pagoda. Hee, this Buddhist sect's flower-picking smile is quite interesting. There are no words at all, but with a smile, the cultivation method will be transmitted to I. It's really mysterious. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua squeezed his hand and the foremost messaging talisman shattered. Xiang Yang's voice came, "Little junior brother, you've been in the Eastern Ridge for 30 days. I came to see you on Master's orders. Open the formation." Hee, Master and eldest senior brother really care about me. Xiao Hua smiled and crushed the other messaging talisman. Xiao Hua, I am Zhenming. I came to pick the flame dawn grass on the orders of the Thunder Flash Hall's deacon. Please open the formation. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought, it's already time to pick the flame dawn grass. Eldest senior brother only said to pick it every year, but he didn't say when. Damn, I don't know when this messaging talisman came. I'm afraid it will delay the matters of the Thunder Flash Hall. The third messaging talisman was still Xiang Yang's voice, but this time it was a bit anxious. Little junior brother, this is the second time I've come. It's already been 50 days, could it be that you're in seclusion? AI, you've only just entered the sect. You don't even have medicinal pills and other things yet. Why are you in such a hurry to enter seclusion? If you come out, send me a messaging talisman. I'll wait for you for 100 days. If there's no reply, I'll go to the Thunder Flash Hall and ask the deacon to open the restriction. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. He reached out and took out the messaging talisman that Xiang Yang left behind. He said a few words into the messaging talisman, then flung his hand. The messaging talisman immediately turned into lightning and flew out. The fourth messaging talisman shocked Xiao Hua, but it was also within his expectations. It was Shue Shue. Xiao Hua, where are you now? I'm currently working as an odd job worker in the Thunder Flash Hall's pill refining room. I originally wanted to look for you, but Master said that before Foundation establishment, the disciples of the Thunder Flash Hall and the Thunder Flash Hall can't casually meet. She said she was afraid of damaging her mental state. Master is very good to me. She said that my physique is suitable for cultivating her senior's cultivation technique. However, because I can only receive her guidance after Foundation establishment, I can only stay in the Thunder Flash Hall for the time being. However, Master said that she's a core formation cultivator, so her teaching of disciples is a bit special. Perhaps I can go to the Thunder Flash Hall soon. Of course, Master won't directly instruct me. Some of my Foundation establishment senior martial sisters will instruct me. You have to speed up your cultivation. Don't let me catch up to you. Master said that if everything goes smoothly, I should be able to reach Foundation establishment within 20 years. What about you? Me? When Xiao Hua saw that the messaging talisman was silent, he curled his lips and muttered to himself, "You're amazing just because you reached Foundation establishment in 20 years? I'm afraid I'll be able to reach Foundation establishment next year. However, when he thought about it, Shui was only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Ordinary cultivators in the Thunder Flash sect would need 24 to 25 years to reach the peak of the 12th layer of Qi refining without any obstacles. Shui using 20 years to reach Foundation establishment could be considered good. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua also took out a messaging talisman and whispered a few words before sending it out. He finally got the chance to cultivate with great difficulty, so he didn't want to be disturbed by anything. Therefore, he didn't say where he was and only said that he was cultivating diligently, hoping to reach Foundation establishment as soon as possible. Presumably, Shui would also understand his thoughts and wouldn't come looking for him. After that, Xiaohua didn't dare to tarry. He picked up the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's token and carefully examined it. He flew out of the cave and found some jade boxes in a nearby herb garden. He then hurriedly plucked a sufficient amount of flame dawn grass and used the flight technique to rush to Thunderclap Palace. Xiaohua's flight technique was extremely fast. From the Eastern Ridge to the Thunder Flash Hall, there weren't any eyesores, so Xiaohua didn't have to worry. He only used 6 hours to reach the Thunder Flash Hall. When he saw the disciple on duty at the Thunder Flash Hall, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brother, which one of you is Senior Brother Zhenming?" The disciple on duty looked up and down at Xiaohua and asked indifferently, "Why are you looking for Junior Brother Zhenming?" "Oh, this disciple is doing odd jobs at the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden." Last time, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, the disciple on duty smiled and said, "Oh, I understand. So you're that odd job worker at the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. What's wrong?" Xiaohua secretly cursed in his heart and hurriedly asked, "Could it be, this disciple has delayed the sex alchemy?" Chapter 1561. Humph, you've got guts. You've only been in my Thunder Shock Palace for 2 months and you dare to slack off. Every year, Junior Brother Zhenming goes to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden to pick flame dawn grass and has never made any mistakes. Yet this year, when Grandmaster Zhenhan opened the cauldron to refine the clear flower pill, you shut down the formation so that Zhenming can't pick the spirit herbs. Tell me, how can Zhenming not be punished? Xiaohua cried out in shock. This is my fault, how can I let Senior Brother Zhenming suffer? Please report to the deacon. Senior brother is willing to accept the punishment. The disciple on duty looked at Xiaohua and nodded. Fortunately, you're also a responsible man. Let's go, follow I in. As the disciple on duty walked into Thunder Shock Hall, Xiaohua asked tentatively. Senior brother, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. The disciple on duty glanced at him and sneered. If you should ask, ask. If you shouldn't ask, don't ask. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. I just want to ask, although the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden is protected by a formation, but that formation was also set up by the sect's elders. Why don't we ask the elders to break the formation? Or perhaps, the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden's token, is there only one? I can tell you're still hoping for a fluke. The disciple didn't find it strange and rolled his eyes. The Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden is very far from my Thunder Shock Palace. Every year, only Zhenming goes there once when Grandmaster Zhenhan is refining the clear flower pill. Normally, no one pays attention to that place, so naturally, there's a spare token. But the strange thing is, when Zhenming couldn't enter the medicinal garden for fear of delaying his refining, he came back to look for the spare token. That token was actually not there and mysteriously disappeared. Disappeared? When did it disappear? Xiaohua was shocked. That token disappeared, which meant that someone could enter and exit the Eastern Ridge Formation at any time. Then, his own safety was not assured. How could he not be shocked? How would I know? The disciple rolled his eyes again. No one went to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden for hundreds of years. No one paid attention to that spare token for a long time. Even the deacon doesn't know, so how would I know? Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he thought. Could it be, there's something special in the Eastern Ridge? Looks like I'll have to properly search for it when I get back. The disciple continued, as for asking the elders to break the restriction, only you can think of that. That restriction was set up by the ancestors. Who would dare to disturb them if it wasn't a serious matter? While they were talking, the two of them arrived in front of a side hall. The disciple told Xiao Hua to wait at the door, and he went in to report. Damn it, what should we do now? Xiao Hua stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly frowning. He had only been in the Imperial Thunder sect for less than 100 days, and he had already gotten himself into trouble. Xiao Hua already knew what the clear flower pill was. It was a pill used by Foundation establishment stage cultivators to increase their power. Even within the Imperial Thunder sect, there weren't many of them. Every Foundation establishment stage cultivator only had a small supply every year. If he delayed the concoction of the clear flower pill, he would most likely delay the cultivation of many of the Thunderclap Palace's Foundation establishment cultivators. But, no one told me when someone would come to the Eastern Ridge to pick the Flame Dawn grass every year. Xiao Hua felt that he was very innocent. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, the disciple came out from the side hall. Behind the disciple were two other Foundation establishment stage cultivators. One of them was a middle-aged man in the late stage of Foundation establishment stage. He was tall, had a full beard, and a pair of bell-like eyes. He looked very ferocious. The other one was Jinfeng, whom Xiao Hua met last time. When Xiao Hua saw Jinfeng, a happy expression appeared on his face. He thought to himself, wonderful, this Jinfeng should know. Before this thought even appeared in his mind, a trace of anger appeared on Jinfeng's face. He quickly took half a step forward and berated, Xiao Hua. What did you do? I told you clearly that day. In another 10 days, it will be the day of picking the Flame Dawn grass. You mustn't be careless. Don't do it yourself, just wait for your senior brother Jinming to pick it. You can also watch from the side. Wait until next year, you can pick it yourself. There's no need for your senior brother Jinming to go. You, on the other hand, sealed the Eastern Ridge's formation. No matter how Jinming called you, you wouldn't come out. You. Sigh. Fortunately, you knew to come to the Thunder Flash Hall to receive your punishment. Let's see how Deacon Jinfeng will deal with it. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He rolled his eyes and could only sigh. He bowed to the big man and said, Disciple Xiao Hua greets Senior Jinfeng. Disciple only cared about cultivation, but forgot his duty and failed to live up to Deacon's kindness. Deacon, please punish me. So you're Xiao Hua. Jinfeng looked Xiao Hua up and down a few times, but didn't see anything special. He said with a bit of displeasure, the palace lord specially ordered this deacon to arrange a job for you. This Eastern Ridge was also chosen by you. Why did you slack off when you just arrived at the herb garden? I know you chose the Eastern Ridge because you want to be free and wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. But cultivation is cultivation, you can't forget your duty as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If every disciple was like you, wouldn't my Imperial Thunder sect be a plate of loose sand? How can my Imperial Thunder sect establish itself in the country of Xi? I only use you once a year and you make a mistake. Moreover, the Eastern Ridge hasn't. Alas, what should this deacon say about you? Disciple knows his mistake. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He could only bow again. Alright, this deacon doesn't care. But, you're still a probationary disciple now. In another 10 months, you'll become an official disciple. Your mistake this time. I'm afraid it will affect your assessment. If you don't pass the assessment, you'll still have to leave the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua was very anxious. He stretched out his hand and took out the storage pouch. He said anxiously, Disciple, has already picked the Flame Dawn grass. I don't know if I can atone for my mistake. Atone for your mistake. Zhenfeng sneered and said, what kind of mistake did you make? How can you atone for your mistake? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch and took out the jade box. His face revealed a trace of surprise. He looked at Xiaohua and said, did you pick this? Yes, disciple picked it. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, there's a special technique to pick this flame dawn grass. The technique isn't easy to grasp. Seeing that the flame dawn grass you picked was clean and didn't damage the roots, it's pretty good. Zhenfeng's expression eased a bit. Io, Xiaohua. Zhenfeng suddenly cried out from the side, I remember the last time you came, you were still in the middle of the 10th level of qi refining, right? How? Xiaohua's heart shook. He hurriedly nodded and said, Disciple went into secluded cultivation to break through the bottleneck of the 10th level of qi refining. Of course, Disciple remembered Senior Zhenfeng's instructions and wanted to come out before Senior Brother Zhenming went to the eastern ridge, but... Oh, I understand. Zhenfeng nodded and said to Zhenfeng, the bottleneck from the 10th level of qi refining to the 11th level of qi refining is really difficult. It's the beginning of the birth of divine sense. Xiaohua wholeheartedly went into secluded cultivation, so it's understandable. Moreover, Xiaohua actually used 2 months to go from the middle of the 10th level of qi refining to the middle of the 11th level of qi refining. As expected of, the person that the palace master thinks highly of. If he can't become a disciple of our Thunderclap Palace because of this mistake, it'll really be our Thunderclap Palace's loss. Zhenfeng also nodded slightly, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. He'd heard of someone going from the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining in 2 months, but he'd never heard of a disciple going from the 10th level of qi refining to the 11th level of qi refining. This Xiaohua was the disciple that Thundermeng Daoist instructed, so how could he not pay attention to him? Zhenfeng nodded slightly, looking at Xiaohua and saying, looking at your aptitude, you can be cultivated. However, you must remember that you're now a disciple of the Thunderclap sect, not a disciple of an aristocratic family. When considering anything, you must put the sect's interests first. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua's heart relaxed, and he bowed and said. Since this is your first offense, I won't look into it too deeply. I'll punish you with a year's worth of offerings. Zhenfeng waved his hand and returned the storage pouch to Xiaohua, saying, let Zhenfeng take you to see Martial Uncle Zhenyi. If he can let this matter pass, you'll be fine, otherwise. Zhenfeng didn't finish his words, but Xiaohua naturally understood. There were only 2 meanings. If Xiaohua didn't pass the test in a few months, he'd still be expelled from the mountain. If not, he'd have to ask Thundermeng Daoist to come out and talk. Xiaohua's heart was bitter, but he could only put on a smile, saying, thank you for your kindness, Senior. Soon after, Xiaohua followed Zhenfeng out of the Thunderclap Palace and flew towards a mountain range. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhenfeng said, Xiaohua, picking the blazed dawn grass a few days earlier or later doesn't matter. However, this matter was a bit coincidental. Martial Uncle Xianxia, who was supposed to be refining the blazed dawn pill, suddenly disappeared, and Martial Uncle Zhenyi was temporarily left behind by the palace master to refine the blazed dawn pill. Martial Uncle Zhenyi originally wanted to go on a trip, so of course he wasn't willing. On top of that, the blazed dawn grass wasn't delivered in time, so he flew into a rage. Zhenming was also punished with a year's worth of offerings. When you arrive at Martial Uncle Zhenyi's Immortal's Cave, you must properly apologize. If this matter isn't settled, it'll be really bad for you. Seeing that Zhenfeng didn't mention anything about the date of picking the blazed dawn grass, Xiaohua sneered in his heart. This thing was just empty words. Just now, he didn't mention it in front of Zhenfeng, so there was no need to mention it now. However, Xiaohua had another plan in his heart. None of the things in Zhenxia's storage pouch were damaged, I took them all. This guy is actually a pill master, so there must be some pill recipes in there. I'm at the 11th layer of qi refining, and I'm worried about not having any pills to take. When I go back, I'll take a careful look. After flying for 2 hours, they arrived at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. Jinfeng didn't come any closer, so he sent out a summoning talisman. A moment later, a boy around the 4th layer of qi refining flew out from the mountainside. Looking at the two of them, he laughed and said, "Which one of you is senior martial brother Xiaohua?" Xiaohua took a step forward and cupped his hands, saying, "I am. Senior martial brother Xiao, please follow I. This senior doesn't need to come." Jinfeng looked at Xiaohua, nodded slightly, then turned around and left. "Senior martial brother Xiao, please." The boy stood up and led the way, leading Xiaohua into the Immortal's Cave. Chapter 1562. After entering the Immortal's Cave, Xiaohua looked around. Jin Ye's Immortal's Cave was different from Wu Hen's Immortal's Cave. It was much larger, and there were many mountain paths leading to different places. There were also quite a few qi condensation disciples walking about. It was very lively. The boy leading the way didn't stop in the slightest. He brought Xiaohua through several Immortals' caves until they arrived at the innermost alchemy room. "Wait here." The boy pointed with his hand and entered the alchemy room. "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua respectfully stood outside the alchemy room, waiting for the summons. However, a moment after the disciple entered, a divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body. After that, no one paid attention to Xiaohua. Not only did the disciple not come out, but the disciples who came in and out of the alchemy room also didn't look at Xiaohua. After a moment, Xiaohua knew what was going on. He sighed and didn't move. His mind entered the space and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. In his meridians, the heavenly reflection technique was also operating. Xiaohua actually began to cultivate. He was really unwilling to let such a good time go to waste. Inside the alchemy room, an old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. His face was grim. In front of him was an earth fire with an alchemy furnace above it. Around the furnace, there were 6 disciples sitting cross-legged, holding different things in their hands. Some were gourds, some were fans, some were talismans, and there were also jade boxes and jade bottles. The disciple who led Xiaohua and was sitting cross-legged behind the old man, holding a jade tray in his hand. Fire. The old man was Zhenyi. He observed the earth fire with his divine sense and suddenly shouted in a low voice. When the disciple holding the gourd heard this, he hurriedly raised the gourd and formed seals with his hands. From the gourd, several strands of samadhi true fire flew out and rushed into the earth fire. With a whoosh, the earth fire suddenly became smaller and turned into a purple-red color. Zhenyi formed seals with his hands and struck the alchemy furnace in succession. The alchemy furnace actually emitted a buzzing sound and almost floated up. Sigh. Jin Ye's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "We have the upper hand." The disciple holding the fan was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When he heard this, he immediately activated his magic power and raised the fan in his hand to fan the pill furnace. The fan was clearly a magic tool. As he waved it, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sucked into the fan. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was fanned out by the fan. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was now several times denser than before. When the dense heaven and earth spirit qi was fanned into the earth fire, the purplish-red earth fire flickered a few times and became smaller. The red color was less and the purple color was more. The pill furnace shook even more violently. Jin Ye's expression relaxed slightly. He cast a few spells, and the pill furnace floated up from the earth fire. But at this moment, Jin Ye's expression changed greatly. His tightly shut eyes slightly opened. He formed seals with his left hand and slapped it on his chest. Before Jin Ye's left hand left his chest, a wisp of purple true samadhi fire was spat out from his mouth and hit the pill furnace. Woo! The earth fire that was burning around the pill furnace suddenly changed again, turning into a purple color. The violently shaking pill furnace gradually stabilized under the purple true samadhi fire and slowly fell down. Zhenye's eyes gazed at the true samadhi fire that was mixed with many red flames and sighed again. The cultivator holding the fan in his hand kept the fan. Seeing that the pill furnace had stabilized, he whispered, "Master, you don't have to be too obsessed. How many cultivators in our country have she can refine the true samadhi fire to be as pure as yours? I'm afraid that an overly pure true samadhi fire doesn't exist in our cultivation world. Zhenqing, Master naturally knows what you're saying, but, without the extremely pure true samadhi fire, it's impossible to refine this clear flower pill to the highest grade. Master has refined so many clear flower pills, but at most they're high grade. Master is unwilling to accept this. Actually, Master can consider from other aspects. For example, the age of the Shao Yen grass, the weight of the clear stream fruit, etc. Zhenye's face was full of displeasure. He waved his hand. How can Master not know these things? Disciple naturally knows. Master knows, disciple, all right, I know what you're thinking. You've also worked hard. As a foundation establishment cultivator, you still have to accompany Master to refine pills. You should go back. Zhenyi smiled. This clear flower pill will be refined in another 7 days. There shouldn't be any problems. Master, disciple rarely has the chance to accompany you. Let's stay a little longer. Zhenqing called over the boy who brought Xiaohua in and had him put away the fan. He then sat behind Zhenyi. If not for senior brother Xianxia's sudden disappearance, disciple wouldn't have the chance to accompany Master to refine pills. However, to have Master refine clear flower pills with gold core stage cultivation is a waste of talent. It can't be said to be a waste of talent. When Master was at Foundation establishment, I also refined clear flower pills many times. Zhenyi said with a smile. However, Palace Lord's obstruction has delayed a very important matter of Master's. Palace Lord, there's no other way. If you don't take action, who can accept the task of refining clear flower pills? Zhenqing smiled apologetically. I don't know where senior brother Xianxia went. Every year he has to refine clear flower pills. Why did he make a mistake this year? Oh, this. Zhenyi looked at the boys around him and transmitted his voice. According to Palace Lord, 2 months ago, Xianxia's life tablet was already broken. It was discovered by the disciple on duty. The palace only sent people to look for clues, but forgot about him refining clear flower pills. Zhenqing's face was filled with shock. He also transmitted his voice. Where did this happen? How would Master know? Zhenyi shook his head slightly. Zhenqing didn't pursue the matter. He looked outside the alchemy room and frowned. What is the disciple outside the alchemy room doing? A disciple who just entered my Imperial Thunder sect this year is guarding the eastern ridge's Blaze Dawn grass. A disciple from Lightning Hall went to pick Blaze Dawn grass, but this guy actually neglected his duty and didn't open the array so that the disciple couldn't enter, delaying Master's refining of clear flower pills. He had no choice but to pick Blaze Dawn grass from other places. The quality of the Blaze Dawn grass from other places isn't good enough. I'm afraid that the clear flower pills Master will refine this time can only be mid-grade. Zhenyi swept his divine sense and sneered. This kind of aristocratic family's disciple must be self-centered and never put the interests of the sect in his heart. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll think that the Imperial Thunder sect is an aristocratic family. This guy must be working hard. He actually has to cultivate after being punished here? Zhenyi coldly snorted. Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken, as if a large hand had pulled his mind out of the space. Moreover, the true qi in his meridians was also in chaos, wanting to rush everywhere. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to calm his mind and straighten out his true qi, an enormous pressure came out from the pill room and enveloped his head. As early as 2 years ago, on Jinhua Mountain, the pressure of Fu Yunbua and Qiu Mingwei, 2 Foundation establishment stage cultivators, collided. To him, it was a perilous situation. Today, how could the pressure of a gold core stage cultivator not cause him to tremble in fear? In an instant, the true qi in Xiao Hua's meridians couldn't move, as if it had solidified. His body also felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and large beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. Gold core stage cultivator. Xiao Hua powerlessly shouted in his heart. As if to teach Xiao Hua a lesson, the pressure was withdrawn in an instant, and the true qi in Xiao Hua's meridians began to peacefully circulate again. Xiao Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed respectfully, many thanks to martial ancestor. Humph, another cold snort, and then no other sound was heard. This time, Xiao Hua didn't dare to cultivate anymore, and only stood respectfully. Another 7 days and 7 nights passed, and only a light scolding sound could be heard from the pill room. A rich medicinal fragrance rushed out from the pill room, and after a moment, the pill room's door opened, and Zhenyi walked out from the pill room. Xiao Hua hurriedly respectfully saluted and said, "Disciple Xiao Hua greets martial ancestor." Who would have thought that Zhenyi didn't even look at him, and just walked away? Zhen Qing and the others also took their own things and followed behind Zhenyi. Xiao Hua looked at everyone's backs and somewhat scratched his head, not knowing whether he should follow or not. "Why aren't you coming over?" A voice entered his ears, and it sounded very unfamiliar. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly followed behind everyone. The group of people didn't walk too far, and arrived at a large hall. Each of the children placed their things in various places in the hall, and then immediately dispersed, leaving only Zhenyi and Zhenqing, master and disciple, sitting down. Xiao Hua also learned his lesson, and didn't dare to enter the hall, and only quietly waited outside. Inside the hall, Zhenyi drank a cup of spiritual tea and ate 2 spiritual fruits, then raised his head and looked at Xiao Hua outside the hall. "Master, you've already made this little guy wait for 10 days. Looking at this little guy's appearance, he's able to keep his composure, and has some bearing. It's better to call him in and send him away, it didn't take long anyway." "Humph." Zhenyi glanced at Zhenqing. "You're the only one with a soft heart. How many times have I told you that the most important thing in the cultivation world is a soft heart?" "Yes, disciple understands." Zhenqing smiled apologetically, then raised his head and said, "Disciple outside, come in." When Xiao Hua heard this voice, he hurriedly ran into the hall, looked at the two, and bowed. Disciple Xiao Hua greets the 2 seniors. "And, whose disciple are you?" Zhenyi asked very calmly. Reporting to martial ancestor, disciple is a helpless disciple of the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this unfathomable cultivator was the Gold Core Realm Zhenyi, and very respectfully replied. "Helpless?" Zhenyi frowned slightly, and said curiously, "This brat's eyesight is really not ordinary. That disciple from before made him lose face, and this newly accepted disciple is still so useless." Hearing Zhenyi's words, Xiao Hua was slightly angered in his heart. It wasn't a big deal for Zhenyi to say that he was a good-for-nothing. Over the past few years, he had suffered more than that. However, when he heard Zhenyi badmouthing Xiangyang, Xiao Hua couldn't help but reply, "This disciple made a mistake. It is this disciple's fault. There's no reason for me to implicate senior martial brother and make him a laughingstock." Chapter 1563. Huh? What? Don't tell me I said he was unworthy. Zhenyi never expected Xiao Hua to talk back. He was so angry that he almost laughed. Martial ancestor, this disciple doesn't dare to agree. Xiao Hua stiffened his neck and said, "My 10,000 Thunder Valley was able to produce such a benevolent and filial disciple. Even someone like this disciple who just entered 10,000 Thunder Valley would have a face full of glory. How did I become the person that martial ancestor said would lose face for the sect? Benevolent and filial?" Zhenyi sneered, "If he wasn't benevolent and filial, I'm afraid he'd already be in the late stage of foundation establishment." At the very least, he'd be in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be like this? He's only in the early stage of foundation establishment, yet he's being ridiculed by others every day. If this isn't losing face, then what is? Others ridiculing me is because they have eyes but fail to see. Xiaohua retorted sarcastically, if it wasn't for senior brother, my 10,000 Thunder Valley would have already changed hands. I'm afraid this disciple wouldn't have been able to enter Master's sect. I wouldn't have been able to listen to Master's teachings. Because of this disciple wanted to thank senior brother at that time. I couldn't let senior brother be ridiculed by others. Have eyes but fail to see? Jinyi slapped the table and stood up. He released a wave of pressure. This pressure was several times stronger than before. Xiaohua felt as if he was frozen in a hard rock. He couldn't move at all. However, the fear that came from the bottom of his heart made his whole body tremble non-stop. Master. Zhenqing said in a low voice, Xiaohua is still a child. You don't have any reason to lower yourself to his level. How can this old man lower himself to his level? Jinyi snorted and sat back in his chair. He glared at Zhenqing and said, this old man is angry that the Imperial Thunder Sect's recruitment of disciples is getting worse and worse. How can this kind of soft-hearted disciple be accepted? I'm afraid that in the future, Xuanyan School, Shanghua Sect, and Qiqiao Sect will gnaw on him until not even his bones remain. Master, this disciple feels that Xiaohua's words aren't without reason. Zhenqing said with a smile, at least, Xiangyang's heart puts the sect first. He's much better than those traitorous disciples from influential families. I knew you would say that. Jinyi snorted again and withdrew his pressure. Xiaohua immediately felt much more relaxed and didn't dare to say anything else. Let this old man ask you, which clan's disciple are you? Jinyi looked at Xiaohua and asked. Reporting to Grandmaster, this disciple is a loose cultivator. Xiaohua spoke the truth. What? A rogue cultivator? Not only did Jinye's expression change, even Zhenqing's brows furrowed. It's very rare for a rogue cultivator to reach the 11th level of qi refining. Jinyi sneered. Xiaohua naturally knew what they were talking about. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, disciple has something to say. If it's inappropriate, I hope Grandmaster can forgive me. Speak. Just now, Grandmaster said that my eldest senior brother is merciful and doesn't treat raising his cultivation as his top priority. He's purposely throwing away my master's face. But why are we, rogue cultivators, despised by others for raising our cultivation by hook or by crook? Of course it's important to raise your cultivation, but you can't be unscrupulous. Rogue cultivators don't care about etiquette and rob others. Of course it's despised by our cultivation sects. Jinyi still sneered. Rogue cultivators don't have medicinal pills or cultivation methods. If they don't rely on robbing, what can they rely on to raise their cultivation? Xiaohua said, besides, since Grandmaster said that we can't be unscrupulous, why is it that when my master wasn't in Myriad Thunder Valley, someone coveted Myriad Thunder Valley? Is that a very good method? Grandmaster didn't say that other people's methods were inappropriate, but why did he say that my senior brother who was robbed was a disgrace? This. In an instant, Jinyi was really stumped by this question. His face was a little green and red. Master, this brat is really interesting. You were just joking with him, but he actually said so much. Zhenqing hurriedly said with a loud laugh. Jinyi stared blankly, but soon after, he also laughed loudly. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, you brat, go back and tell this to your helpless master. What are you doing in front of this old man for? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart relaxed greatly. He cupped his hands and said, disciple saw that Grandmaster is perceptive to the smallest detail, so I said it in front of Grandmaster. If disciple said it in front of Master, it would have been kicked out long ago. Perceptive to the smallest detail? Zhen Ye's expression changed again. He said, don't flatter me. If you're in the wrong, just say it yourself. Yes, disciple doesn't dare quibble. Disciple was indeed in the wrong. Xiao Hua's expression also became serious. He took out his storage pouch and said, Disciple picked the blazed dawn grass and brought it here to receive Grandmaster's punishment. Zhenqing glanced at Zhenyi, and with a wave of his hand, the storage pouch flew into his hand. Zhenyi looked at Xiao Hua and asked, What punishment did Bright Thunder Hall give you? Disciple is punished with a year's worth of offerings. Xiao Hua said honestly. Humph, only a year's worth of offerings. Zhenyi sneered. How much can a year's worth of offerings be? Disciples of aristocratic families who can enter my Imperial Thunder sect. Speaking up to here, Zhenyi suddenly remembered that Xiao Hua was a loose cultivator. This year's worth of offerings was probably quite a lot for him. Huh? Xiao Hua, did you pick this blazed dawn grass yourself? Zhenqing opened the storage pouch and took out a jade box to look, and asked with some surprise. Yes, Disciple personally picked it. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly as he replied. Master, please take a look. Zhenqing gave the jade box to Zhenyi and said, This blazed dawn grass was picked at just the right time. It didn't hurt the roots at all. It's much stronger than the blazed dawn grass that Disciple saw just now. It's really not bad. Zhenyi nodded after looking at it. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, This little loose cultivator's explanation is much better than the vast majority of disciples of aristocratic families. Hee, I'm afraid it's better than many of my Imperial Thunder sect's herb-growing children. What do you mean? Zhenyi looked at Zhenqing and asked. Zhenqing transmitted a few words to Zhenyi. Zhenyi frowned and thought for a moment, then slightly nodded. He then said to Xiao Hua, you made a mistake this time and delayed the refining of my Thunderclap Palace's Minghua pill. This crime isn't light. Since you just entered my Imperial Thunder sect and this is your first offense, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Many thanks, Grand Master. Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Don't thank me. It won't be too late to thank me after I finish speaking. Zhenyi waved his hand and said, I saw that your method of picking flame dawn grass was very brilliant. You should have experience in cultivating spirit herbs. I wonder if you've stayed in a pill refining room before? Disciple has some experience. Xiao Hua nodded. And, do you have a fire attribute physique? Yes, Disciple has a fire attribute. Good, then you'll be a pill refining child in my pill refining room for a year. That's enough. Zhenyi clapped his hands and said with a smile. This. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Why aren't you agreeing? Zhenqing's voice sounded once more. Master has seen your herb-gathering skills, and he appreciates your talent. If you agree and perform well this year, Master might be overjoyed. Even if he doesn't accept you as his disciple, it would still be a blessing for you to learn how to concoct pills. That's right, just now Master said that if your aptitude is good, after you reach foundation establishment, he can even consider passing on the true Samadhi fire technique to you. Hearing this, Xiao Hua understood. To an ordinary disciple, how could this be considered a punishment? It was simply a reward. An incomparable reward. However, did Xiao Hua lack these things? It wasn't like he didn't know how to refine medicinal pills or the true Samadhi fire technique. What he lacked now was time, an opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. That day, Jade Archive Hall's Zhen Liang wanted to delay Xiao Hua's registration, delaying him for a year. Xiao Hua could angrily teach him a lesson, so how could he waste a year in Zhenye's pill refining room? Although Zhenqing wanted to help him with good intentions, but, Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then very apologetically smiled at Zhenqing. He then bowed to Zhenyi and said, Many thanks for Grandmaster's good intentions, Disciple is willing to redeem himself. Unfortunately, Disciple only knows how to grow spirit herbs and isn't familiar with pill refining. If Disciple delays Grandmaster's pill refining, Disciple can't bear the responsibility. Grandmaster, please reconsider. Zhenyi and Zhenqing's expressions changed slightly. What kind of person was Zhenqing? He had only seen Xiao Hua protecting Xiangyang and felt pity in his heart. Although the method of harvesting was good, it was only an excuse. Since Xiaohua didn't care about this kind of opportunity, how could he say another word? Humph. Very good. Jin Yi sneered. He thought for a moment and said, this old man originally made an appointment with an old friend to look for something. However, because your blazed dawn grass didn't arrive, the journey was delayed. At this time, they should have already left. This thing is very important to this old man. This old man also waited for many years to get the news. Since this time was delayed because of you, help this old man find another one. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a jade slip flew into Xiaohua's hand. This. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He looked at the jade slip and said, Disciple, how can disciple look at this thing? Besides, how can disciple find something that Grandmaster cares about? This won't do, that won't do. Do you want to receive punishment or not? Jin Yi sneered, besides, this old man only asked you to look for information about something, not for you to look for it. You used to be a loose cultivator, so you should have some connections to inquire about it. Moreover, this old man isn't asking you to look for it right now. You only need to find the information within 10 years. 10 years? That long? Xiaohua was stunned. 10 years is too short. Then 20 years it is. Jin Yi said, if you can't find the information within 20 years, this old man can still deal with you when the time comes. Damn it, I might as well be his pill concoction boy for a year. Xiaohua secretly complained in his heart. However, since things had already reached this point, how could he still go back? Then, these few years of Disciples' Foundation establishment realm, do they count? Xiaohua began to calculate with his fingers. Nonsense, of course they count. Jin Yi glared at him. He knew what Xiaohua was thinking and said, you don't have divine sense right now, so you can ask your eldest senior brother to help you look. He impatiently came to this old man's immortal's cave several times already. Just ask him to tell you. As he spoke, he waved his hand again and said, you can go now. Leave the storage pouch here and let your master give you another one. This can also be considered a punishment. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1564. Xiaohua had no choice but to bow and leave. Seeing Xiaohua's figure disappear, Zhenqing laughed and said, this myriad Thunder Valley, why does it only recruit such an unreliable disciple? First it was Xiangyang, then Xiaohua, and now there's no choice. TSK, what a rotten porridge. Soon after, Zhenqing said softly, it's fine if master didn't punish such an untactful disciple, but why did you give him the jade slip? Let him help master find it? Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm afraid he still doesn't have that ability. Jin Yi shook his head. Anyway, the bright flower pill has already been refined. Xiaohua also hurried over to accept his punishment. In addition, Lightning Thunder Hall has already punished him with a year's worth of daily offerings. Not to mention that I'm a Gold Core Stage Grandmaster, even you, a Foundation Establishment Stage Martial Uncle, can't really punish him? That's true. But he's a new disciple of Lightning Thunder Palace. He's only been here for 2 months. I'm afraid he hasn't even explored the entire Lightning Thunder Palace. This careless mistake is understandable. Zhenqing nodded. The reason why he interceded for Xiaohua before was also based on this. But, this bastard has really delayed me for these 10 days. Jin Yi was somewhat angry. Although I can't tell if the information about that thing is true or false, it's still an opportunity. This old man is so tired that I can't go with him. This old man is unwilling. Master gave him the jade slip. Zhenqing seemed to understand something. And, don't forget, Xiaohua is a loose cultivator. How many loose cultivators have you seen in the middle of the 11th layer of qi refining? Jin Yi sneered. In the country of Shi, or in the entire cultivation world, how many loose cultivators above the 11th layer of qi refining are there? Zhen Qing shook his head. Although there are many loose cultivators, most of them have shallow cultivation bases. Even foundation establishment and gold core loose cultivators live in seclusion in spirit veins deep in the mountains and cultivate bitterly. Disciple really hasn't seen many loose cultivators at the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he's a loose cultivator who took spirit herbs to retain his looks. Jinyi smiled meaningfully and said, do you think that if Xiaohua didn't have some tricks up his sleeves in the state of Shi, and didn't have a source of information, he would be able to get enough medicinal pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones to help him reach the 11th level of qi refining? I understand. Zhen Qing smiled and said, Master gave him the jade slip only to let him find information about that thing. He didn't really let him search for it. With his previous methods as a rogue cultivator, he might really be able to find it. That's right. Jinyi looked outside the cave with a kind smile on his face. However, he had another explanation in his heart. This old man is giving you a way out, but you still don't know how to take it. Then this old man can only reach out and punish him. If I don't make you suffer a little, how can I feel at ease in my heart? Xiaohua, don't think that it's just a simple piece of news. Moreover, it's a 20-year time limit. If you don't look for him, if you don't give this old man any news within 20 years, even if this old man doesn't find trouble with you, do you think your cultivation won't be affected? This kind of punishment. Isn't it much more interesting than punishing you for a year? How could Xiaohua, who had left Zhen Ye's immortal's cave, know that there was so much karma involved? Seeing his eldest senior brother Xiang Yang's figure waiting not far from the cave, his heart felt warm. When Xiang Yang saw Xiaohua come out, he didn't dare to go too close. He waved his hand from afar, hinting for Xiaohua to come over. When Xiaohua arrived in front of him, Xiang Yang looked up at the cave behind Xiaohua and said in a low voice, How was it? Martial Uncle Jinyi didn't make things difficult for you, right? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, How could that be? He's an Oris Core stage grandmaster. There's no reason for him to make things difficult for me, right? That's good, that's good. Xiang Yang rubbed his hands and pulled Xiaohua's hand, saying, Let's hurry back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Master is also worried there. Eldest senior brother, how many days have you been waiting here? Xiaohua smiled and flew up. I've been waiting for you for a few days. Xiang Yang said with a smile, When I received your message, I immediately notified Master. However, when I arrived at Eastern Ridge, the formation was still sealed, but my message was already gone. Therefore, I went to Thunder Flash Hall. Alas, I was also careless. If I had asked clearly earlier, it would have been better. I made you bear the blame for no reason. It's okay, it's okay. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. When I heard Jinfeng's words, I hurried here. However, Martial Uncle Jinyi is a senior, and his temper can't be said to be good or bad. Therefore, I didn't dare to rashly ask for an audience. Moreover, I saw that you didn't come out for many days. Presumably, you were waiting inside. The longer you wait, the more Martial Uncle Zhenye's anger will dissipate. That's more beneficial for you. I also didn't expect that you would be able to come out today. Only now did Xiang Yang notice Xiaohua's cultivation. He was shocked and said, Little junior brother, you are actually already in the middle of the 11th level of aura refining? I'll take advantage of senior brother's auspicious words. Xiaohua said with a smile, As soon as I entered the Immortal's cave in the eastern mountain range, I had a feeling in my heart and went into seclusion to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that I was at a critical juncture, how could I not open the spell formation and delay the Eastern Mountain Range's Medicinal Gardens mission? Xiang Yang clapped his hands and said, I only thought that little junior brother would be cultivating in seclusion, but I didn't expect little junior brother to progress so quickly. If master knew, he'd definitely be very happy. As he said this, Xiangyang was about to send a summoning talisman. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't, eldest senior brother. Wait until you see master. At least there'll be a pleasant surprise." Hee, that's true. Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua happily, as if he was looking at a sensible nephew. Xiaohua originally wanted to let Xiangyang look at the things in the jade slip, but on second thought, this thing was something that even Zhenyi coveted. It was certainly no small matter, and information about it would definitely be extremely difficult to find out. If Xiangyang or Zhenyi were to find out about this, they would most likely be powerless and anxious. Rather than letting them know, it would be better not to let them know. There was a time limit of 20 years, so it wouldn't be too late to wait until he reached the Foundation establishment realm. After flying with Xiangyang for a while, Xiaohua changed directions and had Xiangyang accompany him to the thunder-shocking palace. When Zhenfeng heard that Zhenyi didn't pursue the matter too much, he was overjoyed. To be honest, this matter was originally his fault. Now that Xiaohua was fine, his heart could be considered relaxed. As for Xiaohua's other request, he didn't even think about it before agreeing. Xiaohua's request was very reasonable, and that was to bring some spiritual plant seeds from the thunder-shocking palace to the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden. He wanted to test which seeds could survive in the eastern mountain range and which seeds couldn't. Not to mention Zhenfeng, even Xiangyang didn't have any doubts. He only thought that Xiaohua wanted to make up for his mistake by going first. When Xiaohua came out with a lot of seeds from the thunder-shocking palace, Xiangyang smiled and said, "Little junior brother, your performance was good enough, but wasn't this too much? Apart from the extremely rare spiritual plants, you took a portion of the vast majority of seeds. The spiritual energy of the eastern mountain range is very special, so many seeds can't grow. Hee, who knows? Maybe little brother's character is good?" Xiaohua put away the storage pouch and said, "Moreover, there are a lot of seeds in the thunder-shocking palace, so little brother taking a few isn't much at all, right?" Hee, Xiangyang only thought that Xiaohua had a childish character, so he didn't say anything more. He brought Xiaohua to Zhenwu's cave in the myriad Thunder Valley. When they arrived in front of Zhenwu's cave and landed, the mountain ape scuttled out of the mountain forest. It was holding a bloody goat-like beast in its hand, standing very respectfully by the side of the road. When it saw Xiangyang deliver the beast in front of him, Xiangyang waved his hand and pointed to a valley not far away. The mountain ape understood and knew that he should go there to barbecue. However, the mountain ape just didn't leave, bowing its head and cupping its hands. Seeing the beast's blood drip to the ground along with the mountain ape's cupped hands, Xiangyang helplessly patted his storage pouch and took out a pill and threw it to the mountain ape. The mountain ape happily caught it with its mouth, then with a long howl, it rushed towards the valley. Seeing the mountain ape's actions, Xiaohua's heart moved. He had a set of soul-suppressing magic tools for the fire ape in his space. If he said that he didn't want to subdue the fire ape, that would be pure nonsense. But, how would he subdue it? Xiaohua. A helpless voice called out from inside the cave. "Master," disciple Xiaohua kowtows in salute to master. Xiaohua stood at the door and said very respectfully. "Damn it, what kind of etiquette is this?" Helplessly said with a grin, "Could it be that after cultivating to the 11th layer of qi refining, you become so refined for no reason?" Joy could be heard in Helplessly's voice. Where was the slightest trace of anger? Xiaohua smiled and looked at Xiangyang, whose face was also full of smiles, then walked in together. Needless to say, Zhe Minghui and Yan Qinglian were also inside the cave. As soon as Yan Qinglian saw Xiaohua, she said with a smile, "Congratulations, little junior brother, for setting foot into the 11th layer of qi refining. If nothing unexpected happens, little junior brother will be able to set foot into foundation building in another 2 years. Even if you're not the youngest person to reach foundation building in our Imperial Thunder sect, you'll definitely be able to rank in the top 100. Ha ha ha, Helplessly listened, and his face became even happier. He stroked his beard and said, at the very least, in the past 500 years, among the cultivators that have set foot into foundation building in our thunderous Thunder Palace, Xiaohua can rank in the top 10. Hee, congratulations to Master for having discerning eyes and accepting little junior brother into our myriad Thunder Valley. Xiangyang cupped his hands and said. Ha ha ha, helplessly laughed proudly. Zhuo Minghui and the others also looked on happily. Io, that's right, little junior brother, these are your offerings for the past 2 months. Xiangyang patted his storage pouch and took out a few spirit stones and a bottle of medicinal pills. He said with a smile, now that you're about to break through to the 12th layer of qi refining, these things can also be used. Wasn't the thunderous Thunder Hall punished? Xiaohua looked at these medicinal pills and other things and said with a bit of confusion. What? Punished? Helplessly's face darkened. Hee, it's like this, Master. Xiangyang explained the situation and finally said, these tributes were collected by this disciple on behalf of little junior brother. The tributes for the year of punishment should be counted from this month onwards. Chapter 1565. What's going on? Xiaohua was the hope of myriad Thunder Valley. How could he let Xiaohua be wronged? Xiaohua was obviously stunned, but he soon understood that Xiangyang didn't tell him about his punishment. And he didn't even tell him about the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, Xiangyang rushed to say with an apologetic smile, Master, it's like this. Like what? Xiaohua glanced at Xiangyang helplessly. You brat, you acted on your own again. Hee, yes, I hope Master can understand. Xiangyang explained the matter, then finally said, this matter isn't much, so disciple didn't report it to Master, only saying that little junior brother was cultivating in seclusion. Damn it. Xiaohua scolded with a smile, this brat is indeed cultivating in seclusion, you're right. Hee, seeing Xiaohua happy, Xiangyang was also happy. He said, Grandmaster Zhenyi didn't make things difficult for little junior brother, so isn't this matter over? What's a year's worth? It can't compare to little junior brother stepping into the 11th layer of aura refining in 2 months. Of course. Xiaohua looked helplessly at him, then asked, Grandmaster Zhenyi really didn't make things difficult for you? He's a bit of a vengeful person. No, how could he make things difficult for disciple? Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. Disciple just entered the sect, isn't it normal to make some mistakes occasionally? That's good. Xiaohua looked helplessly at Zhuo Minghui, then said, your master's wife originally wanted to give you a meeting gift. She found medicinal pills with great difficulty from a senior sister in mythical Thunder Palace, wanting you to use them to break through to the 11th layer of aura refining, but you made your master's wife work for nothing. Thank you for your concern, master's wife. Xiaohua's heart warmed, and he stepped forward to bow and thank her. Child, why are you still being so polite? Zhuo Minghui waved her hand to help Xiaohua up, then said, you're the only child in myriad Thunder Valley. If we don't think of you, who else can we think of? Xiaohua sweated, somewhat embarrassed. No matter what, he was 25 years old, but in their mouths, he was actually a child. But when he thought about it, they said he was over 100 years old. If he wasn't a child, then what was he? This vitality assimilation pill was given to 10th layer qi refining disciples by the Imperial Thunder sect. It's not suitable for you now. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Zhuo Minghui's eyes. Then, she smiled and said, after a few days, Mistress will go to distant Thunder Palace and see if they have any extra energy gathering pills. Absorption pill? Soul gathering pill? Xiaohua inwardly muttered, motherfucker, it's really good to have a sect. I only know about the Peiyuan pill, but who would have thought that they have different pills for each level? Moreover, they even say that there are examples. Xiaohua said with a smile, there's no need to trouble yourself. Master's wife, you can just give the absorption pill to disciple. Don't forget, your disciple is a rogue cultivator and has never taken this soul-gathering pill before. Taking it now will have some effect. This. Zhuo Minghui turned around helplessly. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "Give it to him. He has more experience in taking medicinal pills than we do. Don't worry about him." Zhuo Minghui clapped her hand and took out 3 jade bottles from her storage bag. She said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, you haven't taken this medicinal pill before. Don't be in a hurry to take a complete one." First, Zhuo Minghui actually told Xiaohua the taboo of taking the absorption pill bit by bit. Xiaohua listened to her long-winded speech, but in his heart, he enjoyed it very much. He smiled slightly and nodded from time to time. In the end, Zhuo Minghui still said apologetically, "In the end, this absorption pill isn't suitable for you. Mistress, you'd better take a look at the energy-gathering pill. You're about to reach the 12th layer of the aura-refining realm. Medicinal pills are indispensable. Alas, unfortunately, Master doesn't know how to refine pills. Xiangyang and Qing Lian also don't know how to refine pills. Only your mistress knows a little, otherwise." He waved his hand helplessly and said. Xiaohua's heart moved. He said with a smile, "I wonder if mistress has the pill formulas for the absorption pill or the energy-gathering pill?" "Huh? What, you know how to refine pills?" He stared helplessly, then said with pleasant surprise. "Master thinks too highly of disciple." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, then said in a low voice, "Disciple feels that. Disciple has been guarding the Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden. There's nothing else, but the spiritual plants, aren't there a lot? Disciple also just received a lot of seeds from the Lightning Flash Hall. Disciple will first plant the pill formulas for the absorption pill and the energy-gathering pill. When the time comes, mistress can take the spiritual plants to exchange for medicinal pills. Wouldn't that be? Ah. Helplessly stared blankly at first, then he looked at Xiaohua and laughed sinisterly. Only Xiangyang slightly frowned. "Little junior brother. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right?" "What's inappropriate?" Helplessly scolded, "According to your thinking, if you can't even get a single hair, who will refine pills and make talismans? Damn it, when can Xiaohua build his foundation?" "Master." Xiangyang felt very wronged. Little junior brother just made a mistake. Don't make another mistake. You. Helplessly jumped up and said angrily, "It's you. You can only stay in the early stage of the foundation building realm. They. Husband." Zhuo Minghui also stood up with a whoosh and said angrily, "That child Xiangyang is right. What are you shouting for?" Helplessly, he glanced at his angry wife. His eyes turned, and his expression immediately changed. He said, "Your husband is only teaching Xiangyang to be more flexible. My voice is just a bit loud. I'm not shouting anything. Master is teaching disciples. Mistress, please take a seat first." Xiangyang also said quickly. Zhuo Minghui glared at Xiangyang and sat back in her chair. Yan Qinglian, on the other hand, had been sitting beside Xiangyang all along. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Master, eldest senior brother, you don't need to worry. The Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden only has blazed dawn grass. The other spiritual plants are all barren. No one has ever paid attention to them. Disciple will find a place to plant the spiritual plants first." Hearing this, Zhuo Minghui pondered for a moment, then got up and returned to the back of the cave. After a moment, she came out again. Holding a jade slip, she handed it to Yan Qinglian and said, "Qinglian, this is the prescription for several kinds of medicinal pills for aura-refining disciples to take. Make a copy of it and give it to Xiaohua. Let him get some spiritual plants. If I go to senior sister empty-handed, I really don't have any face." Disciple obeys. Only now did Yan Qinglian raise her head and respectfully receive the jade slip. All right. Helplessly waving her hand, she pointed to her right and said, Xiao Hua, from now on, you can sit here. Yes. Xiao Hua waited for Yan Qinglian to bring over a chair, then carefully sat down. Helplessly, she looked at Xiao Hua with satisfaction and said, now that you're already in the 11th layer of aura refining, it's time to start building your foundation. One is the problem of divine sense. If you still haven't developed divine sense by the time you reach the 12th layer of aura refining, you'll have to immediately use our secret technique to stimulate divine sense. The later it is, the less likely you'll be able to build your foundation. Of course, there's no need to stimulate divine sense too early. Although those disciples of influential clans in the 11th layer of aura refining have divine sense, their future prospects are limited. You're a loose cultivator. From what I see, that heavenly laws embodiment technique of yours doesn't involve divine sense. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He was a bit anxious. Of course, he didn't have a Muwan palace, so how could he develop divine sense? Should I tell Master? Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant. Just as he was hesitating, he helplessly said, although our sect's secret technique is different from other sects, in the end, it's all related to the rainbow epiphyllum. I'll give you the secret technique now, so you can familiarize yourself with it in advance. As for the item, when you reach the peak of the 11th layer of aura refining, Master will go to the Thunder Palace to take a look for you. This item should be available in the Qiqiao Pavilion. However, it's hard to say how old it is. Master, the older the rainbow epiphyllum, the better, right? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He put the matter of the Muwan Palace aside and asked urgently. Of course. The older the rainbow epiphyllum is, the greater the possibility of developing divine sense. Helplessly and somewhat pensively, he said, it's just that there are a lot of disciples entering our Imperial Thunder sect this time. I'm afraid that the rainbow epiphyllum in the Qiqiao Pavilion won't be enough. We should act first to gain the upper hand. If we can't, then we'll have the disciples go to the major markets to buy them. Our Imperial Thunder sect is such a large sect, how could we not find these things? Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, if we can't find them, then we can use other spiritual plants. That's true. Helplessly, he rubbed his hands and said, your husband is afraid of delaying Xiao Hua's cultivation. I'm a bit worried about personal gains and losses. On the side, Xiao Hua also secretly nodded and once again sighed with emotion. It's really good to have the support of a sect. Helplessly, he thought for a moment and said, after the matter of divine sense, it's the problem of cultivation methods. Xiao Hua, your master and your eldest senior brother both cultivate the 10,000 June Thunderbolt cultivation method. This cultivation method can withstand the heavenly thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Valley and advance very quickly. It can be considered a medium-level cultivation method of our thunderous palace. Zhuo Minghui asked from the side, that's strange. If you don't let Xiao Hua cultivate 10,000 June Thunderbolt, what other cultivation method can he cultivate? He. Helplessly, with a mysterious expression, he pointed his finger and said, Xiao Hua, show your sect master's command token to your master's wife. Yes, master. Xiao Hua was secretly happy in his heart and took out the sect master's command token. It really is the sect master's command token. Zhuo Minghui suddenly realized and said with a smile, looks like it's the sect master's reward for Xiao Hua. Exactly. Helplessly, he said in a low voice, in order to reward Xiao Hua for sending the thunder-devouring bead back to the Imperial Thunder sect, the sect master specially issued a sect master's command that Xiao Hua can cultivate all the cultivation methods of the 8 great thunder palaces. Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian were both shocked when they heard this for the first time. What a pity. I don't know when this brat will be able to give me my lightning evasion technique. Helplessly, he sighed. Master, don't worry. Disciple will go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace and get that cultivation method for Master. Xiaohua pretended to get up. Nonsense, quickly sit down. Helplessly, despite knowing Xiaohua's pretense, he still scolded with a smile. It won't be too late to find it when you go to choose your cultivation method. And, since Xiaohua has this good fortune, then this cultivation method must be carefully chosen. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Sigh, that's right. When there was no cultivation method, Xiaohua had to worry about finding one. Now that there is a cultivation method, he has to worry about finding a suitable cultivation method. Therefore, everyone has their own worries and every family has their own difficulties. This is indeed reasonable. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.